If you ever feel like it's also Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasnAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming. Hasan.
What's going on, everybody?
I'm probably in the chat.
I hope everyone's
right
having a fantastic
now.
evening,
Hasan,
fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasnAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles for the last day of this week, at least. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is December 2nd. 11:49 a.m. It's Monday, December 2nd, 2024, 11:49 a.m. And I'm a little late, and I apologize, but there's a lot I had to take care of. As you guys know, I am traveling. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasnAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. What's going on is that cursed intro has inspired me. I'm going to stream myself learning to play the recorder. Sad, tea kettle, noise time, boy. Nice. We got the same fit on today. Hell yeah, brother. That's right. HasnAbi heads unite. Folks, why China will win the space race? Okay, we'll maybe watch a pro-China video in a little bit, but Personal news first. Let's get it out of the way. I ended the broadcast last night after a short and sweet 6 hour and 30-minute seminar on, some fun day stuff, some drama, some news. I'm sure that you can't really make every single person happy. Where's this fit from? I think this is a Norse Project shirt, and I'm wearing that Yoji Y3 sweater that I made Austin purchase as well when we were in London. As a matter of fact, last time we were in London, and I don't know what the pants are, but Jimmy's video was awesome. The talk after with him was incredible. I know. I got to get my editors to get on board with that, man. We've been doing a shit ton of stuff here, and the main channel editors have been slacking. I know Oxford is named Brain Rot Word of the Year. I don't know how, but I do feel like this community's had more impact on both Oxford Union, Oxford College, and also the Oxford Dictionary than we let on, I think. Are you on Ozempic? Face looking slim doggy in a good way. I am not on Ozempic. All right, let's get into it though. Personal news wise, what's going on in my world? Ended the broadcast last night, and I was, doing some rest and recovery, a little R&R. Why am I doing that? Because I've been going pretty crazy on the workouts. And in that process, as a 33-year-old man, sometimes you have injuries and issues and stuff like that. I've luckily been able to avoid like some severe injuries so far, but it still takes its toll. So I'm doing rest and recovery. What am I doing in the process of rest and recovery? That's right. I'm in the tub. Okay. I'm in the tub, not with Austin, by myself, using mud masks. Okay. Putting mud on my face. Okay. Freezing that shit on my face. Rest and recovery is important. I also have been, this is my third day using the LeBron James like leg sleeve things that everybody keeps making fun of me and saying it doesn't work. And I feel like it doesn't work either. The compression thing. The compression leg sleeves that I've been wearing at night for like 30 minutes, and it just like compresses your legs a little bit. Hopefully it like improves blood flow a little bit. I don't think it's working, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. So, I'm doing white face. I feel like that one chatter that said like, what's your skincare regimen, got me cooked a little bit. Like I had to get that shit in order. I had to get that shit sorted out. You know what I mean? Glowing a little bit. Freckle cam. Yeah. What else? So yeah. No, don't be self-conscious. This is what they want. I mean, I'm 33, it's going to happen. There's going to be some issues. Anyway, free hunter, till is spelled backwards. You already know. But other than that, big day for me today, at least, hit 225 for 8. And I think that's pretty solid because while it obviously is not the best, it's not the craziest, heaviest weight or whatever. 225 for like 15 is what I used to be able to do at my peak strength. I do feel like physique wise, I look better now than I ever did. Or at least I'm at the precipice of looking better now than I ever did. Having said that, however, my bench press has suffered. Like it's not a secret. You guys know this. I've talked about this quite a bit. And I have always just been mentally blocked from surpassing 225 pounds for some reason. And like by the 6th rep, I always die. And Hunter B wearing the free hunter shirt. Viral TikTok about your pod save appearance. Oh yeah, I saw this yesterday. So yeah, I mean, you were more excited than Hunter himself. New Jeff video on bulking is 10-10. Yeah, we'll do this in a little bit. Hold on. But yeah, what I was saying is I'm excited. I'm happy that I've gotten to this point. You know, 225 is nothing. The 225 for 8 is not great for my size. I mean, it's basically my weight. I'm actually under this weight at this point. And being able to rep it at any meaningful capacity, I think, is like pretty solid. So, yeah, I'll keep at it. Why is bench press so hard for you? I'm double jointed. What is this? Pokey reacted to it.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm double jointed. I have very long arms. There are some logistical hurdles in front of me having a good bench press. But yeah, get T Grizzly on stream now. Yeah, I would like to. That'd be sick. Joseph33, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my friend. And thank you all of you who subscribe. Thank you very much for continuing to support the show, in spite of the fact that I am not running ads. So that's very nice. Thank you so much. You can use emotes. You can show your support to the broadcast by subscribing, by gifting subscriptions as well to others. And, that way you'll be able to clip stuff and send me links. Lesbian Boulevard, thank you for the 5 gifted. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. And Virtual Meal, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Don't forget, Twitch Prime is free. So, where was I? Yeah, I like I said, I'm happy with the 225. Did my regular workout. I'm gone for the week, so I'm not going to probably be able to work out as much this week because I'm going to be in Londonistan, as you guys know. I have talked about this before, but I know every time I bring up something that is going on in my life, everyone goes, "What? You're going to be in Londonistan? When did you say that? When did you say you were going to be in Londonistan? I don't understand. Why are you going to London? What the hell's going on? Will there be regular streams?" The answer is yes. There will be regular streams. I'm going to be streaming the 2 talks that I'm giving, both in Cambridge and also Oxford Uni. I'm going to the fucking Cambridge Union. I'm going to the fucking Oxford Union too. Both unis, lads. We're going there. We're talking about Israel, Palestine. It's going to be a fucking mix-up, right? We're going to do Tesco meal deals. We're going to get some fucking kebabs. That's right, lads. That's fucking right. Yeah. Hogwarts style. Anyway, but yeah, I'm doing those 2 things. I haven't been like super public about it because I don't want no motherfuckers to know about this shit. I don't want nobody to know what the fuck I'm up to. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to know. So regardless, we'll see. Make sure you give the speech on this voice. It's the only way they will understand it. Yeah. English people don't understand if you don't have like an accent. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, I got those 2 big speeches coming out. And apparently Norm was supposed to be debating, Benny Morris at Oxford Union, but apparently Benny Morris pulled out because Ehud Olmert, he pulled out of the debate. March is coming with me. to Londonistan. So I'm flying out, and tomorrow at the regular time that I would normally be live at, I will be live from Londonistan. Now, the thing is, when I go live, I'm planning on, doing my regular Tuesday stream. I also still haven't written a speech, which is crazy. Okay? It's actually fucking crazy that I have not written a speech at all. And the situation is supposed to be about, I'm supposed to be talking about Israel Palestine, and I still have not written a fucking speech. Don't say just let ChatGPT do it. So many motherfuckers have told me that as a joke. Stop it. That gives me so much anxiety. I mean, it's not going to be like a long speech. I think it's supposed to be like 5 to 10 minutes. I told him like the format is 5 to 10 minutes of speech, then a moderated Q&A, and then afterwards just like a regular old Q&A. A regular old Q&A with some people. I know that like I saw the post in my subreddit about fucking Bonercelli's fans being like, oh, I can't wait to infiltrate this speech. What are some good questions I can ask them? Like they're like really stoked on asking me some fucking troll ass questions. I don't know why, but you know, have fun with that, I guess. Like they literally treat me like I'm fucking Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean? Or Ben Shapiro. Like that is how like how big of an enemy I am to these guys, that they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk's coming to my school. What can I do? It's like, bro, what are you, the Young Americans for Freedom Foundation? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, be normal. So, no, literally, look at the second comment. Oh, yeah, they posted this. I didn't even know that they posted this. Where is the discernment of speaker selection gone? Free Oxford from anti-Western operatives. And the anti-Israel committee continues. Is the Gestapo at the helm of the union this term? Isn't this kind of the equivalent of inviting Nick Fuentes? Such a disgraceful move. The standard has been lowered to the degree that streamers and internet boys who peddle in the shallow waters are speaking at Oxford. Taints the prestige and reputation of the institution. I like that they put my qualifications on here. On Thursday the 5th, December at 5 p.m., we'll be joined by the streamer and political commentator Hasan Piker. By the way, Ben Shapiro has spoken at Oxford Union. So I don't think it's that fucking crazy to have someone like myself speak at Oxford Union. Not sure why they think that that is like so far-fetched. Ben Shapiro, you know, Ben Shapiro himself is not that far off from myself. And also on top of that, is not exactly the most intelligent guy. Hasan Piker, also known as HasnAbi, is an American YouTuber and Twitch streamer. His content is based around the discussion of news, politics, social issues, and topical events, and he often uses his platform to debate controversial topics or issues. In 2023, Hasan Piker organized a fundraiser following the Turkey-Syria earthquake, which raised $1.2 million for various charities involved in searching for survivors and supporting those on the ground. Oxford Union is not a part of the uni. I don't fully understand what Oxford Union is. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a moderated Q&A. Yeah, no, it's gonna be like a moderated Q&A and then a regular Q&A. So Jezza, unfortunately, I will not be linking up with Jezza. I actually made direct contact with him, like a bunch of people after I tweeted that. But he has another thing that he's doing this week, so he won't be he won't be available. But yeah, Oxford Union is like and Cambridge Union as well, I guess, is like very it's a prestigious debating institution, I guess. I'm not a very big debate guy, as you guys know. I said yes to this because, you know, they asked like a long time ago, and also because they wanted to talk about Israel-Palestine. Bassem Youssef has been on it. We'll talk more about this stuff as well. Yeah, I saw this one. Bassem Youssef had been on it as well. Talks about Piers Morgan and why Arab Americans seem to prefer Donald Trump. So it's run by the students, not the uni. It's run by the students, not the fucking uni. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've had like Anthony Scaramucci, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not like they're, it's not as serious as people will place it, as people would claim it is. But The mooch. Did you ship Kaya off to the London on the PJ? Yeah, Kaya is already in London now. Kaya, I have someone sitting for Kaya. And then Cambridge Union came out as well 5 days ago. Cambridge Union is excited to announce that we will be joined by Hasan Piker on Wednesday, the 4th of December. Hasan is one of the leading voices that bridges a young digital generation, progressive politics, and culture. After getting his start on the Young Turks, he began streaming on Twitch in 2018, where he became an early pioneer of live stream social commentary. The show Hasan has built on Twitch now boasts over 110 million views and was the most watched channel across the platform in 2022. We'll also be hosting a balloted meet and greet with Hasan after the main event ends. Keep an eye out on our social media for more details on how to sign up for it. No bags allowed. Attendees must be present and their membership card upon entry. Number one Champagne Socialist. Wow, this guy's the least representative of any political reasoning. Bizarre invite. The coping and seething is delicious. Yeah, it's very odd that people just lose their fucking minds over it. And yeah, Hasan coming to my university. What question do I ask? Don't ask him about Destiny. He'll just use it as an opportunity to dismiss you. Better to find some disgusting quote of his, read it out loud, and ask him what he meant by it. I agree with this. Just quote his Tibet take and ask, do you believe that Britain has the right to civilize those African nations? Probably will be good to read more about Tibet at the time. Wait, you don't even know anything about Tibet? Although it's relatively hard to have good sources, it seems like slavery was largely on its way out. I like that these guys in the process of like, the only thing they care about is just basically like dominating me in their minds. Like they just don't have any fucking firmly held convictions whatsoever. Like it's pretty funny. First of all, this is about Israel-Palestine. If you have some questions on that front, you can do that if you like. Secondly, I just don't understand. Like, what's your Tibet take? My Tibet take was that the original practice of serfdom and slavery in Tibet, instituted by the Dalai Lama, was not good, and that the Tibetans, alongside the Chinese forces, rose up and abolished slavery. Tibet being a autonomous region of under the control of the Chinese Empire, even before Mao, and long before Mao, does not change this dynamic. Like they just previous Chinese empires did not give a shit that they were doing slavery. Mao did, okay, and they liberated Tibet. Now the current form, the current Hanification, or not even necessarily Hanification, but like the current existing relations of Chinese sovereignty over Tibet. That's a controversial subject, and I totally understand why people are frustrated by it. And also in the process, a lot of people were, slaughtered. Having said that, however, I don't think that it is a part of Tibetan culture. I don't think it's a part of Tibetan culture. And the British equivalent between the caste system does not work in the same way, because the English came in, said that they were actually abolishing the caste system, or said the caste system was barbaric, but then utilized the caste system to their advantage. The Chinese governance did not do that. So also, depending on the audience, I'm not sure how well liked Ukraine is in Cambridge. Like they don't even care. Brother, if you have a disagreement with me on my commentary on Ukraine, you could just like bring that up. I don't know why these guys are literally like, oh, find something that the audience will hate him for. Like this basically shows that you don't care about the issue at all. Like you don't have a genuinely held point. You don't have a genuinely held conviction on this issue. You haven't even done like any reading beyond the fact that you've seen like bad faith generalizations about like what my position is. And you think that like, I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you in front of a large audience when, this is going to play itself out in a similar fashion to like a gray name. Anyway, but it's like weird because when I prepare to debate someone, right? When I prepare to debate someone, I don't simply look at like shit that is going to undermine their worldview. Although that definitely is something I look at. The reason why I do that is because on first principles, and also on top of that, like their ideological worldview is directly diametrically opposed to mine. That's why I want to have this discussion to begin with, because I have a position and they have a position. My job in that conversation is to basically showcase the lack of intellectual depth in their position. If your goal here is to simply, troll and masquerade your trolling as though it's some genuine intellectual concern, this is the wrong way to go about it. Imagine having an opportunity to, talk to me in person, right? Imagine having the opportunity to talk to me in person, and this is what you're going to do. Like, you're just going to you don't have your own opinions on this matter at all. Like, you haven't even thought about like what my position is. You might be curious about what my position is on a particular matter. And instead you're just like, can you guys give me talking points? Like, that's kind of lame. And people do it in my community as well. And when Charlie Kirk is coming to their campus or whatever, but it's like, we are diametrically opposed to Charlie Kirk's worldview. The question you should ask yourself is, are you diametrically opposed to my worldview? Are you genuinely on the opposing team? And if the answer is yes, how have you arrived at this? I don't think a lot of people understand that if you don't have a real POV on these matters, okay? If you don't have like a real, genuine, firmly held opinion on this matter, and you just come at it with like whatever fucking clips that you've seen that you've misunderstood, you're not going to get your point across. It's not going to look amazing for you. Especially when it's shit like, oh, Hasan, why are you anti-Semitic? If you say that, like, you're done. Because I'm not. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's blast off. I haven't blasted off yet. What was I going to say? Okay, so we got Hunter Biden pardoned. Everyone is mad at Joe. Free him. Free Hunter reactions. What else? The French government is about to collapse. Good. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. Let's blast off real quick. Former IOF Defense Minister says Bibi is doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm more shocked that everyone is mad at Biden for him pardoning Hunter. Yeah. Kash Patel, FBI director, going to be live from Londonistan tomorrow for Oxford and Cambridge Union talks. Get in now. For tomorrow, I'm planning on, so what I was going to do is like, I have one free day, I guess. I have one technically kind of free day, but it's not. It's the first day that I'm there, right? And for that one free day that I have, I was planning on doing like a regular stream. And then after that, I was planning on, on the regular stream, I was going to do like a Jeremy Corbyn link up, which I thought would have been fun. Link up with him, hang out with him a little bit, maybe go to this this communist kebab shop, right? With Jezza, the goat, and have like a sit down talk with him, in a private place. But unfortunately, he is not available. I talked to his team. I talked to a bunch of people. And instead, I'm going to be hanging out with Owen Jones, most likely tomorrow. And we'll be doing that instead. That would have been amazing with Corbin. Were you able to reschedule with Coates? Yeah, we can reschedule. I'm going to reschedule when I come back from Lantanistan. Obviously, I'm not going to, do that while I'm there. And Lena Khan as well. Yeah, if I hadn't scheduled this London trip like months ahead of time, I would be doing the Lena Khan and Ta-Nehisi Coates interviews this week. Okay. Oh, I misspelled minister. I don't fucking care. Who gives a shit? There, I updated it. Okay, are you happy? What are you going to talk to Owen about? What do you think we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about Palestine. Palestine. Pulitzer. Wait, what is this? Plus tinfoil hat. UAPs over military bases. Aren't you a little bit too old to be spamming? Why are you calling it Londonistan? Because we've taken over, lad. We've taken fucking over, lad. The Musliman. The Musliman has taken over. Also, I mean, I can do a link up with Jeremy Corbyn at any time online, but yeah, we're going to talk about the settler organization. Don't worry. Islamic ray guns. Oh, also, one other thing I want to say is I started watching Dungeon Meshi. Delicious Dungeon, and it is Pog. It is very good. And I want to say I apologize to my Discord for routinely yelling at you guys about and saying that shit sucks. I said 4 eps in, and Delicious and Dungeon is a great anime so far. Basically, Zelda's cooking function made into an anime with Studio Ghibli level culinary detail in a dungeon crawler RPG. One problem, it makes me super hungry when I'm watching. It is fantastic. It is fantastic and very cozy so far. I heard that it's like supposed to get very not cozy. So it is so beautifully drawn. It's so fantastic. Frieren is next. It's not lame, I promise. Everybody constantly talks about Frieren. Everybody constantly talks about Frieren. I don't know if it's good or not, but it doesn't have the bare bones of what I like. I'll just say it like that. Frieren, unfortunately, does not capture my attention in the same way that like Dungeon Meshi did. But yeah, have you checked out Dondaran? Yes, I have. But getting back to the Oxford Uni and Cambridge Uni thing, now that we've blasted off, okay? So I'm not super familiar with what these Oxford Union, Cambridge Union things are, but I think they're like debate spaces. No disrespect, obviously. I've just heard that, these are important institutions of spirited debate. And in the spirit of important institutions in the spirit for spirited debate, I see that these guys over at the Destiny community have decided to, find a way to infiltrate it. I agree. Ask him about this Tibet take. It's so obviously in the wrong. Ask him to discuss why China civilizing Tibet is different than Britain civilizing India. You have to flip it. Don't use a quote as a way to attack him. Instead, praise him for it. I recently got into an argument with a friend of mine who believes that Tibet should be independent from China. You rightly pointed out that China brought modern civilization and culture to them, as they were basically barbarians before China uplifted them. As though I would agree with this framing. I would not agree with this framing at all. I genuinely don't understand why they think this is like an expert, 5-head level of infiltration. Like, I would never fucking agree with that framing. Okay? However, he felt that it wasn't a reason to justify China's rule. What do you think I should say to convince him? I would say that China should not rule over Tibet. And if the Tibetan people want full-blown autonomy, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, they have to be dominated by the Chinese. But if you're talking about like historical analysis in terms of in terms of like, you know, freeing Tibet from the throes of feudalism, yeah, that act I do not have a disagreement with. Anyway, I have often been very critical of Hanification initiatives in general. This was a massive problem with the USSR as well. The one of the most consequential aspects of the USSR, one of the most significant aspects of the USSR was Russification. It's not a thing that not only is it inappropriate, it's inhumane, but it's also unsuccessful. So I'm not in favor of Hanification either. So claiming that the Tibetans are basically barbarians is really stupid. This is the way. This is devilishly genius. Lol, this might actually do more. You're 100% correct. Also, ask about if the conditions of Uyghurs are genocide. Maybe bring up Palestinians first. Yeah. Imagine saying that in a fucking room like the Oxford Union setting to bring up the conditions of the Uyghurs, not knowing what my opinion is on this matter at all, assuming that it's like, oh yeah, it's great. China should dominate them. Assuming that that's my position. And then simultaneously comparing that to what fucking Israel is doing. Like, really? What Israel's doing in Gaza, it does not meet the standards of genocide. And what China has done in Xinjiang is like infinitely worse. Is this the argument that we're having right now? This is insane. This comparison is ridiculous. Where do you see evidence that China's trying to Hanify Tibet? It's not necessarily Hanifying Tibet, but it's more so having control over it and dominating. Before people start talking about like the Dalai Lama and how he's a CIA agent, okay, I am always going to be of the mindset that you got to let people live, okay? No, it's comparable. Explain why it's not comparable. Chinese practices in Xinjiang were mass surveillance and re-education camps. These are completely unacceptable acts, okay, upon an entire generation of Uyghur Muslims in this area, claiming that there were separatist extremists. And there were certainly some separatist extremists, but that doesn't justify dragnets, that doesn't justify mass surveillance, and that certainly doesn't justify re-education. The notion that, like, this is comparable to what Israel has done is fucking insane. Okay, I'll take it one step further. If ironically enough, Israel was doing what China did in Xinjiang, in Gaza and the West Bank, I would still be very critical of it in the same way that I was when China did it in Xinjiang. But the entire world would applaud how fucking tolerant and how open-minded the Israeli society was. Okay, what are you talking about? Like, one is like, did China bomb every fucking part of Xinjiang? Like, what are you talking? What are you saying? China is like, Xinjiang is firmly within Chinese territory. Let's say Gaza Strip is also firmly. Wait, you thought the Chinese government was bombing Xinjiang? I just want you to understand, I am still extremely critical of the Chinese practices in Xinjiang, okay? I've talked about this quite a bit, extensively. I think that dragnet campaigns, mass surveillance, re-education, all of which are completely and utterly unacceptable and inhumane. It does not matter that there are, there were acts of knife attacks or acts of separatist terror or whatever. It still doesn't matter. Like, you can't just like enforce this ridiculous surveillance state regime over an entire group of an entire population. Having said that, however, no, they did not fucking bomb Xinjiang. As a matter of fact, America in Philadelphia has done more to black people than China did in Xinjiang in terms of bombing. Okay, they did a lot more, but in other aspects. But no, there was no bombing campaigns happening. The reason why I brought up America and black people is because the Africa family were bombed in the MOVE bombing in 1985 in a Philadelphia suburb by the Philadelphia Police Department. Okay? Nobody ever considers that to be like a fucking mass bombing campaign of black people. And I certainly don't either. Okay? But having said that, yeah, they dropped C4 from a fucking helicopter. They dropped C4 from a helicopter, and the police chief famously said, "Let it burn." Why are we still talking about this? Anyway, Belgium civilizing the Congo is better because the Belgians used the abolition of slavery to stake their claims. Yeah, dude, totally. Belgians actually maintained the practice of slavery. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It was ruthless. It was brutal. It was one of the most brutal, continuations of chattel slavery. Yeah, I would also make sure you have the paragraphs around the quote. Preempt your question with something along the lines of, this quote is not out of context. I can provide you what you were saying before and after if you think it is, so we can't dismiss it easily. Another question I wish Ethan asked about Tibet was, do you think Tibet would return to its feudal slave-owning roots if they were granted independence? If not, relate Tibet to Palestine in the question if you really want to stir the pot. But I think this is definitely one of the more on its face damning things I've heard him say. It would be my choice if I ever had the opportunity to confront him. Like, these guys don't know anything about Tibet, don't care about it at all, don't understand what my position is on Tibet, okay? And simply are just like, this is a great opportunity to fucking attack him. That's it. They're like plotting out a dialogue tree here. This, like, if you genuinely, if this was something that you were like very well versed on, and you felt like I missed the mark on a point of my commentary, that's totally valid. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, my family is from Tibet, you know? And, this is what I studied in college. Like, I don't fully understand where you're coming from. And you came at it with charitability. Like, I can have a normal conversation with you. But this right here is just like so openly disingenuous where you're just like, I don't know anything about Tibet. And I don't really understand what Hasan's position was on the matter. But I'm going to try to hit this in the worst possible, least charitable framing and try to fucking duke it out in the marketplace of ideas, you know? And it's so funny because, like, I'm not even there to talk about China. Like, I'm not even there to talk about China. Why the fuck am I talking about China? I don't give a shit. Okay? I have no control over China. I barely have control over my own goddamn government. And every time I try to get my government to fucking stop the pain and stop the hemorrhaging and stop the violence, they go, shut the fuck up. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a shit. What are you there to talk about? Israel-Palestine. I think I disagree. If you mention Israel-Palestine, he will pivot towards you're just saying Israel bad and you're denying the genocide in Palestine. And my guess is the audience are similar in his beliefs about destruction of Israel, so they will selectively hear. Like, notice how this isn't about, notice how none of this is about like genuinely held positions and real disagreements, right? That's the difference. If this conversation was being held in a like openly right-wing, Ben Shapiro style audience, there would be plenty of disagreements. People would be like, ask him about, I mean, there'd still be a lot of dumb shit like, ask him about how inconsistent it is that he's a socialist but also wealthy, right? So that's number one. They would do dumb shit like that. But ultimately, there would be some disagreements, right? There would be some real disagreements like, why doesn't he believe that fucking, I don't know, free markets are good or some shit like that? These guys literally don't even know why they disagree with me. They don't even know. They've just been primed into believing that I have this other opinion on an issue that they've never thought about or cared about before or after this very moment. They never cared. Their goal is to drag you down and get clips out. Exactly. There is no ideology here. It's just like, fuck us on and that's it. And I guess this guy literally thinks like Israel bad is a unfortunately too popular of a position at Oxford Union, but he also is coming at it with the recognition that it's too popular of a position. So don't even bring up Israel at all at the Israel-Palestine conversation that I'm supposed to be having at Cambridge and Oxford. Like, they literally are like, I don't even give a fuck about Israel-Palestine. Like, I know I have my own personal opinions on it, but I know that if I fucking if I brought that up, it would look bad. It would make you look bad if you were to say you're pro-Israel. I don't think so, actually. You're attacking him from the left. Hasan, don't you think the justification you gave here for China invading Tibet, they're still talking about this. Imagine him being so obsessed not to mention DGG in a Cambridge to a room full of normies. Brother, look at this conversation that you are finding yourself in. Look at this. Imagine him being so obsessed to mention DGG in Cambridge to a room full of normies that have no idea what DGG is, blaming it on like it was CIA, fucking Kino and Derage. First of all, I would not do that. And secondly, you're literally saying that. DDG is openly fantasizing about how they're going to do this. And then they're like, ooh, he's so obsessed. He's so obsessed if he recognizes the thing that we're doing in this thread. You have to literally, they're literally doing the AIPAC thing where they go into a Dem primary and attack Cori Bush, not on the Israeli issue because their constituents agree with her about that, but on other stuff. The objective is to discredit any anti-Zionist by any means necessary. I know, but I'm not so certain that many of these people in this community are that fucking invested in the continuation of Israeli dominance in the region. Some of them certainly are, as they are definitely Western chauvinists, definitely want American imperialism to continue, definitely think it's good. But like, they're not directly paid operatives or whatever. This is just the way that they operate for fun, which makes it even crazier. They're not even doing this for money. They're just doing this for fun. Fuck that. Makes me think it'd be good to be unsubtle with questions. You once said you paved the path to your success on your own, yet much publicly searchable information would show that your career was largely fostered by your affiliation with one Stephen Bonnell. Could you expand on that? That would make him look deranged in a room full of normies, so let's do it, lol. Don't ask him what he meant by it. He'll just snake his way out like he always does. Just read off a list of quotes and leave. You got to pretend Trump or someone like Destiny said it. Then once he's done criticizing the quote, just flip it and say it was you. Ask why he drove drunk over and over. What? Yeah, but just don't ask what you did. What did you mean by this crazy quote? That comes off like some low effort Twitter troll. Provide the quote, concisely tear it to shreds with some kind of fact, statistic, or historic parallel to show you're informed on the topic and baffled by his idiocy, and then let him respond to that. Ask him about that quote of him justifying rich college girls getting raped. Might be fun to ask if your college has rich girls enough to justify the rape, or if you meant Ivy Leagues. Honestly, it might be the best one. A lot of rich people on Cambridge, so I'm gonna make it quite personal. Like, these guys are fucking delusional, dude. Phrase properly, this would be an amazing question. No, you would look like a psychopath. All these confrontational ones are silly and will do more than make him look like a renegade, which is part of his brand. Just ask him about what Marx said about X or Y or Deleuze or Schumpeter or Henry George or whoever's response to it, and he won't anything of substance to say because he doesn't know much at all about the tradition he LARPs is coming from. That would require you to actually know something about Marx. These you will hate read Marx if it allows them to own Hasan, as they should. Sorry, but there's a reason his influence on so many strains of thought across so many fields of study to this day is undeniable. I like that this guy is Marx pilling these fucking weirdos. And you don't simply need to be a Soviet simp or really a Marxist of any kind to seriously engage with this. You do yourself no favors by cherry-picking weaker parts to dismiss the whole output. Yeah, I mean, he's played a very formative role in an entire field called sociology. So I think that, it's pretty valid to learn more about this way of thinking, I think. But if I recall correctly, the guy who made the post isn't even a current student. They're an alum. So a grown man going back to school to let the whole student body know they're an unfuckable loser. I really appreciate your consistent support of the Palestinian sovereignty, seeing as tensions have risen between China and Taiwan and Trump coming in. I'm scared that he won't intervene in this conflict before it's too late. Why are the conservatives in the U.S. government against advocating for the Taiwanese people to help them keep their land? Glaze, plus he will either have to say China bad, Uyghurs, Hong Kong, anti-democracy, which is bad for tankies because more U.S. intervention, or he will have to say one country, two systems like he did on Leftovers and look like a fool because how can you justify what China is doing well? Bonus points if he says that and you follow up with, but we wouldn't accept that solution for Israel-Palestine because then China would be like Israel. I'm so sad about the stupidity and the lack of intellectual curiosity in this community that is supposed to love these kinds of like heated debates and discussions. For a community that believes that the truth only comes out in the marketplace of ideas against interlocutors, they seemingly spend a good amount of time trying to actively suppress parts of their brain that might actually, listen to things in a more charitable fashion and perhaps even understand a very, a very different way of looking at the world. They're really talking about an annexation that happened almost 75 years ago compared to an active ongoing genocide. I know. Apparently, you are now a banned subject on the subreddit and posts like this now get deleted. They want to look like they never talked about you. Yeah, but unless they fucking nuke, and I mean when I say this, thousands, tens of thousands of posts that they've made prior, which that would be awesome if they did that. Yeah. Also, it's pretty funny because it's like I'm a one-stater, so I guess one state for Taiwan and China in their fucking worldview. I don't know. Cambridge is a debate board center of the UK. You won't need these weirdos to get some odd questions. Yeah, I know. I wonder what leak recently that has them covering their ass. Yeah, I wonder why they. I wonder why they are making these decisions actively. I don't know. Maybe they're just like moving the unhinged stalker shit to LSF, which is now apparently completely allowing politics and also allowing, Destiny says this about Hasan type clips again. I wonder how that happened. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that a person that once ran for Orbiter of the Year in Destiny's community, that's a real fucking competition. That's how big of a fucking cult they are. Is actually now the top moderator, the head moderator of live stream fails. So they're just gonna move their operations over there, I suspect. The stalking shit. So it's not so personally directed, especially considering that Destiny has openly advocated the brigade anywhere and everywhere that I mentioned, which they were already doing. Do you think they're going to 4chan instead of Reddit, or are they experiencing splinter Reddit discourse in their community? I don't fucking know. I don't follow it that closely. You guys just put this shit in front of me. Ask him why he constantly criticizes the US, but doesn't use any of his wealth to help improve any of the things he criticizes. Wait. Okay, that's a great opportunity. Ask him about Crimea, Uyghur camps, Taiwan independence, or the Houthis. Old enough to count, old enough to mount. He's not equipped to answer any substantial question based on what I've seen from him. He was a double major in political science and communication studies, but only on the bachelor level. Communication studies is mostly nothing burger to begin with, although political science is more substantial. I say its influence is overblown compared to the expertise they bring. But what bothers me most is his attitude. He acts like he knows everything, does no research, and is overconfident in the little he knows. Not really the attitude of a guy you can learn from. I have no idea what your school administrators are thinking. It's like inviting Tucker Carlson for a talk. They have invited Tucker Carlson to a talk. I suspect that they've invited worse people than Tucker Carlson. A deorbiter getting ready to ask tough questions. Yeah. A fan of a music school dropout. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not gonna shit on I'm not gonna shit on Divorcelli dropping out of music school. I don't really care about that shit. You can be like an empathetic person without a college degree who has like firmly held convictions, a decent moral compass that guides your politics, and an interest to do better for your fellow man. And I'll be right by your side, you know? I'll be there for you. I like my degree doesn't make me more valid. Ben Shapiro graduated from fucking Harvard Law. He went to UCLA for undergrad and then Harvard Law. These are some of the best institutions in the country. It doesn't really matter. It plays no, like, your background and your educational attainment does not matter to me even a little bit. I don't care about that shit at all. I know plenty of dumbasses that went to some of the best schools, and I know plenty of brilliant people that went to no school, right? It really doesn't matter. My disagreements with Destiny stem from the way he tackles certain issues and the way he positions himself in every conversation, and the genuine lack of intellectual curiosity that fosters in his own community. I don't think his community understands that either. Like, I get very frustrated about that because they just completely fucking shut off certain they actively work to shut off certain points of contention. Have you considered, however, that you don't do enough to support the DNC and therefore your access should be cut off somewhere? Very smart politics understanders have said this. Yeah. Also, Hunter Biden is free. Here is friend of the show, Christian Divine.
The last moments of his presidency to
talking about it.
Possibly the funniest potential outcome, because we spent the last 4 years being like, hey, Democratic Party, if the Republicans are heavily funding these think tanks that are just rooms full of old white men that I imagine can only smell like Rogaine and Johnny Depp's new Dior scent domestic, can sit around and find loopholes in legal policy to give the president as much power as possible so they can put in radical new change and executive orders in order to just ruin our health care, ruin our education, and ruin everything that makes life livable. Can't you guys sort of use those same abuses of power to just at least put in some protection, some workers' rights, some things for unions, some things for the minimum wage, stuff for housing, stuff to just generally protect whatever we care about, voting even. And they've all turned around and been like, hey, it's about bipartisanship. We have to play by the rules, you know? When they go low, we go high. But, you know, in this one case, free my nigga. Dang, that's my son. Y'all thought I was gonna go out and let my blood just chill in jail like that? Nah, we freeing the homie. We freeing the homie. I don't care. It was just a little crack he was smoking. He was smoking crack and getting the job done. To me, that's a hard worker who should be out of jail. What do you mean? Also, don't come at me. I understand that I'm oversimplifying the seat of presidential power. I'm just making a point about how actually fucking funny this is. So it seems.
This is a great take. One last thing I was gonna say before we get to the Hunter Biden thing is, like, someone linked this to me and went, there's another person who made like a documentary. There is not, in my experience, I have yet to see one singular documentary that has detailed the fallout and the relationship between Destiny and Hasan in an accurate portrayal, because every single effort post on the matter comes from his rabid community that have basically reframed the truth incredibly aggressively. I've yet to see a single effort post on this from someone in this community that has made like a long and comprehensive analysis on what actually happened. It spans across many, many years at this point, and that's it. You know, there's nothing out there. So that's a W for us. I mean, it doesn't really, no, it is PR. I mean, there's a shit ton of PR in the opposite direction. I don't think anybody cares. It's because we're not as drama pilled. I know. It's also because we've never, it's also because, you know, I never really talked about Destiny, or when I did, it wasn't from the framework of drama. The only reason why I ever decided to bring up Destiny's name in this community was because of his loyalty to Israel. But yeah, he's been cyber stalking, cyber harassing, and doing this like lolcow operation for 5-6 years, or 5 years at this point. So anyway, let's get to some real news. Hunter Biden. This was my reaction to last, like, what I do on the broadcast. This is what I do on the broadcast. Apparently Pokemon saw it as well.
Wait, no.
Unc losing his mind.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Azan can't dance. Omega Law is true. I can't.
It's so much better with different music, for real.
You look like the NPC from San Andreas when dancing. I know. I can't dance. I know. I just I can't. It won't stop me though. I'm not gonna stop myself from experiencing joy on this broadcast just because I can't do anything. Okay, because I can't do something. Stop making fun of his NPC dance swag. Yeah, I can't. I have no rhythm and I can't dance. And I also don't even listen to. I don't even listen to music. So I'm bad.
Yeah.
You gotta jerk off more.
I do.
Okay.
Why do you cringe at that? What I would
I
say the
just-
same to you. If you
I
were like, I
don't
can't
need-
sleep, I'd be like, you gotta flake the beans, sis. That's what I would
just-
say.
Hate everything that comes out of your mouth most of the time.
You
Yeah.
gotta jerk off. I want to go here, by the way. Inside Britain's first communist kebab shop, where the dishes are named after Lenin and Marx, but just down the road, a patriotic chippy is slammed for having inappropriate British flag. I want to go to this fucking shop. They're owned by Turks. Aptly named The Communist, the small 6x6 meter shop on Deptford High Street has attracted customers from all around the world as they bid to turn people to communism. The food itself is not cheap, though, with a menu named after communists and other leading political and social figures, which would put its prices at the higher end of kebab shop menu prices. It comes after a fast food takeaway shop called the Golden Chippy, which is 2 miles down the road in Greenwich, became embroiled in a row over a Union Jack flag mural. Greenwich Council ordered the establishment to remove it after receiving complaints, but the owner says he's prepared to glue himself to it. Mustafa Ali is a chef there and applied to work when seeing the job advertised in the kitchen. The 29-year-old says he enjoys working there and has been inspired by its message. Communism itself is a theory in which all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs. Its Marx menu, a lamb shish with salad, rice, or fries, is priced at 14 quid. This named after Karl Marx, the German philosopher, dubbed the father of communism. The Lenin menu, named after former Russian leader Vladimir Lenin, who murdered his people and left millions to starve. Yo, British media is so funny, dude. British media is the best. British media is so good. Oh God, they are fucking. I'm done. They're hilarious, dude. They always got that shit on lockdown. All right. But yeah, I want to go there. I want to go there, and I might take Owen Jones with me. Owen Bones. That's right. Very nice. They're owned by a Turkish guy, a Turkish communist. He's got to be a fucking HasnAbi head, I suspect. He's got to, if he's Turkish, a communist, runs a fucking kebab shop in the UK, I suspect he must know. That'd be pretty sick. Anyway, please do not associate with Owen Jones. Ayup is going to ban you from Yorkshire. Oh, no. Is this true? No, unfortunately, I am linking up with Jeremy Corbyn, but we don't have... He's not around when I'm in the UK for the limited time that I'm going to be there, and I don't have a lot of time when I'm there anyway. So he may actually be a HasnAbi head. Yeah. Ottoman İpek. I spent my childhood in Turkey. I was 16 when I met socialist associations for the first time. Like Martin Luther King said, we had a dream one day that communism would come. Ottomani Komünist Baba. We would have liked to keep our prices lower, but meat prices doubled this year. And it's not just meat prices, as you all know. There's unreliable increase in price of many items. Despite this, we would not lower the quality. We would not sell a product we did not like to eat to someone else. Anyway, yeah, this is the fucking institution, and I'm stoked to go visit it. All right, we're not gonna check the mini tab right now. Let's get to the fucking news. All right, as I was saying, Joseph Robinette Brandon, ladies and gentlemen, Joseph Robinette Brandon has offered a blanket pardon to his son, Hunter Biden. Let's get started on the story.
To issue a blanket pardon for his son, Hunter, a reversal from promises he made during the campaign. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, this is something that President Biden and this White House were adamant that he would not do. But this morning, with just weeks left in office, the president is now protecting his only living son with a sweeping pardon. Overnight, a sudden reversal. President Biden issuing a full and unconditional pardon of his son Hunter, ending a legal saga that the president now says was politically motivated. Biden had long promised he would not interfere with his son's cases, telling our David Muir in June such a pardon was not an option.
Will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes.
But now Biden says he believes his son was selectively and unfairly prosecuted. Writing in a statement, no reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. The president accusing his political opponents of trying to break Hunter, who has been sober now for over 5 years. Saying in trying to break Hunter, they've tried to break me, and there's no reason to believe it will stop here. Enough is enough.
I'm extremely proud of my son, Hunter. He has overcome an addiction. He's one of the brightest, most decent men I know.
Hunter Biden was convicted in June on federal gun charges for lying on a federal form about his drug addiction when he bought this Colt revolver in 2018. And in September, he pleaded guilty in a last-minute deal to 9 tax-related charges, accused of avoiding paying $1.4 million in taxes while living lavishly, taxes he had since paid back. He was scheduled to be sentenced later this month in each case, potentially facing more than a decade in prison. But now Hunter, seen with his father over this past holiday weekend, will...
So a lot of this story, I mean, this story is hilarious for every part of it, okay? Number one, was Hunter Biden prosecuted for political purposes? Absolutely, okay? He was. Because, and I said this back then as well, the things that he was prosecuted for are things that Republicans like, okay? Tax evasion and also gun ownership, any sort of hurdles against gun ownership. Republicans hate that shit. So ideologically, Hunter Biden was doing stuff that Republicans love to do. Lying on a fucking gun ownership form, only to find out that, they were lying. He was lying on the gun ownership form later because he stupidly wrote it in a book. that he was on crack cocaine in the time of his purchase of a gun. All that stuff is hilarious. Okay, this is exactly the type of shit that like Republicans would yell at the Democrats for over lawfare. Having said that, Biden spent years saying, "Oh, I'm not going to touch the Justice Department. I'm not going to do politics in the Justice Department. I'm not going to do that. Let it run its course. Let it run its course." First, he tried to get first the DOJ gave a sweetheart plea deal to Hunter Biden. The Republicans caught wind of that, got very mad, and then made it a much larger story. Then an independent investigation was conducted and found him guilty again. Okay, they tanked the sweetheart plea deal. Okay, which is an understandable thing that you would have gotten if you were a wealthy person in a position of power. That's just, it's inappropriate, but it is the way it is in the United States of America for the most part, for every fucking wealthy person, especially wealthy individuals who are directly related to power. Having said that, however, Joe Biden and the Democratic Party loves institutions, norms, civility, and defending the sanctity of these institutions. So for them to turn around and for Biden to turn around and like openly go against this is fantastic. It's hilarious. The only thing that is frustrating to me about this entire process is like, why won't they drop institutional norms for anything good? Why does it always have to be purely to like defend your fucking son? I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden going to jail or not going to jail. I don't care. You will never be able to convince me that this is like a gross misuse of the federal authorities. Like, it's just so fucking annoying. I want the Democrats to operate like this, but for good shit, not for pure selfish reasons. Okay? But what makes it even funnier is that these guys love hypocrisy baiting while being institution defenders. And the irony here is that they openly showed once again that they don't give a fuck. And Joe Biden's statement on it was, this is lawfare. This is political. This is like bullshit. You know who else said that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump. You can't fucking say that while you spent the last couple of years hunting Donald Trump, and the only thing you were able to lock him down on was like paying hush money to a porn star that he fucked with a misuse of campaign funds. And you couldn't even get him on that. You got his lawyer on that. So what did you get him on? You got Donald Trump on changing you got him on like paperwork. Okay? That's the only thing you were able to get him on, paperwork. All of a sudden, this is Trump world, is Trump universe. If I'm Donald Trump, I'm celebrating. I'm throwing up numbers on the board, because not only does this show that the Democrats don't care about norms, institutions, blah, blah, blah, all this shit, they also recognize the reality of lawfare. So all of a sudden, this is like a perfect silver platter opportunity for Donald Trump to turn around and be like, well, you see, I told you it was lawfare. They also recognize it when it happens to them. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, before people say, oh, well, Hasan, Donald Trump did this. Yeah, I know, dude. I know he did. I don't even give a shit that, one, I don't give a shit that Joe Biden did this. I can't stress this enough. Of course he was going to do this. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Number two, I do give a shit that Donald Trump did it. Okay? Because the stuff that Donald Trump did this for, the pardon powers that he used, was for like fucking murderers. Okay? For people who have done unimaginably bad things. Like, he specifically went in and pushed the military to no longer prosecute a war criminal. You know how hard it is for the Marines or for the American military to go, yeah, this guy was a little bit too crazy? You know how hard that is with Eddie Gallagher? You know how hard it is for the American military to go, yeah, this one guy may be a little bit too crazy. His own unit narked on him. His own unit, Eddie Gallagher, his own unit snitched on him. And that is after they openly said they were fucking up his sights, his scopes on his weapons, so he couldn't snipe children. Donald Trump saw that process and went, You got to stop that. That's a hero right there. You're going to give him his medals back. Think about how fucking insane that is. Okay? Anyway, so there are people that I never really gave a shit that Trump used his pardon power on, and I even said was good, you know. Getting A$AP Rocky out of jail, good stuff. You know, I guess pardoning Kodak Black is interesting. You know, I don't care about it too much. There's already far too many people. There's already far too many people that are in prison to begin with. Okay. But the notion that that this is a you know, I just don't know. I don't know why like liberals are so stupid. That's what I got to say on this. Even Republicans have basically looked at the situation. Even Republicans have basically looked at the situation and were like, great, I'm glad that Biden did this. Of course he was going to do this. It's his son. And, you know, now no one can claim that we're being ridiculous when we want to pardon the January 6ers. And to be fair, yeah, I mean, who cares if the January 6ers get pardoned? Okay, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, Dinesh D'Souza, who was pardoned by Donald Trump, is complaining about Hunter Biden being pardoned. That's also funny. There are this is a hilarious situation across the board. Okay, no one is above the law except my son Hunter, says Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza was pardoned by Donald Trump. Dinesh D'Souza's criminal trial was also so funny because it was like he is the one guy that so openly and so obviously was compromised, and in the way that he in the way that he carried himself, he's the one guy that went to jail for campaign finance laws. Okay, he did straw donations for his friend. What is this? He did straw donations. Dinesh D'Souza did straw donations for his school friend, okay, who still lost by like 75 points. And it was fucking spectacular because you don't need to do straw donations in America. You just use super PACs. And yet this dumb fuck still tried to do straw donations, and he went to jail for it. And he did a whole documentary about it. Also today, the mules were fake. My bad. Oh my God. Dinesh D'Souza also apologized for the two. Oh, what a fucking loser. All right. I'm all over the place right now. My ADHD is going out of control. Let's continue with this.
None of that. The president's pardon is sweeping, covering not just those charges, but any uncharged crimes between 2014 and 2024.
That blanket pardon is pretty crazy, by the way. It goes hard. It's like Hunter Biden until last night had the opportunity to do more crimes, and he would be free of federal prosecution, which is crazy. In my opinion, that's just... So it doesn't annoy you that the son of the author of the crime bill, who was responsible for destroying the lives of so many black Americans, gets to walk free of the same crime? No. It doesn't. I mean, everything that Biden does annoys me. I hate him, but it doesn't annoy me beyond like, I don't know. It doesn't annoy me beyond the fact that it's just like, who gives a shit? He had 24 hours to assassinate Trump and he failed. Yeah, because it's not it's like, I don't think anybody should be going to jail for some of the fucking crimes that Hunter Biden could have potentially faced criminal penalties over. Like tax evasion, it's completely unacceptable, right? Lying on your forms when you're purchasing a gun, also completely unacceptable. Having said that, however, these are both instances where there's a shit ton of lenience, especially in terms of like tax evasion is one of those crimes where it's like, if you get caught doing it, they come after you and they say, you have to pay this fee. And then that's it. You know what I mean? That's it. You fucking pay it back. You're like, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize this was the case. I'm paying it back, which is, you know, exactly what he did, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you pay it back plus a penalty. It's just like complete fake outrage. The people that are like genuinely upset about this. I guess like the only thing I'm upset about it is that like Democrats don't use this kind of like Democrats don't use this kind of like obvious grift and hypocrisy and abuse or you know, the misuse of power that you have for anything good. And I despise that. Okay. I hate that they don't do that. It's very frustrating to me. And I wish they did it for like actually good things. He should do this for broad clemency. Like he should do that. He should do this. Hold on. 1 second.
For months, the president intentionally avoided commenting on the specifics of his son's cases, not wanting to give the appearance of interfering, instead stressing his support for Hunter as a father.
I love him, and he's on a straight and narrow, and he has been for a couple years now, and I'm just so proud of him.
While at the White House, aides were emphatic that the president would not step in on his son's behalf.
We've been asked that question multiple times. Our answer stands, which is no.
But now the president says, here's the truth. I believe in the justice system. But as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process, and it led to a miscarriage of justice. Adding, I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision. The about face comes just weeks before President-elect Donald Trump is set to take office. Trump has vowed retribution against his political opponents and has repeatedly bashed Hunter and the Biden family, accusing them without evidence of corruption. President Biden clearly did not want to leave his son's fate in the hands of Trump's Justice Department. Now, in a statement and a post, Trump says the pardon is the abuse and miscarriage of justice here, while in a statement, his spokesman argues the president's move underscores Trump's claims that the Justice Department has been weaponized, saying, quote, that must be fixed, and saying that is what Trump intends to do when he returns to the White House. George.
Okay, Mary, thanks. Let's bring our chief legal analyst, Dan.
It's like, oh man, I can't believe the Justice Department is weaponized against you. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe that happened. Also, now Trump can just like turn around and say, this is what has happened to me. That's a crazy thing to say. Plenty of evidence. Hunter was corrupt. Wait, what? No, Hunter was in direct violation of the law. The point is, this is the type of shit that like under normal circumstances you would expect leniency over. And especially when it's like someone who is wealthy and powerful, they always get leniency over it. And the reality is, the reality of the matter is like, yeah, it is yet another instance of like the Republican Party very clearly creating drama surrounding it. As far as like Hunter's corruption goes, he did like basic nepotism shit. In Burisma, if that's what you guys are talking about. He basically lied to the fucking Ukrainians about how much access he had to the government when he had no fucking real valid opportunity to influence the government at all. And his dad, literally as the vice president, actually moved against him and against his position in Burisma. So much so that like, you know, numerous investigations were conducted by the Republicans that wanted to make this a much larger fucking deal, and they couldn't. They openly recognized that they failed to even make any movement. It seems like you're defending the corruption of the Justice Department by acting like this isn't a disgusting display of corruption. No, it is. My point is, I'm of two different minds on this. Like, the one thing is, if you think this is the grossest fucking misuse of justice or whatever, it's not. Okay, under normal circumstances, like I don't think anybody should be hit with the max penalty and be imprisoned for something like this. Okay, like especially when they don't even have access to the gun anymore, you know, and they've already rehabilitated. Do you see what I'm saying? The reality is, You and I are on the same page on this. You also don't think all of those people who are unjustifiably put in prison should be there. And I agree with you. And I think not Donald Trump, Joe Biden should be like, hey, what I did for Hunter, I'm going to do for everybody else as well. That would be the just process in this circumstance. He'll never do that because he's a corrupt pussy. I think that would be sick if he was like, listen, there are a lot of people who are in prison for far too long when they shouldn't be, and I'm going to fucking pardon them as well. Happy Thanksgiving. Chatter before was right, though. This guy wrote the crime bill, but when the Justice Department's brutality is aimed at his own, it's not okay. No, I understand the inconsistency there. You're not wrong. I agree. Like, I agree. Nothing good will ever happen. And it raises, and he still doesn't want his crime bill undone, even though it's a stain on his career. Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. You're 100% correct. The man who wrote the crime bill, who was the architect of the crime bill, which has been devastating for black and brown communities and poor people in general in this country, turns around and finds in his heart leniency and clemency for his own kin. All right. Oh, all of a sudden he's got it. Like, if you're pointing to that inconsistency, yeah, you're 100% right. Of course. The problem here is that it's not like no side of this is correct. You know what I mean? Like, you think Republicans actually care about the pure graft here? They care. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We got to make sure this dangerous criminal Hunter Biden needs to be fucking taken out of the streets. Like, no, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit at all. I mean, even the Democrats don't give a shit. That's what's so crazy about it. Even the fucking Democrats don't give a shit. They dropped Trump's cases already because he's president now. Okay? So I guess they weren't wrong. I guess Trump wasn't wrong when he said, this is lawfare. You're only coming after me because I'm standing in the way, you know? Which is it? You can't say Trump is a fascist criminal monster, which I agree with, by the way, and is like a hilariously bad, hilariously incompetent criminal, okay? And so open about directly violating the law so frequently. But you can't actually point to that and then be like, yeah, but I guess he's president now, so it doesn't matter. He's rich, he's white, he's president. We can't do anything about it. Let's drop everything. It's so stupid. You're actively undermining any sort of argument that you had. Democrats in this past year and a half have basically gone back on every single position that they have maintained for the past 8 fucking years. Trump is a fascist, but we have to kiss the ring. Trump is corrupt, but we have to drop his charges. Okay? Turns out lawfare does exist. And it was actually lawfare that the Republicans were able to weaponize against my son, Hunter Biden, who's done nothing wrong. Trump is a racist for wanting to fucking build a border wall, but actually the border wall is good and we want to build it now. And Trump is a hypocrite for getting in the way of building that border wall. It's ridiculous. And then people yell at me when I say we have a fucking uniparty approach to so many of these issues. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I genuinely don't know what to say. Anyway. The most immediate effect I've seen about this is that Dem voters are just saying, I don't like it, but Trump is worse, lowering the bar even more. Like, I get where they're coming from, too. I get where they're coming from, too. Because for the Democrats, they're like, oh, finally, we get a W. They're wrong. They don't get a W at all. Okay? They don't get a W at all. Violate norms and institutions, violate institutional norms and violate the principle of civility for good shit and not for like your own personal your own personal interest. Okay? And this is, of course, after I have already celebrated freeing my man Hunter, because having a big cock and smoking crack should not be illegal. Okay? That's right. Free him.
Abrams, we saw the president's words there, called it a miscarriage of justice, said Hunter was selectively and unfairly prosecuted. From a legal perspective, is that a good argument?
He has an argument, but he certainly has an argument with regard to the gun charge, right? There has never been another federal charge of someone charged under this set of facts, meaning the gun wasn't used in more than one crime, the person had no criminal record, the gun wasn't used.
Like, this is all valid, by the way. I mean, it is lawfare. But in the same vein that it is like Trump's rampant corruption and open corruption is also being weaponized against him in the same sense.
In a crime.
No, he didn't have his criminal record is spotless, because when you get caught with cocaine in your blood, but you're the son of like a senator, they don't do anything about it.
So that's the definition of selective prosecution.
Correct. You can definitely argue with regard to the gun charge. Now, the issue is that the gun charge got tacked on in connection with the plea agreement that initially happened and fell through. The tax cases is a little tougher. Yes, it's true that in a lot of cases, when someone doesn't pay their taxes, they're allowed to pay them back. And at worst, they just get a fine. It's also true that in certain cases, people get prosecuted for not paying their taxes. So it's a little squishier with regard to the tax charge as to whether this was clearly selective prosecution.
How about the idea this was a blanket pardon, protecting his son for anything that might have happened since 2014?
Well, look, that is certainly as sweeping as you can make it. And there is an argument that he could have done something much more limited, meaning granting him clemency. That would have meant the convictions stand, but with regard to a sentence, he doesn't get any jail time. There is no sentence. That's what clemency could have done. He didn't do that. He granted him pardon on the two charges, plus on anything he could conceivably prosecuted for.
Out of fear that he might be prosecuted.
Well, and because there are a lot of people on the right in particular who have been talking about a variety of crimes that they wish that Hunter Biden had been charged with, that he should have been charged with, et cetera. And I think that's the reason that one happened. But it's interesting when you hear the president's team, the president-elect's team, talk about the Department of Justice and weaponization. It's a little tough to say that because this Department of Justice is the department that went after Hunter Biden. So it's now the president stepping in to protect Hunter Biden from his Department of Justice. And I think it's an important point to remember in this context.
It is. Dan Abrams.
One other thing that I have to point to here is obviously like how openly he lied. Here's the 9 minute straight supercut of Biden regularly saying he would never fucking violate the law or go against the decisions of the DOJ.
Presidential promise to put the law before family.
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Letting the world know that he will not wipe away the decision of 12 of his son's peers.
Was asked directly, and he has said he wouldn't pardon his son if he gets convicted.
Let's wait and see what happens if he loses.
Yeah, but he said it.
He's going to get pardoned by his dad. There's no question about that.
The president has ruled out pardoning his son.
Major commitment from the president, accepting the outcome of the trial and also pledging not to pardon his son.
So the challenge for him is really to continue to live up to his values when it was really personal, and he did that today.
It seems like a pretty normal, straightforward answer, but it takes new weight when we see what Trump is saying about the outcome of his trial, what we're hearing from other Republicans who say they don't accept the jury's verdict here in New York.
The contrast is profound. To sit there and say, well, I'm not going to intervene in the legal process, and I wouldn't pardon my son. One side Democrats and Joe Biden protecting the justice system. And on the other, Republicans and Trump protecting Trump.
Our current president of the United States has so much respect for the law that he has said he would not pardon his son. I mean, what, you know, again, it's all about the contrast.
President Biden saying, I will respect whatever this jury decides,
That's
versus
right.
Donald Trump after he was convicted on 34 counts, saying the entire system is rigged against him.
Their latest attack has been that Joe Biden has politicized and weaponized the DOJ, right? That was the whole argument around Donald Trump's conviction. And this week, of course, Hunter Biden was found guilty, and Joe Biden has very clearly said he would not pardon his son, he would not commute his sentence.
Scumbag move, but if I had a kid, I won't lie, I'd do the same thing. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it depends. If you're, like, obviously, if he was, like, found guilty of doing, like, serial killing or pedophilia or whatever, like, then, yeah, no, fuck you. You know, you do your time at that point. But the charges are minimal. The issue here is the hypocrisy is like tenfold, okay? And I'm going to go through it step by step. Number one, he lied and said he wasn't going to interfere in the DOJ, but he obviously ultimately did. Number two, he is responsible for hundreds of thousands of Americans getting worse penalties at the federal level, overall being the architect of the crime bill, okay? Incredibly reactionary towards crime, incredibly draconian. He is a responsible figure for America's 25% incarcerated population, right? He is almost singularly responsible for it. So those rules do not apply to his own son. Those rules only apply to random poor people, okay, regardless of their background. But especially, yes, America houses 25% of the planet's incarcerated population, despite making up only 4% of the planet's entire population. Okay? So that's it. That's number two. Number three. The ways in which he actually pardoned Hunter Biden and claiming that this was lawfare, which is, you know, technically true, right? Like this was a political thing. The ways in which he went in to the pardon, the blanket pardon, saying this is lawfare, this is politics, and that's why I'm pardoning my son. Also, directly gives an out for so many of the Republican grievances. It basically confirms all the Republican grievances that Democrats are corrupt, they're criminal, they don't give a shit about the law, they act like they care about civility, they act like they care about impartiality, they act like they care about like preserving these institutions and their sanctity. They do not. And that's true, they don't, right? But last but not least, okay? Last but not least, the most significant, as a matter of fact, rank hypocrisy here is not even on the virtues of violating institutional norms and giving Donald Trump a perfect opportunity, but the reality that Joe Biden has been violating the law, the Leahy law specifically, in his endless support and loyalty to the state of Israel for the past year and change, for the past like 14 months at this point. And the media has criticized them less for that than they have criticized them for this. In the past 24-hour news cycle, the media has yelled at Joe Biden for his hypocrisy and his violations of institutional norms in this Hunter Biden situation than they have for the past 12 months, 14 months over his direct violation of international human rights and American rules that dictate that you cannot give weapons to an ally that is violating human rights. Israel has done that, and we have consistently continued to give Israel weapons, unlimited amounts of weapons. Biden recently secured $680 million of weapons, or 280? Another fucking $600 million to Israel on his way out. He's still doing it. He did that literally fucking 4 days ago, 5 days ago. Despite the fact that there is countless amounts of evidence, not just from NGOs and international organs of justice, but also evidence directly from the State Department that shows Israel is violating human rights by refusing humanitarian aid to reach a civilian population that it is currently in a bombing campaign over, that is currently genociding. That to me is insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like that is significant. That is infinitely more significant than like pardoning your own fucking son. And yet, it is yet another glaringly obvious inconsistency in the way that our media operates. Another glaringly obvious inconsistency in the way that our State Department operates, in the way that Americans in positions of power interpret hypocrisy or violations of the rules. Biden has been a serial violator of the rules. What a fucking ridiculous, nonsensical position. That's why I couldn't believe it when, where is it? Nate Silver was like, this is my red line. Nate Silver came out immediately yesterday. I said, I discussed here how I voted for Harris despite feeling like the Democrats indulged in a lot of bad behavior that voters were rational to publish. After the White House lying about the Hunter pardon, I'm not sure how much more I can tolerate. I won't vote for any Democrat in 2028 that doesn't repudiate the pardon within 48 hours. To which I said, I like that for this liberal, genocide is not a red line. Pardoning Hunter Biden is. It blows my mind that there are people out there who are like, genocide I'm okay with, but pardoning your son, that's a step too far. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah. Liberals, I can excuse the genocide, but I draw the line at pardoning a low-level criminal. You can excuse the genocide. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand how your brain can be this fucking broken. How you can be this devoid of humanity. That to me is completely unacceptable. Like, that's your fucking deal breaker, dude. You are such a monstrous scumbag. Oh, Americans are so weird, dude. It's just like, they're so selfish and they're so weird. Like, how do you look at so much death and so much destruction every single day and then turn around and go, yeah, that's fine. We got to do that. We have to do that. We have to let Israel rain hell upon undeserving civilian populations over and over again. But God forbid a president fucking pardons his son for some fucking low-level offenses, you know? So while on the one hand, while I understand the hypocrisy argument, especially not on terms of like lawfare, but especially because Biden himself is a person throughout his career that has advocated to institute harsher criminal penalties for low-level offenses in general, turning around and like pardoning his son is you know, obviously ridiculous, especially when it's not packaged with any sort of additional clemency. But the very fact that we are more hyper focused on this nonsensical shit and lose our minds over this is so silly. Like, it's just, I don't know.
Biden Justice Department has been politicized. That's the message this morning from not just Donald Trump, but from President Joe Biden himself. The president issuing a full and unconditional pardon to his son Hunter. after repeatedly insisting in public that he wouldn't do it. And to defend his decision, the president adopted an argument that could have come straight out of Donald Trump's playbook. Blame your political opponents and claim unfair persecution. President Biden said this, quote, "The charges in his cases came about only after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election." The president adding, quote, "No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son. And that is wrong," end quote. President Biden pardoning his son not just for the gun crimes for which he was convicted and not just for the tax crimes for which he pled guilty. Instead, Biden gave his son an extraordinarily sweeping pardon for any and all crimes he committed, may have committed, or even merely been involved in at any point in the last 10 years. That broad language, unlike any in recent history and reminiscent only of President Gerald Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon for, quote, all offenses against the United States, end quote, that the former president had or may have committed during his entire presidency. Trying to explain his decision to Americans, President Biden made a personal appeal. He said this, quote, "I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision," he said last night. Understand? Americans might, though they'll have to be forgiven for thinking that all of this was off the table.
Is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
Well, is there,
I just said no. I just answered.
When would the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before. It was asked of me not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and I was very clear and I said no.
You've said before that the president would not pardon his son. Is that still the case?
Nothing has changed. That is still the case.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
I could speak for.
Also, Ested pointed this out earlier today, but there was an NBC article that buried the lead here, and I find it very interesting, but Ested says, "Don't really have a take on the Hunter Biden pardon, except I found this to be a wild admission. This doesn't sound like messaging or spin, but an explicit decision to lie. Buried in the 14th paragraph of the NBC story that broke the news. The president has discussed pardoning his son with some of his closest aides, at least since Hunter Biden's conviction in June," said two people with direct knowledge of the discussions about the matter. They said it was decided at the time that he would publicly say he would not pardon his son, even though doing so remained on the table. That's just like, that's just lying. I like that liberal media has a way of portraying this as though it's something different, but like, no, that's just called deception. It's called lying, right? You can passive voice lying as best as to the best of your ability, but that's just called, yeah, I'm gonna pardon him, but I'm just gonna lie in public until the election is over. And liberals are losing their minds. Jonathan Chait, Biden's unpardonable hypocrisy. This kind of brings me back to another point that I make regularly, which is politicians lie all the time. They lie during campaigns. They overpromise and underdeliver. But what they choose to lie about matters. And what is shocking to me about the way that the Democratic Party has operated, especially in the last couple of election cycles, is what they choose to lie about. Trans women are a real woman. You're just a bigot like usual. What? Okay, this guy's hitting every avenue. All right, cool. Why do you say Bismillah before you eat pork? Okay, man. Anyway, my point is, what I've been saying over and over again is why do Democrats choose to lie about $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses? Why don't they choose to lie about pushing for Medicare for all? If you're gonna lie anyway, just lie about good shit. And it's the same with this. If you're going to violate institutional norms anyway, then do it for something good. Do broad sweeping clemency. It's so stupid. What's the point of lying, man? I don't get it. I mean, I don't know. It's just how you sell your position, I guess. This man straight up nuked the Democratic Party on his way out. Yeah. Okay, POTUS, now pardon the 3,000 people in prison for federal marijuana offenses, and pardon the 40 prisoners on federal death row, and pardon Edward Snowden, and pardon Leonard Peltier, not just your son. Yeah. But he won't do that. He won't fucking do that. Leonard Peltier is still in prison. And as of July, he was denied parole for killing 2 FBI agents in 1975. Spent most of his life in prison since his conviction in the 1975 killings of 2 FBI agents in South Dakota. Pardon Assata Shakur. There are plenty of people you could fucking pardon. You know? I hate it. I hate that, like, our... I just... The violation of institutional norms and rules only goes in one direction. And it's very fucking annoying. It's only done for straightforward, self-serving hypocrisy. Leonard is my grandma's ex-boyfriend. How cool is that? That's fire. Kason looking like Tony Snell. I saw this, and I didn't like that they were airing him out like this. FaZe Kason was trying to ask Pokemon out in the DMs. We are more than good. Apologies for misjudging you in the past. You're cool. I owe you a dinner. No, not the FaZe boys, just us. How else can we become friends? That's so nice. We can hit up a Middle Eastern joint with the FaZe boys sometime. My treat, though. FaZe says, Kason says, Lemao, chill. I was just being friendly. Okay, everybody needs to calm down. Oh, come on, dude. Not the Kuzma tweet. Jesus Christ. Hey, man, she's a pretty girl. I was being friendly, but you never know unless you try. They did him so nasty with this face, too. Like, Pokey was making this face while she was replying. That's crazy. Listen, shooters shoot, okay? FaZe Kason, salute to a fallen soldier. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He didn't ask in a weird way. This is like he didn't say anything weird. He wasn't gross. He wasn't odd. Okay, this is perfectly polite. This is a perfectly polite and perfectly normal interaction. Okay? That's it. If you get mad at this or whatever, I mean, yeah, people are, clowning on him, but it's fine. It's okay. Shoot or shoot. She was texting him on stream. She wasn't trying to do it on purpose. Yeah, no, I don't think Pokemon was, trying to air him out. All legal moves, no fouls. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I saw the Al Qaeda Twitter versus Islamic State Twitter beef. We'll cover that in a second. Yeah, you miss every shot you don't take. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Okay, and for Hasan, he took a shot and he did it in a respectable manner. And I don't have any issues with this. No notes. You know what I mean? What an insane sentence you just uttered. Oh, the Al Qaeda Twitter? Yeah, hold on. We're going to get there. I'm tired of seeing y'all rich motherfuckers DMs. Wait, what? What is the... They're just... This is just because they're two famous people. Like, what do you mean? And also, in most circumstances, the DMs you see are fucking gross. You know what I mean? The private affairs that many of these fucking streamers or whatever or rich people, wealthy people, famous people, their private affairs are usually not as normal as this. So yeah, I'm defending Hasan. Anyway. But getting back to the pardoning drama
For the president, and he said he would not pardon his son.
Does the president have any intention of pardoning him?
We've been asked that question multiple times. Our answer stands, which is no.
Well, it stood until last night. Joining us now, Saleha Mohsen, senior Washington correspondent for Bloomberg, Isaac Dever, CNN senior reporter, Megan Hayes, former director of message planning for the Biden White House, and Brad Todd, Republican strategist and CNN political commentator. Welcome to all of you. Megan Hayes, look, many of our viewers have gotten to know you, but you really do know this family. You worked inside this White House for a very long time. Can you help us understand how they got to this decision? Because I have to say, I've talked to some people who thought the president wouldn't get there because he was concerned about his legacy. Obviously, something really changed.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I didn't actually think he'd get there till much later in the last couple months of his term. But I do think with some of the nominations that Trump has put up, I think it probably caused a little bit of worry for him. But also, I think people have to remember the president has lost 2 children.
Oh, dude, he gets to have it then. Yo, it's important to understand.
Already, and he does not need to lose another one to more political, witch hunts that the president's calling them. He worries about Hunter going to jail. There's a lot of things wrapped up in this, but I think at the end of the day, the president made a decision as a father to keep his son out of jail and out of harm's way moving forward.
Just to pick up on something you said at the top of your answer, you think the selection, for example, of Kash Patel played into this decision?
I think that some of these nominations that Trump has been putting forward and leaving this in the hands of other folks, I think is worrisome to the president. I mean, President Trump and Kash Patel have said they're going to go after their political enemies. They're going after retribution. I think that Hunter Biden has been seen as the person that they've gone after many times, and I don't think the president's going to leave that to chance when he leaves office. He, again, does not want to lose another son. He has lost 2 children already, and he does not want this to go on any further once he leaves office.
Isaac Dever, what's your reporting kind of behind the scenes on how this came to be? But also, I mean, we have seen some Democratic reaction already criticizing the president for this. I mean, we saw a tweet from the Colorado governor, a Democrat, Jared Polis, saying it's bad precedent that could be abused by later presidents. Congressman Greg Stanton said, I respect President Biden, but I think he got this one wrong. And then Joe Walsh, who is a former Republican congressman who's become a Trump critic, he was on MSNBC. He put it this way. Let's play it because it's kind of a succinct way to look at it. Take a look.
So the next time any of us complain about anything Trump does, this pardon is just deflating. Nobody's above the law, we've been screaming. Well, Joe Biden just made clear his son.
Why is this such a big news? I don't understand. It feels like famous people news. It's because the media, also alongside the Democratic Party, uphold this false notion that our institutions are infallible and that no one ever does corruption. It's a very clear-cut case of corruption and hypocrisy. That's it. That's the reason why they love this kind of story, because it's a low level story. Okay. It doesn't have any sort of it doesn't institute any sort of material harm to the regular order of business in American society. It's not like undermining the capital interest that corporations might have. It's a perfect paparazzi adjacent story for the media to cover endlessly. Okay. I doubt, even in spite of all of this round the clock coverage on it, I doubt that many Americans give a shit. Okay. This is but an afterthought. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, remember when Biden did this? This is a legacy ender. It's like, who cares? I don't care. I do, however, care about, the real violation of norms, laws, in defense of Israel, for example. I think that is far more consequential. And yet the media that loves eating this fucking slop rarely ever covered that. Or even when they're covering this issue, they could be talking about the ridiculous nature of how many low-level offenders are still locked up in jail for similar comparable crimes. Okay? And the fact that there is no clemency for them. That's an angle that they could hit on this issue, but they won't, because they don't care, because that ultimately does undermine the criminal justice system, right? That is far more consequential to the way that our criminal justice system operates. So the media's job here is to just simply propagandize and talk about low-level shit that is slop. Okay? It's just complete slop.
Hunter is above the law. Donald Trump lies every time he opens his mouth, we've been screaming. Joe Biden repeatedly lied about this. The politicization of the justice system. Donald Trump and his people have been screaming. Well, that's exactly what Biden said here.
Does he have a point? And what are you hearing from other Democrats?
This is the kind of thing that does breed cynicism in people. And it's that cynicism that in part Donald Trump plays off of in making the moves that he does when he says, look, it's all rigged against everybody. The Justice Department is politicized, right? And now Joe Biden has said that. His Justice Department under his administration was what was pursuing these cases, was what had gotten the guilty verdict in the gun case, and we were waiting for the sentencing in this tax case. That's an issue for Joe Biden to face now, when he has put himself forward not just as an opposition to Trump, but as someone who is standing on principle and on norms and on keeping in that way. I do think, though, it's important we can hold multiple thoughts in our heads at the same time, right? That Donald Trump will perhaps use this, and certainly allies will use this as justification or something to point to when he does things, whether it's pardoning people who were involved in the January 6th riot or other things. But it's not like Donald Trump wasn't going to do some of those things anyway, right? And so, but it does muddy all the waters of people who wanted to see Biden, if nothing else, as somebody who was standing up for all of these ideals that he was talking about for the last bunch of years.
Yeah, fair. Although we should also acknowledge, Taleha, that this is not the first president to pardon someone who he is related to in some way, including, with Donald Trump, it was an in-law. But someone in his family nonetheless.
And in-law, Charles Kushner, Jared's father, who he has just nominated to be his ambassador to France. I would have to agree that there is a little bit of a precedent being set that now, when Democrats are sort of trying to figure out where do they go from here after having lost so badly in the presidential elections and down ballot races, they're trying to rebuild the party, and they're left with an aged president leaving. Former head of the Democratic Party after being president, and now he's done this. It's going to be really hard in the next 2 years as Democrats are trying to position themselves heading into midterms to also serve as bulwarks against some of Trump's plans, especially now that we've heard about his FBI nomination.
Brad Todd, you and I we saw each other on Sunday. We were talking about kind of the ways in which, Republicans obviously feel like the Department of Justice has been weaponized against them in political ways. Do you buy? I mean, Joe Biden is basically saying, look, he would never have been prosecuted if he wasn't my son, and that this is political as well. Do you buy that?
There's no question. A lot of Justice Department prosecutions are a result of the fact that the DOJ decides they can get press out of them. They are sensitive to media pressure. They're sensitive to political pressure. Joe Biden and Donald Trump are now saying the same thing. And I think that makes the case for why the DOJ has to be cleaned up. New ethos of operation has to happen there. But I think one thing about this pardon that's striking to me is that it's not for the gun and the tax charge. This is for everything he did in the last 11 years. Coincidentally, that's when he went on the board of Burisma, the Ukrainian gas company. I think that there's going to be a lot more investigation into what Hunter Biden's dealings were with Burisma, and now that he's been pardoned, he doesn't need the Fifth Amendment. He can tell us everything. He can tell us everything about his co-conspirators. He can tell us everything about other people who did business with him. A lot more is now on the table. And so I think Joe Biden, in overreaching here with an 11-year pardon, he may have opened more fodder for investigation from the House.
But that's the point. In the mind of the president, it seems that there was this fear that there would be vindictive retribution prosecutions of Hunter Biden under a Trump-run Justice Department. And look, it is definitely the case that some of the attention to Hunter Biden is because of Joe Biden. I remember still being in South Carolina.
It's kind of funny that they're still maintaining this position that, like, there's some there's something to be tapped into there. Like, oh yeah, there's still, maybe he's like secretly trying to pardon Hunter for Burisma shit. And it's like, I mean, they tried that already. I'd be shocked if there's like additional criminal misconduct that they somehow missed. You know what I mean?
Carolina the day after the South Carolina primary that Joe Biden won in 2020 when he turned his campaign around, and all of a sudden Senator Ron Johnson was asking for information about Burisma. So, but that's the way it goes. It's also the case that Hunter Biden clearly over the course of his career benefited from being Joe Biden's son.
Just watch. More people will be pardoned by this administration who dealt with Hunter Biden.
You're not going to believe it. We thought we had the show set, and then this happened last night. Fox News alert, President Biden's pardoning his son, Hunter. Right.
Chuck Dies, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Excusing any offenses the first son may have committed over the past decade.
Madeline Rivera is at the White House with the latest for us. Hey, Madeline.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Well, this is a big 180 for a president who has long said he will follow the rule of law. But the president says he changed his mind because he believes Hunter's charges were meant to break him politically. In a statement, the president says, in part, here's the truth. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process and it led to a miscarriage of justice. Hunter was supposed to have sentencing hearings on December 12th for his gun case and December 16th for his tax case. All of those now gone. But the president's pardon doesn't just cover these offenses. It covers any crime the first son may have committed between January 2014 to December 2024. And that time frame is notable given that Hunter joined the board of Burisma Holdings in 2014, and he has been scrutinized for his foreign business dealings. The president says he made this decision over the weekend while spending Thanksgiving holiday with his family. But NBC, which was the first to report this news, says the president had been talking about the possibility of pardoning Hunter with his close aides as far back as June when Hunter was convicted on those gun charges. As for whether we'll get any on-camera comments from the White House on this, there is no press briefing for the next few days with the president abroad for his long-awaited trip to Angola. Karine Jean-Pierre and National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby will gaggle on board Air Force One today, still that is off camera. And remember, the president held no news conferences when he had those international summits last month in Peru and Brazil. Lauren, Steve, Ryan, and Ainsley, rather.
All right, Madeline, thank you very much.
You got it.
Maddie unfazed by the cold weather. I mean, she does the same
She's ready
at
for
60 as she does in 30.
And she ran to the White House.
Oh, really? That's fantastic. So we knew this was going to happen, but we just couldn't believe the audacious way it did happen. Number one, I think it took almost zero courage You do it on a Sunday and then go to Angola and then take your press secretary with you. So no press conferences, just let the chips fall where they may. Pardoning your son, to me, is not shocking. Roger Clinton getting pardoned by Bill Clinton, not shocking. But never admitting that you were going to do it, saying definitively you wouldn't do it, and then going ahead and doing it, and then the letter that followed to explain what went into it is just full of...
There's nothing funnier than Republicans who have regularly demanded open corruption and have gotten it, and have also gotten mad when any sort of like glaringly obvious and incomprehensibly stupid way of doing corruption is exposed. They say it's lawfare. It's like really fucked up. I mean, everything that Donald Trump has done, demanded open corruption. Yes, Republicans have demanded open corruption. They have demanded that Trump is not worthy of scrutiny. They've demanded openly. Pete Hegseth is a Fox News commentator who very openly told Donald Trump to pardon war criminals, and he did. Okay, what are we talking about? And Donald Trump is now making him the defense secretary. Like, he's going to be in charge of the Department of Defense. Also, he's a rapist. So there's that too. Like, these guys, the entire modern right wing attitude towards the presidency is like, the president should be above the law. The president should be able to openly violate the law. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And only when it's obviously a Republican. If it's a Democrat in charge, then yeah, they can't do that. That's not allowed. Yeah. Here, this is a great analysis of the way that like right wingers are approaching this. Dave Portnoy. Here, let's watch Dave Portnoy first.
I thought I was done with political rants, but I guess I got one more. This Hunter Biden thing, it's in the news. Everyone's talking about it. Joe Biden and the Democrats, after probably saying no less than 9,482 times unequivocally that Joe Biden would not pardon Hunter Biden if Trump was elected.
The president would not.
It's perfect dumb guy fodder. You know what I mean? This is like moths to a light. You know what I mean? It's like so glaringly obvious as far as the hypocrisy goes. Virtually every single Republican understands why Biden did it. Okay. And I don't even think they personally give a shit about it, but they're like feigning this moral outrage in this situation because it's such an obvious fucking, glaringly obvious instance of hypocrisy. Democrats try to present themselves as like norm defenders, institution defenders, and then do this shit.
Pardon or commute sentence for his son, Hunter. I just want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
He'd have to go through the jury system. Nobody's above the law, blah, blah, blah. What's he do? Of course he pardons them. Of course he does. Not only that, it's like for 11 years. So anything he could have possibly done in the history of time, he is pardoned for. Now, I'll start by saying if I could do that for a loved one, a family member, I would probably do the same thing. I won't lie about it. I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to protect my own. No shit. If Trump gets elected and they're going to make Hunter Biden go to court and investigate him, all this, yeah, I'm going to protect him. But the Democrats, Biden, they didn't do that. They're like, no, what are we, crazy? Now, this is the point of this rant. And I've been saying it over and over and over. And why the Democrats got slaughtered in the election. Because they think they're morally superior to everybody else. So any Democrat, and lots of them, whenever you say this, it's like, what a fucking...
I think this meathead is right, by the way. I'm in agreement with him. No, I do think that a lot of people, and even Democrats and people that like look at the Democratic Party from afar, see the moral high ground that the Democrats present themselves as defending. Okay? They do. Democrats present themselves as the morally superior party to the Republicans. And in many respects, because of how bad the Republican Party is, like, they're not technically incorrect. Okay? Democrats also personally like to see themselves, Democratic Party voters also like to see themselves as people who are morally superior, intellectually superior to the Republicans and the Republican Party voters. They see themselves as the good guys, and the Republicans are the bad guys. This kind of shit, once again, is fantastic for people who look at the situation and go, whoa, I thought you were the good guys. What happened? We knew you weren't the good guys. And now you've proven it once again. You feel me? You understand where I'm coming from?
Liar Biden, the Democrats are. Can you believe it? They always yell, Trump, Trump, Your brain is broken. Your brain is broken. You don't get it. Because here's the thing. What the Democrats have done for, 12 years, have taken this moral high ground that we're the righteous party, the truth, honesty, integrity, and Trump is a threat to democracy. He's Hitler and he's a Nazi and this and that. And then the Democrats, whether it's the primary or this, time and again, they're worse than anything Trump's ever done. So if you're like, it's not that. It's the lecturing. It's the Democrats, this engine, just lying straight to our face, pretending they're the moral, righteous authority, and thinking the American people are so stupid that we don't see through it. Blow up the Democratic Party. I'm not saying if you vote Democrat, you're a liberal. And I'm saying the Democratic Party, the people, the talking heads who sit there and call Republicans trash and we're stupid, no strong women around Trump. This is why you got obliterated in the election, because you guys are all fucking liars. You sit on a house of lies, a throne of lies. You're no morally better than anybody else. Stop pretending it. We see through you in time and time and time and time again. Your true colors come forward. So stop pretending that you're this moral, righteous authority and you're so true and virtuous. You guys are
Just rate the pizza, bro. Just put the pizza in the bag, bro. Stupid, the dumbest argument. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. You got to understand, if we're surrounded by dumb guys, if American politics is dominated by dumb guys, you have to understand where the dumb guys are coming from. And this dumb guy is not wrong. Yes, he is Lamau, but go off. I mean, he's not wrong. The only problem here is that he's like, yeah, you guys are doing corruption, and that's why I'm voting for the even more openly corrupt party. That's the part where he's wrong. Okay? Do you not understand?
The righteous party, the truth, honesty, integrity, and Trump is a threat to democracy.
Like, I say this shit too. I say this shit all the time. What do you expect? What do you expect people to think if you present yourself as like institution defenders and then violate those institutional norms for personal gain after lying and saying over and over again that you won't do that? I also think this happens to be more honest in a weird way than like the likes of Nate Silver, who are like, and this is my red line, sweetie. You know what I mean? Oh, I voted for the Democrats reluctantly, but I think I won't anymore. It's like, okay. Huh. Did you see this Vox article this morning? I'm surprised they mentioned John F., but not you. Why would they fucking mention me? I am not a progressive group that has anything to do with the Democratic Party. I have no institutional influence. It would be journalistic malpractice to say the likes of Hasan Piker are responsible for the Democratic Party's successes or losses in any meaningful capacity. John Favreau, Matt Iglesias, and Ezra Klein have the ears of some of the most important Democrats in the country, establishment Democrats. That's why I laugh whenever people say like Matt Iglesias literally does have direct influence over establishment Democrats.
He's Hitler and he's a Nazi and this and that. And then the Democrats, whether it's the primary or this, time and again, they're worse than anything Trump's ever done. So if you're like, it's not that.
Okay, that part I don't agree with. Worse than anything Trump has ever done is ridiculous.
It's the lecturing. It's the Democrats, this engine, just lying straight to our face.
That part I don't agree with. He's definitely wrong about that. Why are we listening to this chucklehead? Because not only is he a chucklehead, but he represents the average dumb guy's opinion. Okay? He represents the average dumb guy's opinion, and a lot of dumb guys feel this way, and that has electoral consequences. Okay? If the entire marketplace is filled with dumb guys that care more about their own personal feelings over the way that the Democratic Party is conducting itself or whatever than the actual truth, then that's what matters. That's what matters. You need to understand where people are coming from and how they're arriving at these conclusions.
Pretending they're the moral, righteous authority and thinking the American people are so stupid that we don't see through it. Blow up the Democratic Party. I'm not saying if you vote Democrat, you're liberal. And I'm saying the Democratic Party, the people, the talking heads who sit there and call Republicans trash and we're stupid, no strong women around Trump. This is why you got obliterated in the election, because you guys are all fucking liars. You sit on a house of lies, a throne of lies. You're no morally better than anybody else. Stop pretending it. We see.
I think it's the sanctimonious, smug attitude that Democrats present themselves as that very clearly is not the truth. The Democrats, if they behaved this way and they actually cared about the institutions, I guess they could at least have like some kind of saving grace. Okay, they could basically just be like, yeah, well, Republicans are pieces of shit. We do care about this stuff. And that's why, see, we don't do it. I still think it's dumb for them not to do it. Okay, you guys know this. I always tell the Democratic Party to behave like Republicans, not in terms of policy, but in terms of politics. Okay. It's ironic because Republicans are also sanctimonious and smug as well. But regardless of the ways in which the Republicans and the Republican Party carries itself, it doesn't read in the same way. Republicans love cancel culture. Americans, by and large, still think cancel culture is an invention of the left. Okay? Everybody loves identity politics as long as it's just their identity, okay? As long as they can use it against their perceived ideological enemies. You understand me? They do this shit. Republicans do this shit as well, but then they also actively block and push, and they make it seem as though this is only just a liberal thing.
See through you in time and time and time and time again. Your true colors come forward. So stop pretending that you're this moral, righteous authority and you're so true and virtuous. You guys are fucking scumbag liars, and you prove it time and again. And this is just the latest in a long line with Hunter Biden. Yeah, I would pardon my son too if I had one, if I could save his ass too. I just wouldn't lie about it like you guys lie about it. By the way, everybody knew the lie was coming.
I guess this is something that I've talked about quite a bit. And I think it is important for people to understand. Donald Trump is honestly dishonest, okay? The Democrats, on the other hand, still maintain the aesthetics of honesty while appearing as dishonest in their actions. That's it. And when someone is honestly dishonest, openly a bad guy, openly toxic, that reads as earnest. that reads as more earnest than politicians on either side of the political spectrum, either side of the aisle, that are trying to maintain the aesthetics of, real normal politics. And I don't think that there is any reason to try and defend this random fucking principle that, the Democratic Party is principled defenders of institutional norms and civility when they're not. And they shouldn't be anyway. They should just fight. They should fight and they should win. And in the process, improve people's material conditions. They should do that. I want a fighter. And I think that there are a lot of Americans who feel the same way that I do. But they don't do that. They lie about dumb shit instead of, lying about good policies like Medicare for all. And not even lie about it, but I think take it one step further and actually implement it. But it's like weird that they won't even choose to lie about it because that's how captive they are to corporate interests. That's how captive they are to corporate interests.
Everybody. It's fucking pathetic. That's it. I'm done with, hopefully done with the political rants, but it's just so crazy. It's like, and then you'll see Democrats still trying to be like defending it. Just give up, blow it up.
I agree with this, but not in a way that right-wingers are pretending to be outraged about. Democrats need to continue to ignore norms and lean more into vindictiveness and intentionally politically evil actions to suppress the right wing as much as possible. Yeah. And don't do it in this like pussy ass way. Republicans also, for the record, Republicans lie about this shit all the time too. What do you think happened when they were prosecuting Hunter Biden? It was lawfare on the other side. They did that shit too. Everybody does this. It's so frustrating. Everybody does this. It sucks. But if you're going to do it, at least the Republicans move the needle in terms of the legislative agenda that benefits some of the most insane people in their fucking, in their coalition. Republicans regularly use dishonest tactics to suppress the Democrats and lie about the Democrats and lie about their own positions. But they fight. At the end of the day, they fight for their constituencies. Democrats don't. I'm trying to strip this conversation of all of the important factors, okay, of any kind of like tangible material impact and explaining it to you in the simplest ways possible, which is Republicans will do the same exact stuff that the Democrats do, okay, and have done time and time again, the exact same things that the Democrats have done. And they also act as though they're doing this at the behest of like some sort of serious standard that they're upholding. But the major difference here is that while Democrats and Republicans both do this, okay, and the Republicans do it way worse and way more openly and way more frequently. I mean, the Benghazi investigations that took a longer time than the 9/11 Commission that Kevin McCarthy openly said was done to destroy Hillary Clinton's chances of winning the election and then gloated about it. Like, this is not new, okay? It's not. The problem is, in that process, the Republicans also offer some red meat to their base, okay? And the base feels happy when they get some of the electoral victories, some of the legislative victories that they can always point to. The Democrats don't do that. The Democrats' legislative victory is like marginal improvements, like the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, that is already, before it even gets out of the gate, it's like compromise on top of compromise because of internal party conflict. Okay. Oh, we can't increase the minimum wage because the Senate parliamentarian decided that it's not in the rules. Like, who gives a fuck? Fuck the Senate parliamentarian. Fire her and hire a new one that'll play fucking ball. The Republicans have done that in the past. They did that. At the time, when the Senate parliamentarian was being called into question for tanking the $15 minimum wage aspect of the of one of these like simple majority bills that was being passed, I said this. I was like, the Republicans would never stand for this, and they have in the past fired the Senate parliamentarian for trying to kneecap certain aspects of their legislative agenda. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I don't know. I just think this this kind of back and forth is so stupid. Like, it's just a simple distraction.
Holes and inconsistencies that I think leave him wide open and leave his party susceptible
Brian,
to further damage.
in that letter, he said, quote, I have followed a simple principle. Just tell the American.
Do you think Republicans are good legislators? The only thing they ever pass is tax cuts? First of all, you're the most wrong you've ever been. You can say that Republican agendas, as a matter of fact, align with the Democratic Party's agenda in terms of tax cuts and deregulation because they're still operating in the interest of their corporate benefactors. And therefore, the Democrats don't actually launch any sort of serious fight against them. And so the deck is stacked against the Democrats. That I agree with. But if you think the Republicans are not good legislators, you have not been paying attention. Of course they are. Of course they are. Are you kidding me? They literally, they're victims of their own success. It's not just about directly utilizing the federal government or directly utilizing the legislative body at the federal level, Congress. They have completely sidestepped and effectively neutered Congress. Okay? They use the judiciary. They use the judicial branch. That's what they use. They use state legislators where they can take advantage of redistricting and gerrymandering for disproportional representation and pass ridiculous bills. And if there's any sort of judicial contest against said bills, they can take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, where, as you've also openly recognized, the Federalist Society has already stacked the deck with a supermajority of far-right Supreme Court justices that will undermine the rule of law, break the fucking institutions time and time again. I'm not saying they're playing fair, but if you think that they do not enact their agenda, you haven't been paying attention. There have been like 200 bills that passed in the state legislators against trans people when there's like fucking 40 trans athletes total. Okay? That's number one. Think about the, signature accomplishment of Biden in terms of gun control. What did that achieve? They are so successful that they basically turn around and, find new issues that aren't even real issues at all, and then legislate at the behest of these issues that aren't even real issues at all to put even further numbers on the board. It's like they're winning. They're winning by fucking 40 points in the fourth quarter, and they're still dunking. Okay, they're not even bringing out the second string. They're still going with their starting five, and they're just still pummeling. This is the way that the Republican Party operates. So to say that they are not successful in enacting their legislative agenda is just false. Republicans don't pass legislation. Now let me log into my VPN so I can look at Pornhub. Yeah. No, they don't have to pass federal laws aside from tax cuts, which is still, again, openly in their favor. And they are very successful at that. But they don't have to pass federal laws. They can undermine the laws of the land or federal laws by weaponizing the state legislative body, and then taking these bills up all the way to the Supreme Court, which they've already stacked. There is no equivalence on the Democratic Party front. None. None whatsoever. In terms of abortion restrictions, that was what the base wanted. That was at least a key part of the base. Really, really wanted that. Okay? And they gave it to them. Gun control. When is the last time we've had any sort of reasonable gun safety measures implemented? Biden will tout his electoral accomplishments with the shittiest fucking gun control bill. By that same standard, by that same metric, Donald Trump did just as much as Biden did in terms of gun control when he made bump stocks illegal. There was a period of moment where they were talking about red flag laws and instituting them. Last time any sort of serious gun control measure was passed was 1994, the assault weapons ban. And that's back. Yeah.
American people the truth. No, you lied to us so many times, but about this specifically, you said you were not going to pardon your son. You said it over and over and over. You said you didn't know anything about your son's his businesses. You never discuss it. Then there's video or pictures of you playing
bump stocks, which no one in the right mind uses when you can spend $200 on a tax stamp for an NFA weapon. I think the tax stamp is more than that. Is it just $200? No shot. I feel like there would be significantly more automatic machine guns in circulation if it was only $200. I thought it was like $15,000. I think you're talking about a tax stamp for something different than that, right? The $200 is for suppressors. It is $200, but it does not cover full auto. Yeah, I thought the tax stamp was closer to. Hold on, let's look it up. What chatters are talking about is I guess one barrier of entry to like purchasing automatic machine guns in this country is the incredibly expensive tax stamp that you need to get. And oh, you're talking about SBRs and silencers that have a $200 tax stamp. Yeah, SBRs are still semi-automatic. But automatic machine guns, if you want to get a fully automatic machine gun, you still need to get like, I think you need to go through additional checks. Usually it's just people that have like, usually people only get that if they have like a shooting range or whatever. You know what I mean? Even fully automatic weapons only need $200 tax stamp, but it has to have been manufactured before 1986. You have to be a licensed weapons dealer for full auto. That's why a YouTuber can get it. It's a loophole. NFA automatic weapons themselves are at least $15K just for the gun. All are grandfathered, so zero new supply. Yeah. Because it's like after 1986, it costs like a bunch of money to get a stamp for it or something. The tax stamp is still $200, but there's other things you need, like a specific firearms license. Others can have them if they're weapons dealers. Yeah. You can get a FFL without an actual shop and get automatic weapons. I feel like there are, my point is there's a lot of limitations, whereas a bump stock, you could just like, in this country, a bump stock automatically uses, a bump stock changes the semi-automatic weapon into basically an automatic weapon by simply using the force against it, okay? It uses the semi-automatic rifles, what's the term? Momentum. Okay, it's inconsistent and it doesn't really matter. It uses recoil. Yes, thank you. It uses recoil to turn a semi-automatic weapon into an automatic weapon. Technically, you could take a semi-automatic weapon, and if you're like fast enough, you could almost recreate. You could almost recreate the same firing speed of an automatic rifle. Some people do that. Okay? Yeah, if you just go, if you tap it really quick, some people do that. You have to be really good at fingering. Anyway, the point is, this little thing that you can purchase, this bump stock that you can purchase, is like relatively affordable and easy to access, much easier to access than the many different hurdles and the lack of readily available arsenal in terms of like an automatic rifle. Okay, that's it. There are barriers placed in front of people to go and purchase an actual automatic rifle. As a gun pervert, you wouldn't use a bump stock because it's too inconsistent with the rate of fire and accuracy. Better bet would be a binary trigger where it shoots once and you pull, it shoots again when you let the trigger go. Yeah, bump stocks are not exactly like even the initiative taken against bump stocks after the Las Vegas shooting was kind of silly because like they're so inconsistent. And it's just like, I feel like it's like a YouTuber thing, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, look, see, I turned my AR-15 into an automatic weapon. But it is super easy. Not if accuracy is second to fire rate. Yeah. You can very easily obtain an illegally procured fully automatic gun in the US, but it's not as difficult as you are trying to make it seem. What? There are simply less fully automatic rifles in circulation in comparison to the readily available semi-automatic rifles that you can purchase with ease in certain fucking red states. And there's a reason for that. It is because of the many differences, or it's because of the many hurdles, no matter how small, placed in front of people that want to go out and purchase it. That's simply all I'm stating. And even then, the bump stock was like a gimme, you know. It was just an inconsequential part of the broader gun manufacturing interest. And even then, it's back now. They took it away for a little bit. It didn't matter. They even gave that back. Okay. Most of the conversations surrounding guns in this country need to be interpreted from the lens of the profit motives of gun manufacturers. I think a lot of even leftists who like guns, who want to fuck their guns, forget that reality. That the reason why we interpret the law and have so many nonsensical fucking opinions, so many nonsensical legal opinions that are genuinely harmful to American society on the issue of guns stems from gun manufacturers and the fucking stranglehold that they have over the American judicial body and the American legislative body. The other reason, from a cultural perspective, is because Americans love commodities, okay? They love commodities, and guns are a commodity that we fetishize. It is a cultural signifier. When you purchase a gun, you're part of a big club of other gun lovers and gun owners. And there is a, false interpretation of the Second Amendment associated with it. So now it's not only just a commodity, but it's also like there's a political association that you're engaging in. It's perfect. It's a perfect way to make Americans get on board with this thing as a political movement. It's very stupid overall. But the reality of the matter is guns are simply no different than a fucking Gucci bag. Except it's a Gucci bag if the Gucci bag's primary purpose was to end human life, okay? End organic, like end sentience, end organic life. So it is very dangerous and therefore should be regulated. And yet we will never get that regulation for the reasons that I just mentioned. Not having guns and knowing how to use them as a leftist is dumb. Wait, what? Oh my God. All right, let's move on from this. I can't believe we're talking about gun laws
Playing
now.
golf with his business associates. You said you didn't know anything about your brother with Burisma, but he lied about this, and I think he was always going to pardon. He just lied because he was running for president, and he didn't want that to hurt him and affect the election.
He decided over the weekend.
Yeah,
so you're wrong.
but listen to this. Here's why I think that he thought about it, and he knew he was going to do this. The sentencing for Hunter is in a few days, December 12th. The sentencing for the California case is on December 16th. So you have the Delaware case and California case within the next few days. So I think he said, I've got to do this now. And he pardoned him for 10 years. January 1st, 2014, 4 months later, he started working for Burisma.
So, Ainsley, speaking of lies, the Daily Signal puts it this way, talking about some of the lies that have been said from the White House podium. It's transitory inflation. Afghanistan was a success. The border is secure. Robert Hur lied. Biden's fine. Those videos are cheap fakes. Biden had jet lag. Biden had a cold. Biden isn't going to be replaced. Biden isn't going to pardon Hunter. The great thing about this is that now it seems like the president of the United States agrees with Donald Trump, that there's corruption within the FBI and the Department of Justice.
Yeah, I mean, this is, are you not supposed to do this? Are you not supposed to run the numbers on the board? I mean, if I'm a Republican, I'm celebrating, you know? I'm flexing. I'm flexing all day, every day. It makes total sense for them to do this. You know? It does. It's yet another fucking incredible opening for them to just consistently hammer the inconsistency in the Democratic messaging and how much they fucking act as though they care about rules and the law. Well, simultaneously, they very clearly don't care.
So maybe we can get something done about it. Now, finally, we're all on the same page now. So maybe we can get a new regime in to change this corruption that he says.
Well, you know, and Brian, you brought up the fact that on the way out, Bill Clinton pardoned his half-brother, Roger, for cocaine. On the way out, Donald Trump pardoned his son-in-law, Jared's father, Charles. But what's unique about this case is both of those people had served time already. They'd already done their jail time. This is to avoid jail time because he has not been sentenced yet. And so this is just essentially a gigantic get out of jail free card. Axios says they've got to break down why Joe Biden did this now. Mm-hmm. And what it says is for years, well, this actually kind of makes sense. For years, Joe Biden has felt guilty because he became president and brought scrutiny upon Hunter Biden. And there were investigations and all that stuff. And so Biden and Biden's family believe that the attacks on Hunter ultimately were meant to push him into relapse and imperil Joe's.
You got to be kidding. You've got to be.
Give me a break. He had more opportunities than most kids ever do.
I am simply explaining their rationale for doing it at this time. So in other words, Joe Biden felt bad that his presidency caused Hunter Biden to get investigated.
But is Axios saying that's their theory, or are they saying that's the Biden theory?
That's what I said. So Joe Biden and the family feel that Hunter, they believe that he was attacked. Yeah. They were attacking Hunter to push him into relapse and imperil Joe's presidency.
Everybody from all different sides. It's such nonsense when you have people from all different backgrounds that have had people that had disabilities when it comes to their the drug addiction. No one's even talking about that.
parents.
People are talking about the corruption and explain that to all the men that you put behind bars when you signed the crime bill, and now you want sympathy for your son. You had no problem locking up all these other men back in the day after you authored a bill. So spare me with the, oh, this is because pushing him into relapse. No one even is talking about that.
See, and along the way to finding his international business dealing, we found hookers and crack.
Yeah.
But only thing people care about,
and he put that out,
is the Romanian billionaire, the Ukrainian Burisma deal, the Moscow mayor's wife, the millions coming out of China and the diamond rings. Those are the things that happen. By the way, this is the most luxurious crack addiction ever. With crack, usually your life goes down. The more crack he did, his life went up and millions came spiraling in. The fact is he didn't pay taxes on it was an additional red flag.
Well, you know what, Brian, what you just detailed, those are things we know of. Essentially, this pardon, this unconditional pardon, excuses him from anything he did, and that includes the stuff we know about and the stuff we don't know about, ultimately. And earlier it was brought up that Joe has put his entire political party, the Democrats, in a pickle. Think about the Democrats. What did they do to Joe Biden? They got rid of him, running for president, and now I don't think he cares.
Well, he was. I think
it is revenge. Absolutely.
I think he was going to do it regardless. I mean, they just lied about it. Whether he became president or not, the son was not going to serve one day in jail, which is why the media should have been a king to what was going to happen. I mean, they asked the question, so I give them some credit for that, but they said he's an honest guy. This is a guy that would never do that. And by the way, the White House sold us two stories. They said that Hunter Biden was a successful businessman. And also that he was an addict as well. So the smartest man in the room that was.
If they think hookers and crack is bad, then what do they think of Pete Hegseth doing this? Pete Hegseth accused of chanting "kill all Muslims" on a drunken night out. They think this is awesome. Pete Hegseth has said basically this, but when he's sober and with not the same terms. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, they don't give a shit when people do crack cocaine, okay, on their side. They just don't care. It's very stupid. You know?
Was also severely addicted to drugs. You cannot have it both ways. Either he was the successful businessman that had all these connections, or he was addicted. Can't be both.
I think also he thinks that as a dad, maybe he's afraid to lose another son, and that's why he wants to take care of this son. That's more important to him than watching his son have consequences for breaking the law.
Look,
and also, I shouldn't be, but I am just floored at the just lie.
Yeah.
I'm floored that he told us over and over, I am not going to pardon him. So I thought, well, wait a minute. I don't think he's going to just let his son go to prison. So maybe he's assuming that Kamala will win. Maybe they have a deal. Kamala will pardon him in January. That way he can continue to say, I'm not going to pardon, I'm not going to pardon. But then you look at the sentencing. The sentencing is in a few days for Delaware and for California.
Just a coincidence.
It's right before that is when he decides to pardon.
It's just a coincidence, Ainsley. He was thinking about it over the weekend.
Over the weekend.
Yeah. He realized, you know what?
Planned this all along.
Honey, you know what? I can't have any more cranberry sauce.
Trump's son did coke on camera. Yes, it can be. What the fuck, lol? You can be both. And it's how you are often. How else can you be both?
By the way, give me the paperwork. I'm going to pardon Hunter. And you might as well tell him.
Well, we knew it was coming because just before the pardon, Hunter Biden's attorneys put out a 52-page paper called The Political Prosecutions of Hunter Biden. So it's like, okay, that pops out. Next thing you know, his dad says, I feel guilty about Hunter getting dragged through the muck, and so I've done this.
It's only political when it comes to Hunter Biden. Who knew that they were above reproach with everything else, but when it comes to Hunter Biden, then suddenly they become political?
Well, when President Trump tries to pardon the J6ers, I think he's going to have a lot less pushback.
Right.
He's going to say, you know what? I looked at it. They suffered enough. They actually went to jail.
Well,
so,
Brian,
in some cases,
it's not of.
Holy fuck. They're
of course, been
pumping
following-
it, dude. They're pumping it. Oh, they're pumping it. Imagine being paid millions every year to lie and distract on behalf of Epstein's best buddy. I mean, dude, every single person involved in American politics is so openly corrupt and awful and like so very clearly violate the same rules and norms as they like make it seem as though there is some semblance of rules and norms to begin with. All these institutions bend to your will. I mean, we have rules in the books that say Democrats and Republicans both. No politician is supposed to be trading on information that's not publicly available. No one gets enforced. How come we never enforce that? Like super simple shit. Remember when I said to the Pod Johns that the Democratic Party should use the federal regulatory agencies against those who very clearly against politicians, even in its own ranks, and certainly against others when they are in clear-cut violation? They should at least investigate people who are who have this like very glaringly obvious conflict of interest. I used the example of Joe Manchin, and John Lovett was like, "What? That's crazy. You mean like, you know, influence the regulatory agencies?" And it's like Republicans do it anyway. And not only that, but it's like it's for a good purpose, and it's just simply holding politicians to account. It's their job. There should be consequences if you're violating the rules that are in the rule books, you know? The problem is every single fucking Democrat and Republican does it. Every single one. So, of course, no one is going to do that. No one.
Following the president's pardon of his son Hunter this morning. And by the way, did you know the power of the pardon is written into the Constitution? It's Article 2 to be exact. A president can essentially eliminate the consequences of federal crimes and basically say the U.S. government forgives you. Pardons can be used as a tool for reconciliation or as a way to bring the nation together. For example, when a president pardoned another.
What is this? Y'all are clowning on Kason, but this is how you politely ask a girl out on a date? I said 100%. When do you say that? Because Kason actually put Hasan on to politics and taught him how to work out. Kason used to be hella swole back in the day too. Hasan also hates Mexicans. Kason loves Mexicans. Kason, please put Josh's phone down. This is a side conversation happening. Okay, this is Kason, let me borrow his Lambo. Yeah. Kason actually didn't lose his advertising revenue for the month. He actually gave it to charity. But he's such a good guy. He's such a good guy that he actually didn't want people to know that he actually gave it to charity. So he was like, "Oh, my ad revenue got taken away from me for being Iranian." What is this? Damn, Kason was fucking yacked. That's crazy. Why do you have these in your camera roll? Yeah, that is kind of weird that your rage has these photos ready to go. That's a good homie right there. Hey, HasnAbi, could you please explain it to a European in simplest terms? How can it be possible for a president to pardon literal criminals? What good is it except for undermining the justice system and letting criminals free? Wait, what do you mean? It's just in the books. That's it. I saw a tweet about this the other day where it was like, the Constitution made it so that the president can't even appoint a fucking agency head without at least majority approval from the Senate. But then they can unilaterally decide that a criminal, at least on the federal level, a criminal is not worthy of any sort of prosecution or just pardon them. That's just what it is. It's in the rule books. I think a bunch of countries have this though. It's not that crazy. Is it? Is it that crazy? Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the presidential pardon power is the least offensive. It was Eric Levitz that said it. Yeah. The Constitution, in its infinite wisdom, bars the president from appointing an ambassador to Luxembourg without first getting majority support in the Senate, while giving him unilateral authority to decide who is and who is not accountable to federal laws. But I honestly don't think it's that bad. America, in spite of its like insane crime punishment culture, has like a couple weird things that I actually agree with, a couple based opinions. And one of them is that if you're a criminal and you're in prison, you can't vote, which is crazy in certain states, but you can still run for office. I love that. I think that's awesome. And I think that's valid. Also, criminals should be able to, while serving their sentence, be able to vote. I still think it's ridiculous that they can't. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, I don't have an issue with the pardon power. I think that it is not a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. It's just never used in the appropriate direction. Or often, I guess, the way that we interpret it is like, oh man, presidents love pardoning their friends. And it's true, they do that. As Fox News pointed to Bill Clinton, right? And even openly admitted that they did that for, Donald Trump as well. But having said that, I think like mass clemency and stuff like that presidents do on their way out, I don't have an issue with that. I think it's a good thing. It's some old school leniency stuff, like it lets presidents appear benevolent and forgive people. However, it absolutely intended for usage towards political enemies as a gesture of peace or whatever. For regular, normal people who lack political power, using it to pardon family or cronies is clearly not the spirit of the law, but also who cares? No, it is used for good. It is used for good. If we're going to be fair, if I'm going to be fair here, clemency powers are often used for good by every president. Donald Trump has done it too. It's just the high profile incidents are what gets a lot of notice from people. And they forget that like there are a lot of low level offenders or people who've been people who've been imprisoned for far too long that get clemency. So as Lull Overruled pointed out, Obama offered clemency to 2,000 people. Obama also pardoned Chelsea Manning. So there are even high profile incidents that are good. Sometimes it is a way to correct the record where like Donald Trump, who was the one boxer that was the first ever, it was like the invention of the FBI too. The black boxer that got arrested for white women trafficking. Donald Trump pardoned him post-mortem. No, not Muhammad Ali, Jack Johnson, I think, right? So they do that as well from time to time. I think, yeah, Vietnam draft dodgers were offered clemency. So there's the good and the bad. I don't have an issue with it on principle. I think it's a good thing. I think leniency is a good thing. I think allowing people who have served their sentence and get a pardon, even post-mortem, is an attempt to right the wrongs of the past. And I don't have an issue with that. Should certain prisoners not be allowed to vote, like rapists or murderers? No, I think they still should be allowed to vote. Yeah. Across the board. Everyone should be allowed to vote. You can't invoke an emotional response out of me on this issue. What are they going to do? Make rape and murder legal? Oh, no. They're still American citizens, man. If you're an American citizen, you should be allowed to vote. Allowing pedophiles to vote would make every election R plus 20. Come on, man. Yeah, except what are they going to do? Are they going to vote for pedophiles? Oh, no. Seems like they already do. Seems like pedophiles still get elected, regardless of whether or not pedophiles have the right to vote or not. The reason why I think prisoners should have the right to vote specifically is because under a theoretical democracy, a theoretical democratic rule, when you have a vote, you have a say, and therefore you are now a constituency that cannot be undermined and cast aside. Puerto Ricans are a great example of this. Puerto Ricans that live on the island do not have the right to vote. They can't vote for the president unless they fucking move into mainland U.S. And that creates this environment where you can just consistently write them off and never care about them and do whatever the fuck you want with Puerto Rico, as every American administration has done. Same with prisoners. Now, this isn't like some diehard liberal shit either. I think overall, it is crazy to me, but it plays a very significant role in the way that we interpret criminals. They are voiceless. They are incredibly marginalized. And many people just write them out and say, nah, fuck it, like they deserve it. Not realizing that so many of these criminals are not fucking rapist murderers. You know what I mean? They're victims of circumstance. So yeah, it is a, I think it's a real crime. It's definitely one of my most, I guess, quote unquote, woke positions, which is that what? No shot. I don't believe this. Nehirden denize özgür Filistin demek suç sayıldı. Erdoğan'ı protesto eden 9 kişi tutuklandı. Yok artık. No way. The Turkish government has officially made it illegal to say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and has arrested 9 people. I don't know if this is valid or not. That sounds fucking insane. Doğru. Oha. Abi kafayı mı yedi bu Türkler ya? Ne yapıyorlar? Manyak mı lan bu herifler? Çok fazla yalan haber oluyor. Hemen atlama. Evet. O yüzden dedim inanmıyorum dedim önce ama evet doğru diyorlar. Baya doğru. Varil başına 1.37 dolar alıyorlarmış. Onu biliyorum canım. 9 arrested for confronting Erdogan about ongoing trade with Israel. Oh, that's the real reason why they got arrested. Am I missing part of the plot, or why would Turkey do that? Oh, where do I begin? We got to go back to 780, where I can explain to you, where I have to describe to you what Neo-Confucianism is and how it plays a formative role in contemporary Korean politics. Turkey is a NATO country. And as a part of its NATO position, having the second largest standing military in NATO, Turkey operates at the behest of American empire, regardless of what Recep Tayyip Erdogan aesthetically postures as. On top of that, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is very corrupt. And he has always maintained normal trade relations with Israel, despite the fact that the Turkish government, that got a shit ton of public pressure made it seem as though they were not interested in trading with Israel. They put they put a ban on trading with Israel very publicly. And then they continued trading with Israel regardless. They just, decided to either change the ports that the trade was being conducted in, saying that they were no longer shipping it to Israel, but instead shipping it to occupied Palestinian territories, or sometimes even continuing to play a role in the supply chain from Azerbaijan to Israel that is still approximately, 30% or even higher than that, a higher percentage of that of their energy grid. The Israeli energy grid is powered by Azerbaijani oil, Azeri oil that comes from Azerbaijan, goes through Turkey, and then goes into Israel. Now, on the main stage, this watermelon salesperson will fucking claim that he hates Israel. But the reality of the matter is, he still loves getting money from Israel. And a lot of people are understandably very frustrated with Recep Tayyip Erdogan's inconsistency. Pro-Palestinian protesters in Turkey calling Erdogan to end the trade relations with Israel. And they have been arrested. Let's take a look. Oh, here's Greta explaining
It's an urgent call to action. On November 11th, we must stand together at Turkish embassies worldwide to demand an end to Turkey's and Azerbaijan's complicity in the violence against Gaza. President Erdogan talks of solidarity.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, it's 30% of the entire Israeli energy grid, but 50% of the oil Israel imports passes through Turkey. 50% of the oil. Turkey could institute a blockade if they wanted to. They just never will because they're a NATO country, and that would go against the interests of the United States of America. Okay? Turkey could also, directly shut off the pipelines that go through Turkey from Azerbaijan into Israel. But they don't do that either.
In the violence against Gaza. President Erdogan talks of solidarity with Palestine, but Turkey's ports remain open, allowing oil to flow to Israel, fuel for the very machinery slaughtering Palestinians. The DEC pipeline, run by BP and Azerbaijan's state-owned oil company Sokar, supplies nearly half of Israel's oil. Erdogan and Aliyev profit by securing their foothold in the global energy market, while Palestinians pay with their lives. This year, the climate meeting COP29 will be held in Azerbaijan, where they will try to greenwash their repression against their own population and complicity in the genocide in Palestine. This global campaign demands accountability.
Is it because both Turkey and Israel have similar interests in the moment in Syria? No. This is, yes, that plays a role in it, but that's not the most significant aspect of this conversation. The most significant reason for this is because Israel is an extension of the United States of America, and so is Turkey. Okay? So is Turkey. Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is not going to go against American interests at the end of the day. Okay?
On November 11th, we'll gather at Turkish embassies around the world to demand justice for Palestine and Turkey and Azerbaijan to end their complicity. Stand with us.
Why would the Azerbaijan admin be cool with it? What, sending fucking oil to Israel? What do you mean? They get money for it. And also, Israel has basically funded the Karabakh operations in its entirety. Well, not funded, but Israel gave the weapons to the Azeri army to purge Armenians from Karabakh. They did that. So, yeah, that's they have a long-standing allegiance for that reason. But most importantly, from one anti-Semite of the year to the next, the reason why Greta Thunberg is coming out with this initiative is because she's 100% right that Turkey and Azerbaijan play a very important role in the Israeli energy grid. Okay? And the reality of the matter is, regardless of what Erdogan says, what Erdogan does is very different. And I'll give you another example. The Mavi Marmara blockade. I forget what year it was, but when I was a young boy, there was a Turkish humanitarian aid ship that went through the Israeli blockade to offer humanitarian aid by way of the Gaza ports in, no, it wasn't. It was 2014. Thank you, chatter. Okay? A long time ago, 10 years ago. Or no, it was before 2014, I think. When the fuck was it? Let me look. I'll just look this up. I don't want to say it wrong. It was before 2014, I think. Built in 1994. The Gaza in 2010. The Mavi Marmara was purchased in 2010 by IHH, Turkish NGO. Wait, hold on. When the IHH classified Israel and Holland as a terrorist organization, much of their money goes to the Union of Good, which is specially designated terrorist group by the U.S. Foreign Assets Control, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. IHH Turkey has denied any links to the groups in Germany. When the fuck did the incident happen? Oh, the UN report stated that knives in the ship's kitchen. Okay, all of this is literally just ass covering. God damn, Wikipedia is so fucking morally bankrupt. Okay, so the flotilla, the humanitarian aid ship, okay, passes through the Israeli blockade on Gaza. The ship took part in a flotilla ship operated by activist groups from 37 different countries with the intention of directly confronting the Israeli blockade over Gaza. On May 30th, 2010, while in international waters and en route to Gaza, the Israeli naval forces communicated that a naval blockade over the Gaza area was in force and ordered ships to follow them to the Ashdod port or to be boarded. The ships declined and were boarded in international waters. The boarding started at 2 a.m. They came in with helicopters and they dropped into the ship and they slaughtered the humanitarian aid workers. Reports from journalists on the ship and from the UN report on the incident concluded that the Israeli military opened fire with live rounds before boarding the ship. Okay? Yes, I said waters. Just eyes on the prize, man. God damn. Fuck. And not only did they do that, in the aftermath of them boarding and killing a bunch of the humanitarian aid workers, they turned around and said, it's because our commandos were scared because they had knives. Passengers on the ship actively attempted to thwart a landing on the ship by Israeli commandos. In their violent clash that followed, 9 activists were killed, and a 10th died 4 years later of his wounds. Several dozen activists were claimed to be injured, some seriously. Israel claimed 10 of its soldiers were injured, 1 seriously. The UN report stated that knives on the ship's kitchens, plus 1 traditional ceremonial knife, some catapults, slingshots, and metal pipes the passengers cut from the ship's railings were found. They had to come in with a attack helicopter and, start shooting from the helicopter and board the ship and shoot and kill 9 humanitarian aid workers. And then they turned around and said, oh, they had knives. Where's the photo? The photo is laughable. Okay? Recep Tayyip Erdogan, understandably, was very critical of this process and was very mad at Israel. Recep Tayyip Erdogan never stopped allowing the Israeli Air Force and its pilots from training on U.S. soil as a part of NATO operations. Okay? So once again, what Recep Tayyip Erdogan says and what he allows is very different. Yeah, this is it. This is what the Israeli government posted as a serious threat to their soldiers. Israel at the time did some funny Hasbara shit as well. If you recall, I've covered this before on the broadcast. Here's what they had said. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the IDF. Yeah, Israel Defense Force. Mavi Marmara passengers attack IDF soldiers before soldiers board ship. How were they able to do such a thing? Activists waving metal bars later used for hitting soldiers. Wow. Wow, look at this attack against the Israeli military. Unconscionable. Stun grenade thrown at soldiers is a lie, by the way. They did not have stun grenades. Boxes of plates thrown at soldiers. Yeah, they were spraying them with water in the water. I thought they came in with a helicopter. Am I misremembering? I guess they were trying to get on with a boat as well. The radio communications with the ship is really funny, though. Hold on. IDF radio. Mavi Madamada. Oh, is this the one? No, that's not the one. Remember when I told you? Remember when I told you these guys have been doing the same fucking nonsensical hospital shit for quite some time? I can't find the goddamn video. Oh, radio exchange here. Radio exchange between Israeli Navy and the 7th Flotilla ship regarding arrangements to transfer aid to Gaza. I think this is the one, isn't it?
I repeat, it is not our desire to board your vessel. My proposal is...
Oh, no, never mind. It's not. This is from a different incident.
Ye stop, have a cup of tea.
This is a different incident. Where's the one from Mavi Madamara, man? Come on. The remember 9/11. Oh, here. This is the one. Radio transmission from Mavi Madamara to Israeli Navy. Go back to Auschwitz. We're helping Arabs go against the U.S. Don't forget 9/11, guys. This is what they claimed the radio correspondence between the IDF and Mavi Madamara was at the time.
Daphne White, this is the Israeli Navy. You are approaching an area which is under a naval blockade. Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz.
We have permission from the Gaza port.
Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz.
Authorities to enter.
Was helping Arabs going against the U.S. Don't forget 9/11, guys.
Oh. Don't forget 9/11, guys. Classic. They were like, we had to do it. We had to fucking kill all those guys after they said these, really scary things. Except, that didn't happen. And they fucking made that shit up 100%. But anyway, the reason why I brought up Mavi Marmara was because Recep Tayyip Erdogan still continued to do business as usual with Israel in that process, despite the fact that he was presenting himself as very different, presenting a very different perspective in public. All right. Pay no attention to what people say. Follow what they do.
Another president when Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon after the Watergate scandal because Ford thought it would help the country move on. Of course, these moves can be considered political and controversial. In 2001, President Bill Clinton's last day in office became known as Pardongate, partly because he pardoned billionaire and international fugitive Mark Rich. Rich owed $49 million in taxes and was charged with more than 50 counts of tax fraud. Side note, his ex-wife just happened to be a major Democratic donor. And as you're seeing with Biden, there's no rules against pardoning someone in your family, someone even closer to you. Clinton pardoned his half-brother, Roger Clinton, who'd been convicted of selling cocaine in the 80s. And before he left office for the first time, Trump pardoned his son-in-law's dad. That's Charles Kushner, who'd been convicted of crimes like tax evasion and witness tampering. So what are the historical implications here? If only we had someone with at least 6 bestsellers on the presidential history.
Is it only 6? Boy, is that it? Jeez. We are in luck. Oh. Doris Kearns Goodwin, thank you very much for being here.
I just popped in.
Yes.
We really appreciate it. Those books, by the way, include The Leadership Journey and An Unfinished Love Story. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for being here. So the power to pardon is one of the most absolute a president has. It was a kingly power. The framers decided to put it in there. How has it been used? And let's talk about the most famous use of it, actually, right off the top here. Nixon is pardoned by Ford. How's that look in history?
Well, it's important. I lived through that, so I'm part of that history. It was a firestorm at the time because there was a feeling that you wanted the rule of law to be obeyed. You wanted to have consequences for what Nixon had done, and that this was foreshadowing and undoing all of that. And at the same time, there was a rumor going around that there'd been a corrupt bargain between Nixon and Ford, that Nixon agreed to pardon him, that Ford agreed to pardon Nixon, and then in return, he would become president. There was never any evidence of that in the future.
So Alexander Hamilton, in arguing for the power of the pardon, said that one of the reasons we need to have that power in the...
Y'all are so messy. No, you're the messy bitch, dude. Good one, chair. You bitch. How dare you? They're not messy. You are. Is Austin coming to London too? No.
The president is that it would restore the tranquility of the Commonwealth at times. Isn't that what that would have done?
Exactly. And that's what history finally began. When the emotions subsided, history understood he had done the right thing. It did restore the tranquility. And the people who were against it at first, like the Watergate prosecutors.
What? Ethan said on stream today that it was a kick event? No, I doubt it.
I mean, they're reputable. They've been open. I thought they could have said, okay. I said, okay. It's a place in LA. Apparently it's legal. I mean, they're reputable. They've been open. I thought the casino was putting on a streamed card game. They told me they're going to stream it on Kick. I said, okay, whatever, it's fine. I mean, I was like, well, there's going to be like a little stream with like 200 people on Kick watching. I mean, whatever. Who cares?
Wait, so we knew that it was a Kick stream? Mm-hmm.
I said, okay.
Wait, why? Oh, dude, why the fuck is he even admitting that? That's crazy. I thought he didn't know that it was a Kick stream. Maybe I misunderstood. I think he's saying he knew it would be streamed on Kick, but not a Kick event. Oh. Yeah, that's still... Sounds like he knew it was going to be streamed on Kick, but not that it was a Kick poker night. Yeah, he didn't know it was a stake-backed Kick event, but he knew that it would possibly be streamed on Kick. Yeah, I mean, still kind of odd considering, you know. This is... I feel like in terms of the two platforms, like which one is more anti-Semitic, Twitch or Kick? I forgot. Look, I'm bored of this fucking presidential pardon story. We'll get to Kash Patel in a second. I don't care about what Ben Shapiro had to say about it either. I feel like I covered it endlessly. I feel like he's just baiting you at this point to overreact. Why the fuck would I overreact? I don't give a shit what he does. I just think that it's a glaringly obvious inconsistency if you're comfortable going on a Kick stream. I'm glad that he didn't do it regardless, but like if you're saying that like you know, Twitch is harboring anti-Semites, like holy shit. Wait till you get a load of what's happening on Kick. Why is chat so annoying? Leave him alone. That man has been attacking him for months. Let him live. Yeah, I don't even want to cover it. So chat's not wrong. I shouldn't have even clicked on it, honestly. Like, I don't really give a shit. Anyway. we got jihad, Sharia, Salafist Twitter beef. My favorite part of the site is the ISIS twit versus Taliban twit beef. When they think they have taken Aleppo, but you're just a chill guy watching two R-word kuffar fighting. The fact that this person knows like the chill guy memes is insane to me. Kuffar means non-believer. It's like a pejorative for people who are not true believers of Islam. Have fun in some forest in Nigeria, says Afghan Muwahid. Okay. You downplay Nigeria as some forest, which shows you show no respect to the Muslim regions of Africa because you are simply racist. You and your Talibanani LARPers don't value all of the ummah, but only specific parts. Shareless individual. It means infidel, not non-believer. One is harsher. Yeah, it just means like a heretic. It is kind of crazy. Shameless individual. Did I say shareless? Oh, God, my brain is fried, dude. I'm sorry. But won't stopping the oil and energy through a blockade hurt the Israeli civilians? How do you justify it? Yes, the point is the Israeli... Oh, my God. Okay. You know what? Great question. Just as the blockade implemented in the Red Sea by the Houthis would have harm on the Israeli society broadly. Okay? You are not wrong in asking that question, even though it does seem kind of like a troll bait. The point of this, the point of any blockade, is the same theory behind the sanctions regime that the United States of America institutes. The problem with sanctions, especially against foreign adversaries, is that it doesn't fucking work. Sanctions against allies, on the other hand, does. Okay? I feel like clarification would help because you rallied against the Twitch ban on Israel. Yeah, banning, first of all, Twitch never banned Israel, but banning Israel on a social media platform is stupid. There's a difference between punishing a government, okay, to bring them to heel and to, follow international human rights and the law and stop a genocide versus punishing the civilians directly in a way that like no government gives a shit about. Okay? That's the difference. It banned both Israel and Palestine. People were so dumb making it seem like anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's that is not even a thing, okay? It's gone. It's in the past. I'm not even talking about that. I think it's really stupid to focus on something that wasn't even real, okay? Yeah, you could always sign up with SMS. It was just the email confirmation that was suspended, and they forgot to change it. And I believe Twitch. I don't think that they are like woke BDS crusaders that are moving the needle in that way while simultaneously getting like Chevron sponsorships. Okay, I don't think they give a shit. The difference is, yeah, Netanyahu is never going to say the kids can't watch XUC. Okay, we stop the genocide. However, if even the mere threat of Israeli energy is called into question, Okay, it's the same as like America saying, we're not going to give you weapons no more, dog. You got to stop this shit. That alone is enough for the Israeli government to change course immediately, overnight. That's it. Do you understand? Same principle holds for the Ansar Allah-backed blockade in the Red Sea. Imperial Japan oil embargo is another great example of this as well. So you're saying the veracity of what is boycotted is not even what is boycotted. It's how the mere threat of sanctions work for our allies that depend on consistent trade with the Western world to operate. It doesn't work in the same way against foreign adversaries because while foreign adversaries do rely on trade to a certain degree, they always are capable of they're always, changing their economy in a way to avoid potential sanctions because they understand that if they do something, like America could put the sanctions regime on them. This is why sanctions are only effective in the first year against foreign adversaries, and then they are just gone. Their impact is diminished. Usually, unless you just add further sanctions, further inhumane sanctions on countries like Venezuela, for example, or have instituted broad sweeping sanctions regimes like a blockade on Cuba in perpetuity. But it doesn't have the same level of impact against a place like Iran that will then, it's still not great, obviously, but they can still continue to operate. Same with Russia. Sanctions work to limited success. But there is one thing. There is one group of countries that sanctions would work fantastically on, and that is our allies. Israel wouldn't have 500 million GDP if it was made pariah of the white world and it was cut off from energy access by Middle Eastern Azerbaijan. Yes. But also, it's not even just that. It's the fact that it wouldn't get to that point anyway, that Israel would have to reckon with the actions that it has taken. Because when you are a nation in the Western sphere of influence, when you're a nation in the Western sphere of influence, especially as like a country like Israel that relies specifically on American aid consistently to operate in the way that they do, even the mere threat of sanctions would cause them to reconsider their actions. That's why I always say America is on board with what Israel is doing. This entire conversation surrounding Biden is a feckless, cowardly guy. He's just like being bullied by Netanyahu is somewhat silly. All right, thank you, brother. Continue the good work. I've been watching you since your Palestinian coverage after October 7. I respect your perseverance throughout, even after losing a third of your audience. Thank you. Yeah. Well, it's fine. They came back. Or new people came in. Who knows? But he's right. I did. I lost a third of my... I did. Post October 7, I lost a third of my audience, especially for the year. Almost the entire year. Why bring it up? It's fine. It doesn't matter. Anyway. I think a lot of people came after October 7th, so they're just like unfamiliar. I probably lost even a larger chunk of my audience than a third in the aftermath of October 7th, and more people just like came in and started watching since then. Did they not realize you were pro-Palestine before? They probably did. They probably did, but they didn't really consider it. Does that mean you're not a billionaire anymore? No, I still got hella subs. Because of all the wonderful people that still subscribe, I'm still a multi-billionaire. Blasian, I can't watch that video. That's a literal fucking dude whose entire body is on fire. The first thing that you clipped, thank God I clicked on the other screen. I feel like you're more popular than ever. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. I just need my coffee, please. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's awesome that you're a billionaire. I'm joking, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? We covered stuff in 2021, just the Palestinians were easily framed as perfect victims. No, I think a lot of people just like didn't really pay much attention to it. I think pre-October 7, a lot of people just had no opinion on it whatsoever, so it was like easier to avoid. You could 98% of my perspective and maybe just had not encountered me talk about Palestine. And or if you did, you just didn't fully understand it, but you were like, oh yeah. That's just a thing that he believes. I don't fully understand it. It seems complicated, whatever. October 7, on the other hand, put Israel's actions directly in the forefront of public consciousness. And everything Israel did after October 7 made a lot of people at first think, oh my God, these horrifying acts of violence, like these guys are barbaric Arab monsters. During October 7, they were like, these guys are Arab monsters. They want to do mass rapes. They want to fucking execute babies by like decapitating babies. They want to do all this shit. So, tensions were high, and it was a similar framework to post 9/11 America. An American ally was under threat by this barbaric, rapist, monstrous force. But in that process, a lot of people, when they heard me talk about how Israel was still ultimately responsible for even October 7, considering the 75 years of apartheid and ethnic cleansing that had taken place, because I knew the history. When people heard me say that, they were like, oh my God, this guy he loves terrorism. Like he's in favor of the rapist, barbaric, monstrous terrorists. Like he loves these guys, and it broke a lot of people's brains. And they couldn't understand where I was coming from. And at the time, there was a faucet of pro-Israeli propaganda that was spreading all over. So, I think people were just like shocked at my position. Many of them, I think, came to understand my position months after the fact, because they started realizing that I was right. They started understanding what Israel had done by looking at what Israel was doing post October 7. And they started, I think, listening to voices that were warning against Israel's atrocities ahead of time. And that is the reason why I think this audience grew again after. And it's okay. I don't fault you for being duped. There's also a steady dose of Islamophobia, I think, that factored into it, even in the way that people analyze what I have to say. I saw your videos on Palestine about a year before 10/7. That was the only reason I knew what was about to happen afterwards and why your take was what it was. Yeah. Someone like me who knew nothing about the conflict before October 7th, you helped me understand that the conflict did not start on October 7th. Yeah. I think plenty of people also left because it was too depressing to watch day in, day out, but I never stopped my coverage. So, shit happens. But yeah. I was so confused because I knew you went over this in 2021. People really don't listen. Yeah, it wasn't as broad and encompassing, and as top of mind in 2021 as it has been for the past year. This ongoing genocide. If you recall, in 2021, when Israel sieged and blew up the Associated Press building, Biden called Israel and said, "Cut it out," and they did the next day. That's all it took, was one phone call. And Biden could have done that this time as well, but he chose not to do so, which leads me to believe that he likes what Israel is doing. I think that there are two different minds in the American State Department in their analysis of the allegiance between America and Israel. Some people think Israel's going too far, and that this is going to hurt America's soft power capabilities at a time when, China could just like kick back and become a global hegemon by simply not doing anything and allowing America to just make the contradictions more glaringly obvious. Other people in the State Department think, no, we have to fight China. And in order to do so, we have to pack up the Middle East. Like, we have to sick Israel and redraw the boundaries, because it will be a very important jump off point for our inevitable battle against China. That's what I think. I think the Biden camp believes personally that redrawing the boundaries in the Middle East and allowing Israel to genocide whoever the fuck it wants, and enforce and basically, I think it's more than people disagreeing with your opinions. What? I think it's about allowing Israel to dominate the region and become an even stronger ally to the United States, or an extension of the United States that no longer can be threatened by, the pesky Palestinians that want real emancipatory, that have a real, genuine interest in being free, so that they can have better control over the region and use Israel as a mechanism of pressure against like shaky allies that might be client states themselves. But if they ever act out, Israel is right there, right? So that China can't come in and destabilize the region to suit their interests. I think you once mentioned America's plans to use Israel as a way to fight against China. Can you explain how that helps America? The Middle East is unimaginably important for American interests, American economic interests. That's where the petroleum is, right? That's where a very important trade route is, the Red Sea. And America cannot rely on a country like Egypt that could, at any given moment, have a real coup, like a real popular uprising, as it once had. They need Israel to control the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, and they need Israel to be a powerful ally in the area that can punish, if necessary, a lot of America's client states if they speak out of turn. You need to make sure that your oil is secure if you want to go against another global superpower and do a second Cold War against China. Anyway,
We're going to turn back.
Let's get to Kash Patel. President-elect Trump's picks to lead the FBI.
To politics now, President-elect Donald Trump planning to install a loyalist to lead the FBI. Kash Patel is his name, longtime associate to Trump, has advocated purging the agency on day one and even using it to go after Trump critics. Nancy Cordes has the latest from West Palm Beach.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one.
I like that every single person that Trump has appointed has been on the Sean Ryan show. It's very cool. Like, I feel like Trump is a Sean Ryan head. Like Pete Hegseth, this guy, every single person has like insane quotes from the Sean Ryan show.
44-year-old Kash Patel has often described what he would do if he were in charge of the FBI.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media.
This weekend, Trump announced Patel will now get that chance if he's confirmed by the Senate.
What are the FBI agents that monitor this chat going to do if their offices are closed? Brother, trust me, I think that the FBI is probably going to beef that up even harder. The Trump's FBI is going to monitor the left even harder than they did before.
Current
okay?
FBI director Chris Wray, who has 3 years left on his term, would either have to resign or be fired. Kash is a brilliant lawyer, investigator, and America First fighter, Trump wrote, who played a pivotal role in uncovering the Russia hoax. Some Republicans applauded the pick.
I think Kash Patel is a very strong nominee to take on the partisan corruption in the FBI.
But Iowa's Chuck Grassley, who is set to chair the Senate Judiciary Committee next year and will run the confirmation hearings, was more cautious, saying Kash Patel must prove to Congress.
I think there's something really funny about Chuck Grassley having this position. It's like the Dianne Feinstein pick of the Republican Party. Like, it's very cool to give this guy an entire committee to lead when he's like barely sentient, barely alive. Chuck Grassley is, let's see, 91 years old, ladies and gentlemen. 91. "91 years young."
Congress. He will reform and restore public trust in
Your PSA appearance convinced the liberal to be a fan. Okay, well, let's
the
watch
FBI.
this and then we'll look at that.
Traditionally, candidates to lead the FBI are viewed as apolitical.
Oh, he's giga racist? Dog, he was there when racism was invented. Okay? Like, he played a formative role in the invention of racism. Like, he was like, he was in the lab cooking up new ways of saying the N-word, okay? He was there. The ancient manuscripts of racism, he basically wrote certain aspects of it.
But Patel was an active promoter of Trump's false stolen election claims, even when he was working at the Department of Defense.
Kash Patel's only qualification is because he agrees with Donald Trump that the Department of Justice should serve to punish, lock up, and intimidate Donald Trump's political opponents.
The president-elect took a break from nominations late Friday to dine with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who made a surprise visit to Mar-a-Lago just a few days after Trump vowed to slap a 25% tariff on goods from Canada and from Mexico.
It was an excellent conversation.
And in another meeting of note coming up this week, two top Trump allies, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, will be heading to Capitol Hill to sit down with House Republicans to talk about deep cuts to government spending, something that was a big priority for the president-elect.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the shit that this man did. Okay? Kash Patel sold an mRNA detox, reverse the vaccine, get healthy with Warrior Essentials. He sold on Truth Social a fucking like anti-vax pill that would undo the impact of the vaccine, which of course is bullshit, but it's still pretty funny. Let's find out more about the Warrior Essentials LLC mRNA detox vaccine reversal pills are likely next. FBI Director Kash Patel has promoted on Truth Social. with his own URL/promo code SPIKEGangsters. The link he posted goes to the Warrior Essentials website with the coupon code SPIKE. Warrior Essentials is owned by a couple who had a multi-level marketing business based on probiotic chocolate and a keto pill business, which was named in a class action lawsuit. Bill Barr said in his own book that he was insane. Bill Barr talks about thwarting Trump's attempt to make Kash Patel the deputy FBI director, an idea he says showed a shocking detachment from reality. President then started advancing the idea of appointing Kash Patel as deputy FBI director. Patel, who was completing a stint as a deputy acting director of national intelligence, Rick Grinnell, had been a staffer to Congressman Devin Nunes and had served briefly on the NSC staff at the White House under Trump. I categorically oppose making Patel a deputy FBI director. I told Mark Meadows it would happen over my dead body. In the first place, all leadership positions in the Bureau except the director have always been FBI agents. They've all gone through the same agent training and have broad experience in the field and at headquarters. Someone with no background as an agent would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. Furthermore, Patel had virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. The Bureau already had an exceptionally able deputy, Dave Bowditch, in whom I had total confidence. He was a strong leader with high integrity. He was indispensable as far as I was concerned. The very idea of moving Patel into a role like this showed a shocking detachment from reality. Now, the funny part about it is that, fuck the FBI, okay? But having said that, it's going to get even worse. But let's see. Let's see what else. So this only focuses on the dick pills that he was shilling. He also wrote a child's book, I believe. He also wrote a child's book, I believe, on the Trump impeachment scandal, if I'm not mistaken. Fucking awesome. He has incredible riz and incredible charisma, incredible swag. He is incredibly pro-Israel.
Is elected. Imagine the efforts of the Israeli military and the Mossad combined with the maximum pressure of a new Trump administration against Iran.
Aaron's absolutely right. We should be side by side, and that can't happen unless we have an election that changes the commander-in-chief's seat. And when we are back in power with President Trump, you will see what we did with Israel and the prime minister and our special forces and their intel operation. We will be standing side by side with them. We will shut off the machinery that feeds money into Iran. We will no longer have 100 hostages still in captivity, Israeli and American and otherwise, by Hamas and Iran's Hezbollah mercenary forces. Donald Trump rescued 50 hostages and detainees. That's more than every president before him combined. And I hope he wins on November 5th. And Aaron's right. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel. And that is not what Kamala Harris is about. We need to bring home Americans and end this war, bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel. And people need to wake up when it comes to November 5th. Donald Trump's the only choice.
Kash Patel, Aaron Cohen, great to see you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Look at his little pin. Oh, here's a clip of him saying he's going to go after the media. Democracy Now! Covered it as well. He is going to use the FBI to go after all of Trump's enemies.
Go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. And Steve, this is why they hate us. This is why we're tyrannical. This is why we're dictators, because we're actually going to use the Constitution to prosecute them for crimes they said we have always been guilty of, but never have.
And this is Kash Patel speaking on the Sean Ryan show in September.
The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big. And the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. You're cops. Go be cops. Go chase down murderers and rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for their next government promotion, looking for their next fancy government title, looking for their parachute out of government. So while you're bringing in the right people, you also have to shrink government.
So, again, that's Kash Patel. When President Trump wanted to make him deputy director of the FBI in his first administration, the Attorney General, Bob Barr, said over my Bill Barr said over my.
The problem is not what they say, okay? The problem is what they do, chat. Never forget. They can present a reasonable position. It's more so about what they signal that they're going to do. This is something you have to remember. They'll never be like, yeah, we're going to go after political enemies. They're going to try to couch it within a reasonable statement.
My dead body, Mehdi Hasan.
Yes, he did. Bill Barr, of all people, said the guy was completely unqualified. It was detached from reality to try and put him in the FBI. And he said, over my dead body, Gina Haspel, who was director of the CIA in December 2020 during Trump's lame duck when Trump tried to appoint Kash Patel to deputy director of the CIA. She threatened to resign, and Mike Pence had to get involved and block that. So this is not some kind of liberal whining about Kash Patel. Prominent conservatives at the time said, no way, this guy is completely unqualified. And you played that clip from the War Room, from the Steve Bannon show. I think that's from December 2023.
Dude, every Republican has crazy eyes. Like, every single one. I don't know how. Like, every single Republican, dude, there's just something spiritually wrong with these motherfuckers, man. Sorry, my Amazon delivery person literally doesn't know how to open the door sometimes. That's why I went quiet for a second. That's why I went nonverbal for a second.
He put us on notice, he says in that clip. We're putting you on notice. Well, we're on notice. In fact, I've been warning about Kash Patel since 2022 when I was at MSNBC and I predicted that Trump would make him FBI director and he would go after the media. He's making it very clear. He wants to prosecute journalists. In another time and era, Amy, those words would be chilling. Those words would disqualify him from the running. But of course, Republican senators mostly will fall in line. We'll see if the Murkowskis and the Susan Collinses and Mitch McConnell, whether they'll push back in the way they did on Matt Gaetz. He's a deeply dangerous nominee. I would argue that clip you played from the Bannon War Room show makes him perhaps the most dangerous nominee so far because he's open about the fact that he wants to use the power of the state to crush Donald Trump's opponents. He's a sycophant. He's a bag carrier. He literally wrote a children's book about King Donald Trump. That's how sycophantic he is. And I would say to some of the progressives maybe watching your show this morning, Amy Goodman, who say, well, you know what? The FBI does need reform. We on the left don't like the FBI. We think Kash Patel should go break it up. Well, look, you could not like the FBI for good reason, but the only reason Kash Patel and the Republicans don't like the FBI is because the FBI investigated Donald Trump over ties to Russia and because the FBI
He's right.
went to Mar-a-Lago and searched his home for stolen classified documents, which he was keeping against the law.
What leftists are saying that? No, I mean, I would caution people against, like, maybe not celebrating this decision or anything, but, like, that's why I was saying there is, like we understand what Kash Patel's purpose is, but why the fuck would you ever be a fan of the FBI? I'm not. I'm not a fan of the FBI. So when you hear a guy say, like, oh, I'm going to break the FBI piece by piece and make them fight crime, instead, you're like, okay, that sounds reasonable. But he's just not going to fucking actually do that. He's just going to sick the FBI on, Donald Trump's enemies.
Law in his home. So they don't actually care about reform or bureaucracy or deep state. They care about neutering all institutions that can stand up to Donald Trump and MAGA.
I want to go more deeply into what he said in Bannon's war room. We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens. If you could explain more who you think he's talking about Joe Biden rigging presidential elections, we're going to come after you, Mehdi.
So Patel is at the core of pretty much every major MAGA conspiracy theory about the deep state, about the election. If you go through the list, I mean, he came to prominence. He was a very junior, as I say, unqualified person. He was working on the House Intelligence Committee with Devin Nunes, the right-wing California congressman. And he came to prominence in going after Robert Mueller, going after the Russia investigation, coming up with this memo that some of the stuff in this famous Nunes memo turned out to be true. Some of it, the Inspector General said, no, not true. That's how he caught Trump's attention. That's how he ends up in the White House. That's how he ends up on the National Security Council. By the way, one of the many people saying he shouldn't be given this job is John Bolton, his former boss. Not exactly a kind of lily-livered liberal. John Bolton saying he should be rejected by the Senate 100-0. But he's at the core of every conspiracy theory, Amy, whether it's about, Donald Trump didn't lose the election, whether it's January 6th. He testified in a Colorado courtroom over January 6th in the election. The judge said he wasn't a credible witness. He's even had endorsement, I think you mentioned it in the intro, of QAnon. In one of the books he wrote, he actually hand wrote a QAnon mantra into the book, and they just posted it on social media. By the way, the FBI regards QAnon as a domestic terror threat. Think about the irony, Amy, of putting a person in charge of the FBI who's actually fine with this group that the FBI thinks is a domestic terror threat. So he is at the core of all these conspiracies. When he says he's going after people, you ask me who he's talking about. Of course, he's talking about the Bidens and Clintons of this world, but actually it's much more dangerous than that. It's much broader than that. It's anyone who they think is an opponent. I mean, let's just be this is what authoritarianism looks like. I know it's become fashionable since the election, even on parts of the left, to say, well, it was all exaggerated to say that Trump is a fascist threat to the Constitution or an authoritarian threat to the media. No, it's not exaggerated. These people are saying it out loud, and Trump is appointing them or trying to appoint them to the most senior positions in the United States government and national security apparatus.
And let's talk about who he would be replacing, Christopher Wray, whose term doesn't end for several years, who was appointed by...
What? Mehdi Hasan is an absolute hysteric on domestic policy? No, the fuck he's not. I agree with him. Then I'm an absolute hysteric on domestic policy as well. I have no reason not to believe Donald Trump when he says he's going to do certain things. Why would I not believe him? There's nothing stopping him.
Donald Trump, and why an FBI director has a 10-year term, which goes back to post-Watergate, when a president, Nixon, is trying to deploy his FBI director exactly in the way Kash Patel threatens to do, so that they would span several terms.
Well, we know that J. Edgar Hoover was the man who abused more FBI power than any director in the history of the FBI. I think he was in charge for 4 decades, 5 decades, astonishing amount of time. No president dared to remove him. And the 10-year terms comes in after that, of course. By the way, I would credit my former MSNBC colleague Hayes Brown, who said appointing Kash Patel to the FBI director's job would be like appointing a cross between J. Edgar Hoover and Alex Jones, which I think sums up pretty well who Patel is. But look, on the 10-year term, what's interesting, Amy, is, of course, Donald Trump is the great precedent breaker, the great norm buster. When I hear Democrats talking about norms, Trump's already trashed all of them. In Trump term one, he got rid of James Comey, of course, who he was angry at, even though James Comey arguably helped him win the 2016 election. But he got rid of Comey and put in Wray. And that itself was quite unprecedented. Only the second time, I believe, an FBI director had been fired and replaced in the middle of their term. So he appointed Wray. Then he got upset with Wray. Now he wants to replace Wray. I would also make a side point to some of the progressives watching at home. Why is it that their FBI director is always a Republican, even under Democratic presidencies? It's always a Republican. And Democratic presidents always keep on the Republican who the previous Republican appointed.
Yeah, it's fucking loser shit. Them suck. Them suck dick. What else is new? I don't give a fuck about the institutional integrity of the FBI. It's a bad institution. And even then, it's going to get even worse. That's it. We are headed down a dark path in this country.
Which I just find so ironic. But now he wants to get rid of Wray, put in Patel, which tells you again everything that he wants from the FBI. He wants to use it as an instrument of vengeance, a score settling, of silencing dissent. He wants to use it to basically intimidate people, and that's why he's getting rid of Wray, not because he disagrees with Wray's politics. Christopher Wray is a Republican who Trump appointed. But in this Trump term, he's made it very clear what he wants the FBI to be doing.
I wanted to ask you about another of Trump's picks. The New Yorker magazine's Jane Mayer has an explosive piece in the magazine. Trump's pick for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, was forced out of leadership roles at 2 veterans organizations for misusing funds, sexually harassing women, being repeatedly drunk on the job. According to a whistleblower report, Hegseth once had to be restrained from joining strippers on the stage at a strip club. In another incident, he drunkenly chanted, "Kill all Muslims, kill all Muslims," at a bar in 2015. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports Hegseth's own mother accused him of mistreating women. In 2018, Penelope Hegseth wrote him an email that read in part, quote, "On behalf of all the women, and I know it's many, you've abused in some way, I say get some help and take an honest look at yourself," unquote. The email was sent a year after a woman accused Hegseth of raping her at a California hotel. This is Trump's pick to head the Defense Department. Your final.
His own mom, chap. His own mom, chap. That's how fucking nutty this shit is. Like, you got to be a real evil piece of shit for your mom to come out and write you a fucking letter like this.
Final comments on this, Mehdi Hasan.
So, Amy, if you'd asked me this a few weeks ago, I'd have said Hegseth is the worst pick of all. You can't get worse than Hegseth. And then we got Tulsi Gabbard, and I said you can't get worse than Gabbard. And then we got RFK Jr., and I said you can't get worse than RFK Jr. And now we've got Kash Patel, and I'm telling you, can't get worse than Kash Patel. Donald Trump says hold my beer every time and keeps producing these nominees. And look, while we're focused on Patel, we've got more reporting on Hegseth. I mean, it's astonishing. It's almost beyond belief. If you were writing a TV show about the Trump years, if it was a Netflix show called The Trump Years, you would say these storylines are just too unrealistic. If you were sitting in the writer's room and you said, you know what, let's have a scene where it turns out that Hegseth, the great Christian nationalist, tried to get on stage with strippers. Let's have his mother write him a letter saying, I disown you because of all, you know, your misogyny. You would say, oh, come on, that's a little unrealistic. Those are kind of beyond parody characters. No, it's real life. This is the Trump administration. These are the people he's appointing. And I think it's interesting, by the way, the Islamophobia is very worrying on Hegseth's part, because there was this strain of thinking, even on some parts of the left, that, well, Trump won't be as militaristic and belligerent as the Democrats.
Bro, we get it. Parts of the left are wrong, I guess, in your estimation. Jesus Christ, Mehdi, come on. I think he's talking about Cenk. No, he's talking about people who, he's talking about, once again, the no noise making, very few random accounts on Twitter, and including some members even in this fucking community that are like, Trump's gonna be better than Kamala Harris on Gaza or whatever. You know what I mean? The MAGA communists.
Not true. He's putting in a guy at Defense Department who has crusader tattoos on his body, who said outrageous things about killing Muslims, supported the Iraq war. He's going to be in charge of the Pentagon. You know, there's no way this is going to be a quote unquote anti-war presidency if Hegseth's at the Pentagon and Marco Rubio's at the State Department. By the way, can you imagine, Amy, if Biden or Obama had a nominee who had been accused of screaming drunkenly, kill all Jews, it'd be the end of the world. But of course, with Muslims, no one cares. So this will be a minor story in the resume of Peter Hegseth. One last point very quickly.
He's a neoliberal. This guy stabbed Jeremy Corbyn in the back when there was no need. No leftist likes him. I still like him. I think you need voices like his in the broader conversation. And also, I get why he did that. Maybe it's because, you know, I think, don't say Hasan, no. I have my reasons. I'll tell you why. I think Mehdi and I was never anti-Corbyn. You guys know this. I was always a fucking ride or die for Corbyn. I've always defended him unconditionally, told people to fuck off when they try to say like he was an anti-Semite or whatever. But I think for Mehdi it's a little bit different than Owen Jones. It's not just because he's Muslim. It's because not only was he Muslim, but he also used to have very different opinions back in the day. Okay? And people haven't really like resurfaced that in a while. Yeah, Mehdi. He was like the he was very publicly loud, bold, declarative about being a conservative Muslim. That's all I'll say. And I think he's obviously doesn't believe any of that shit anymore, but when you're a prominent media figure, statements like that haunt you forever, especially when you are Muslim. So I think he's always forced to play ball in a very aggressive way. I get why people have their opinions, though. But yeah. Yeah, I saw those videos, but they're not so bad. He just said the word kuffar. Look, man, I don't think this is who Mehdi is now at all. It does not represent him at all. And I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I think that's part of the reason why he toes this line. And he's done a fantastic job in pro-Palestinian advocacy. It does not matter that he was against Corbyn. I get why people would be. I'm telling you, I understand why people are people within the pro-Palestinian advocacy movement, like some people are a little bit worried about him, but he has been a incredibly important voice in pro-Palestinian advocacy in mainstream media. You can't cast that aside. He's unwavering in his support for Palestine. And he has also personally gotten career ramifications for it. He lost his fucking job. He was a voice on MSNBC. He no longer has that voice on MSNBC.
He is Hex's
No, I like Owen Jones too. I'm going to hang out with him when I'm in London.
Mother is attacking him. Elon Musk's daughter is attacking him. Bill Barr is attacking Kash Patel. Donald Trump was called Adolf Hitler by J.D. Vance. When people say, oh, liberals are deranged about Trump people, it's always other Republicans who are actually leading the charge and reminding us how awful these people are.
And of course, it's other Republicans who would have to approve these appointees, these nominations, unless this is done in a recess appointment. 20 seconds, maybe.
Many of them will, Amy. They all roll over. They're intimidated by Trump. A lot of them are scared to go against Trump. And it comes down to basically, the four who stopped Gates, Mitch McConnell, Murkowski, Collins, and the new Utah replacement for Mitt Romney, whose name I forget. But those four Republicans are basically the ones everyone's going to look at and say, are you going to stand up for the Constitution? Are you going to stand against this unqualified nominee, Kash Patel, this dangerous nominee, Peter Hegseth, RFK Jr., who kids could die because of? Let's see.
Mehdi Hasan, I want to thank you for being with us, Editor-in-Chief.
The standard for a lot of left-adjacent commentators was set by Corbyn and the way that people treated Corbyn. The British media opened up a faucet of smears against Jeremy Corbyn, calling him an anti-Semite for having the exact same opinions that I have. Okay? That's it. And some in liberal positions or some in mainstream media also rode that anti-Corbyn wave and criticized them. Many people never forgave those who did that, even if their position has evolved over time, even if they recognize that they're not. Even if they recognize that he wasn't, now they recognize that they were wrong. Owen Jones has apologized for it, I'm sure. New Labor-affiliated journals were presenting him like this. Remember when they fucking said, Jeremy Corbyn rode a Mao-style bike? That was a news story, chat. And it's really funny because at the same time while this was happening, the Tories were putting up a fucking statue of Nancy Astor, who literally said, verbatim, Hitler had the right idea about Jews. That's what Nancy Astor said. The Tories were putting up a statue of her while mainstream media was literally running the fucking faucet of Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite stories. And I'll take it one step further. I like Corbyn more than I like Bernie. The problem is both Corbyn and Bernie are impossibly nice. They're too nice. I think Corbyn had more moral clarity on a lot of issues than even Bernie did. And I love Bernie. You know this. I literally didn't know Corbyn was actually smeared and assumed he was anti-Semitic until I started watching you. Dude, British media is crazy. British media is insane, dude. Look. Cultural revolution style re-education for anyone who says Corbyn rides Chairman Mao bike. They were claiming that Corbyn was doing cultural revolution shit in the party. I fucking wish. The only time, dude, the more I see the rat fuck, the more I understand why, former failed revolutionary principles were cast aside. I know where it's going, where I know where it comes from. You must not succumb to those opinions, or your feelings in that process. But like, goddamn, dude, a lot of people make it really hard. Corbyn was always far too nice. Anyway, we got the 5, but here, let's watch CNN.
The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big.
Already has some controversial ideas for overhauling the Bureau.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one.
We heard this
Claims
already.
is made of journalists, big tech, elected leaders, and senior government bureaucrats.
And our biggest enemy against that truth is the deep state. And we are on a mission to annihilate the deep state.
He's also shown a taste for retribution, including over false claims of 2020 election fraud.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out.
He's been a public defender and a federal prosecutor in the Justice Department's National Security Division. During the first Trump term, he worked on the National Security Council and then as chief of staff to the acting defense secretary.
We're blessed by God to have Donald Trump be our juggernaut of justice, to be our leader, to be our continued warrior in the arena.
Patel defended Trump against the charges he faced in the now dropped classified documents case.
Bro, I can't stand. I cannot stand how fucking annoying his outfits are, bro. I can't stand how these motherfuckers carry themselves, bro. I hate it. Like, everything else aside, these are straight up the people that you avoid when you see out in broad daylight, the people that you don't want to make eye contact with. Now they're in fucking positions of power. It's literally people that you would be like, oh, gross. Like, you see them from afar and they got this weird aura and you're like, I'm gonna not want to talk to this guy. Every single one of these motherfuckers, man. Every single person that Donald Trump has chosen to lead any of these agencies literally has the vibes where you cannot leave your drink around them without covering it, okay? I don't know how else to describe. I mean, and it's understandable that you have that feeling when you got the likes of Pete Hegseth and shit, but like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's something so weird, even on the aesthetics front, where you're like, why are you dressed like that? Why? I'm sorry. Maybe this is too hyper-focused on a random, nonsensical, aesthetic-focused position, but I can't stand the way these motherfuckers carry themselves, bro. From King Donald kids' books to pills claiming the reverse COVID vaccine, Kash Patel's MAGA merch ventures. He's a MAGA merch guy. Like, think about the most insane person that never left your hometown after high school and got arrested for drunk driving like 8 times. Now, think about that person's family business. It's a Trump store. Now that guy runs the FBI! What the fuck? This motherfucker wears the cash pin everywhere he goes, bro. How the fuck do we go from, lol, look at these guys that like get the MAGA rap on their fucking pickup trucks, to being like, that guy runs the Department of Transportation now. We're putting MAGA raps on every bus. How the fuck? Patel penned 3 children's books, dude. That's like disqualifying. As a part of the plot against the King trilogy, featuring himself as a wizard called the Distinguished Discoverer, defending King Donald from villains. The 3 main villains are Hillary Quinton, Sleepy Joe, and Kama La La La. Kama La La La. The first installment, which Patel called the first ever children's Russiagate book. Bro, I'm sorry, you need to be institutionalized if you say these words, okay? Like, if you say these words in succession, hey, I created the first ever children's Russiagate book. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking liberal or Republican. You need to go to a mental asylum. Immediately. You are in ever-present danger to yourself and others around you. You have to be put in the machine, okay? It follows a story the FBI started investigating Trump's 2016 campaign of alleged ties with the Kremlin based on the Steele dossier. The blurb reads that it's a fantastical retelling of Hillary's horrible plot against Trump and the whole family. Patel also authors 2023 memoir Government Gangsters, where he called for a purge of the government employees who undermine the president's agenda. Trump hailed Patel's memoir as a blueprint to take back the White House, according to promotional endorsements. His other ventures include the Cash Foundation, which is set up to provide legal defense funds for whistleblowers, according to his website. The organization came under scrutiny last year after Patel paid the legal fees for 2 Republican House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan witnesses in his bid to prove the federal government had been weaponized against conservatives. The charity store also includes a suite of merchandise from Patel's Cash brand, including playing cards of himself as the king and Hillary Clinton as the Joker, and apparel with Trump's hair photoshopped on a Punisher skull in a range called Orange Man Black. According to tax filings for 2023, the charity's revenues rose to $1.3 million last year. Ah! This is an endlessly fortuitous grift. Like, you can be this much of a fucking dumbass and still make like a decent amount of money. Meritocracy is real. Yeah, if your only measure of success is how hard you can ride Trump's dick. Yeah, if the Olympics was factoring in competitive dick riding, yes, Kash Patel would be a champion. The former lawyer is also on the board of Trump's media and technology group, which owns the president-elect's social media platform True Social. He reportedly had a consulting contract with the company paying him $120,000 a year. Patel also helped produce the song Justice for All. Oh my God, he did the Justice for All song. Oh my God. Oh my God, you have to listen to it. You have to listen to it. It's the choir. It's from the January 6th choir. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's only on Rumble, dude. What the fuck?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands,
Why are they showing what they did to get to get thrown in jail? I feel like that in and of itself is kind of dumb, no? They literally showed Ashley Babbitt get fucking smoked. Here's the thing, dude. Remember, it's 144p audio because they're in prison. They recorded this in prison. But the thing is, earlier today, I said, who gives a fuck if the J6 people get, you know, if they're released? I don't care. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? They've already served their time. And then I watched this video and I'm like, no, keep him in permajail. Fuck it. Put Lin-Manuel Miranda right next to him in prison too. No, dog, we can't have these people out. I'm done. I'm done. Put them back in jail. If they are ever out, they present a danger to society. Low-key, this right here, in my opinion, it shows that they didn't learn. They have the capacity to reoffend. As a matter of fact, they're reoffending right now. They are reoffending right now with this song. Keep him in prison! Is this actually domestic terrorist propaganda? Technically, yes, but that's not how anything works. Like, they're not scary and brown, so it's not like something that is enforceable. And therein lies the problem with the political designation of terror anyway. That's why, as long as there's any sort of like academic or journalistic value, it should be allowed.
one nation, under God.
Here's that orange man, black shirt. Stop. Dude, God damn, this country is so cooked, dude. It's in the pooper. The country is in the dumps. The website that he operates is called basedapparel.com. Oh my God. This guy is going to run the FBI, chat. Here are the playing cards. Government gangsters playing cards. Oh, God. So there's a different card for Trump, and that's just T. So what is T then? What is that a substitute for? Explain to you, like, it's just my disdain for people like this, but it just legitimately feels like we're at the precipice of just like being governed by. We went from being governed by a dude with a mental disability, dementia, to an entire cabinet full of people with different, varying degrees of mental disabilities. I just don't see this playing out fine in any capacity whatsoever. Patel went on a Nazis podcast. Maybe someone should ask Patel about all the appearances he made on the program hosted by Jew-hating, Hitler-loving extremist conspiracy theorist Stu Peters. Huh. They don't give a fuck, dude. This is also the other aspect of a lot of these institutions basically fucking undermining the severity and how damning of an accusation it is when you call someone an anti-Semite by constantly conflating a fucking criticism of Israel, which is like a valid position that many Americans and many people in the Western world hold. Now, when you go, this guy's a fucking neo-Nazi who hates Jewish people, people will just be like, oh yeah, you say that about everybody. Well, it's valid for this guy. I hate this shit so much. I don't even know who this fucking guy is, you know? Kash Patel is pro-Israel, yes. So I don't think anybody gives a shit about him linking up with anti-Semites and shit. Has the ADL issued a statement or this? Or any of the other establishment conservative U.S. Jewish community orgs? Or are they too busy policing Rashida Tlaib's criticisms of Israel? It is pretty sad, but this is just the next 4 years, man. Hey, this is just the next 4 years.
Down. Jessica, how do you see Kash Patel?
The good news is he is not being accused of having sex with a minor. So the bar, we're up here, so that's good. He also, in good news, just put his enemies list out there. It's in his book, Government Gangsters. His vision for reforming the FBI, I guess, is just being angry at people who worked for Barack Obama and Republicans who are mean to Trump.
Not a bad place to start. It all went down. Jessica, how do you see Kash Patel?
The good news.
The good news is he hasn't, like, tried to fuck a minor, but we also don't know. You know what I mean?
What to look for. I just think it's unfair that you guys get to see this and we don't get to see any of the female members of the cabinet.
Who do you want to see?
I'd like to see maybe Linda McMahon doing yoga. I'm asking you to hold my hand, damn it.
No, Christy, no.
Tulsi surfing. I don't know. Can I see something that's not fair, Jessica? It's just.
He's so gross. Like, he's just trying to make a joke and realizes halfway through that he's being like a weird misogynist. and still tries to like salvage it by being like, oh, I just want to see them be athletic. It's he has just like a child's brain. I don't know. What is this? Guy put away his device for 7 days and later came back with his take. Turning off all my devices for 7 days, leaving them at home, and going on a trip with family. We'll pray, read, write, and spend quality time for Thanksgiving. Grateful for Lord Jesus Christ. Everything else is lost. See you in December, Lord willing. Make gay marriage illegal again. This is not remotely controversial nor extreme. What happened?
Okay, I'm going to do something that is rarely done, I think, or I rarely see on the internet, which is admit that I was wrong. I was wrong a couple of weeks ago, and I was convinced, or my mind was changed by a single person, a single interview. I finally dipped a toe back into Pod Save America because so many recommended the Hasan Piker episode, and I'm about 2/3 of the way through, and I stand corrected. He had, not the Pod Save Bros, but Hasan Piker had the most well-articulated post-election analysis and articulation, I think, of what went wrong that I have been able to hear to date. And he stood toe-to-toe with the Pod Bros, who I am now seeing are quite establishment, corporate, and he changed my mind. He single-handedly changed my mind. And he did it with a great radio voice. Just a voice made for radio. And then I look him up, and he's good looking. Give that guy a TV show. I tried to see if he had a podcast. I think I might have to download Twitch. I don't know. But if you haven't heard it, go listen to that episode. Bravo, Hasan Piker. You're right. Democrats need to make some changes. I still stand behind ditching New York Times and Washington Post and MSNBC and all the rest. And I still stand behind that a lot of Trump voters are racist, misogynistic, and dumb. But two things can be true at the same time. And what Hasan very clearly articulated, and I won't replay it here because go listen to the episode or go follow him. I mean...
Okay, to be fair, I do a podcast, but it's called Fear and we don't even talk about about politics on it. This is in 5 days got almost 500,000 views.
Welcome to Pod Save.
And it's kind of funny because like it is doubled the Harris campaign interview that they conducted. It was back to back. And it literally is their most successful media product in probably months, except for this one, how Donald Trump defeated Kamala Harris 3 weeks ago. Finish the Cash song? No, I'm not going to do that. If only you had a show every day where you talk about politics 8 to 10 hours a day. Don't you think a political podcast would have so much more reach being on the top charts consistently? I think I need to hire a team to just like cut what I do here and then turn it into a podcast and then upload it as a straightforward podcast at the end of the day or something. This video was also exactly my experience when I first saw the Podjohns episode you were on. In that episode, I realized the Podjohns was establishment corporate and way less left than I thought they were. I think Podjohns are, and this is a sad state of affairs. This is not me criticizing the Podjohns, but I think the Podjohns are the most left that the establishment allows. Yeah. Okay, stop sending me Cash Patel shirts, please. Oh my God, what the fuck is this, bro? Oh my God, this guy's running the FBI, dude. Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked. was hard for me to find the list of people Kash Patel included in his book, Government Gangsters, Deep State Officials Who Need to Be Targeted. So here it is in one place. Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, I don't really care about this list, this hit list.
Our leader to be our continued warrior in the arena.
Patel defended Trump against the charges he faced in the now dropped classified documents case.
They can take what they want. You can't be prosecuted for possessing classified documents.
And while he's claimed violent offenders from January 6th deserve punishment, he's defended others charged in relation to the riot at the U.S. Capitol.
Their lives have been destroyed by the Justice Department because of a political vendetta they want to enact through the justice system to take out Trump.
As for his other endeavors, Patel has a line of apparel as brash as its creator, with items featuring his signature KA$H. He also penned a children's trilogy, apparently dedicated to Trump, the, quote, king of the series. The most recent installment describes the tale of the, quote, MAGA king.
Dude, it's just like, it's so fucking lame, too. It's not even cool. I mean, I guess it's good that it's not cool. I don't know. Something about it just like really pisses me off. Like, they don't even have the fucking aesthetics. They don't even have the appearance of like someone that's trying to at least like market themselves. They're just gross, childish. Like it is literally child brain. It makes me so mad. Dropsite posted a clip. Popular progressive streamer Hasan joined Pod Save America's John Levin to discuss the relationship between left-wing media and Democratic Party. I want to be the most regime-pilled propaganda minister you've ever seen, but I can't do that if the Democratic Party's not offering anything. I can speak to my friends at Dropsite News, Jeremy Scale, and Ryan Graham. Majority Report was more excited for Kamala Harris than I was. Chapo Trap House. These are some of the largest media companies on the left in the orbit of the Democratic Party. Every single one of these outlets, myself included, talk more about the Biden administration's accomplishments with the NLRB, Lena Khan at the FTC, trust busting, and numerous other accomplishments than the Democratic Party did. And it didn't matter because starting in October 2023, there was so much that Joe Biden did that made it impossible to defend him. You would say it's corporatized merch because normally MAGA merch is supposed to be crazy. Everything is devolving. They're doing types of racism in India we can't even conceive of. Trump is caste-pilled. Ramaswamy versus Patel. Vivek is a smooth talker and safe pair of hands. Technical enough to manage engineers. Business savvy enough to raise around. But refined, not a brawler. Kash is the Gunda, a thuggy. He will disappear. What does that word mean? He will disappear deep state traders. I assume it's like something very racially charged. Oh my God, bro. Indian racism hits so different. Like, it's crazy. Indian racism just always, it never ceases to amaze me. Like, and it's not because I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, haha, most white supremacists think you're, you know, subhuman. It's just like, it's so much more advanced than white people racism, like the average white person's racism. And I think it's because of the caste structure is crazy. The caste structure supercharged by like Western white supremacy and you know the notion of like Aryan, the adoption of the Aryan as a rhetorical tool by the Nazi Party. It just like supercharged Indian racism into a degree that I don't even understand. Like, it is like they've been at this shit for so long, dude. Indian racists have been at this racism game since before a time where white people knew how to wipe their asses. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. We just don't really think about it. We don't really consider it because it's like all the way over there. Right?
Okay, I know everybody.
We don't have to watch every pod safe pilled guy. Like we never really think about it. This is why quit being racist, too many sweats. No, literally. Spend one day on Indian Twitter and you will understand. And it's crazy because like the diet racist white supremacists are always like, lol, like Indians are they'll just say like silly childish things. Like the anti-Indian racism is completely out of control on Twitter, but like Nazis like on Twitter, and their racism against Indians oftentimes more damaging, specifically because of migration patterns and Indians being like a marginalized community, brown people being marginalized in like the Western world. It obviously hits different, but like it's kind of it seems infantile in comparison to like some of the shit that I see on Indian Twitter. Like, and it's so funny. Oh, this is a great comparison. The racism on the Indian subcontinent is like a step above the racism among Slavs in the Balkans is wild. Yeah. That's such an apt analogy. It is like Balkan style hatred for dudes that look exactly like you, sound exactly like you, eat the same fucking food. It's just like why the fuck do you hate your neighbor so much, man? It's weird as hell. And I say this as a Turkish guy, and when you look at Armenians and you look at Greeks and you look at Turkish people in a lineup, you're not going to be able to tell who's who. That's it. It's so fucking stupid. It's just religion and language. But yeah, racism against Indians is so fucking normalized online. Having said all of that, it's wild. Like it is. And it's like the most overt type of racism, like the childish racism of being like, oh, Indians smell bad or some shit. You know what I mean? That's like you're like a kid. You have a kid's brain. And it's so nutty that like it is literally, how do I describe it? Like, I would say that anti-black racism has been forced into being more complex because most people understand what it is when someone says it. Like when any racist person compares like a black person to a monkey or an ape or whatever, everybody immediately understands like where the fuck that's coming from. And I feel like anti-Indian racism online is equivalent to not using any dog whistles whatsoever, or not even using it's like curry jokes and shit. It's like weird that Americans know about it though, because for the longest time for Americans, like due to migration, once again, like Americans don't know the P word, for example. If you are coming from a country where there's like a lot of migration from Pakistan and India, there are specific slurs for it, right? In England, in Canada, in Australia, like the P word is Pakistani but shortened, okay? The first 4 letters. Americans don't even know what that is. I know that because every time I talk about that slur, people don't even fucking know what it is. They're like, what? Americans don't know what that is so much that George W. Bush said it before. Right? And yet, like, I don't know, I feel like they're adopting. Like, it's really bad in Canada, it's really bad in Australia, it's really bad in Commonwealth countries. And now Americans are trying to adopt it too. They're like learning about it and they're like, oh, yep. This is a new, Americans be like, new kind of racism. Nice. I love learning about new versions of racism. What the fuck is Kevin Spacey doing in Israel? What do you think, man? Yeah, what do you think? I mean, same could be asked about what is Bryan Singer doing in Israel? Why are there so many articles written on Haaretz and many other Israeli publications about how Israel, with its non-extradition policy, is oftentimes seen as a safe haven for pedophiles? Anyway, this is the most expected collaboration of all time, dude. Kevin Spacey collaborating with the state of Israel. Are you kidding me? Fuck you mean? It's shocking that he hadn't actually gone to Israel already. True enough says, wow. Anyway, let's watch Jane Fonda, Hanoi Jane, my queen, rip into Bill Maher.
There's about a third of this country that's very hard right. Of course they love Trump. When he left office, he had an approval rating of 34%. So he really only had those people. Why is he now like tied? Because the other part of the coalition are people who, they don't really like him that much. They just think the far left has gone so nutty on so many issues.
That's what they're being told.
That's what they...
By people like you.
Oh, stack them up. Line those bodies up. Brrr. Jane Fonda, my queen. Oh my God. Oh, Jane Fonda is still the GOAT. I'll never forgive, never forgive, never forget. It lives in my mind. That one Vietnam jacket I saw on this broadcast one time that said, never forgive, never forget, Jane Fonda. What was it? It was like, I'll forgive Jane Fonda when, fuck what? It's bars, dude. Conservatives never let go of their hatred for Jane Fonda. My grandpa's still mad at Jane. It's so funny. What did Jane Fonda do? Jane Fonda did basically what I've done professionally. Bakari Zillers calling you a cloud chaser? What? Kind of wild. Hasan does a bit and doesn't want to have a conversation. I don't know. People just want clicks, I guess. At least invite me to the dialogue in your head. Wait, what? I never said I'm not down to have Bakari Sellers on the broadcast. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is the patch. This is the patch. I'll forgive Jane Fonda when the Jews forgive Hitler. This is one of them. Yeah. No, conservative boomers are, bro, conservative boomers are not all right with this. Yeah. The jacket, I think it wasn't this, it was something else. But it's so fire, dude. It's so sick. And if you're wondering what she did, she went to North Vietnam and she humanized the Vietnamese Liberation Front. Okay. Is Jane Fonda pro-Israel? I'd be shocked. Is she? Oh, here's another one. I'm still not Fonda Hanoi Jane. Oh my God, what a banger. Look at this racist ass shirt, dude. Fucking sick. God, this is racism at its best, okay? This is the type of shit where it's like, it's kind of funny. Especially many, many years later. Look at this vintage racism, dude. No, people hate her because she poses on anti-aircraft weapon. Yeah. Yeah, that's what she did. No, the real reason why they hate her is because she went to North Vietnam. I said it correct. Oh, that's not just humanizing them though. Wait, I'm sorry. You got a problem with that? Oh, damn, man. I can't believe she posed with an anti-aircraft weapon that was used by the indigenous population to defend against an invading country. Fuck you mean? 38 month subscriber? Are you relitigating the fucking crimes of the Vietnam War on the side of America in 2024? What the hell's going on? Do you know what fucking Agent Orange is? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I know she says it was a mistake. She says it wasn't a mistake to go to North Vietnam, but she says it was a mistake to sit on the fucking anti-aircraft weapon because she's still, at the end of the day, a liberal, okay? I don't give a shit. Yeah, you think people didn't make the exact same propaganda about the Viet Cong in the United States of America? They were like, oh, I guess you don't care about the southern Vietnamese population. I'll have you know, the Viet Cong, they are brutal to those who collaborated with the Americans. Like, they were torturing them. All this shit. Motherfucking Morning Joe in the chat. Coming out on the side of American empire. In yet another instance of like very obviously violent and wrong things that we did. Come on. Wait, did he get... I mean, Nikki Haley got double trouble from Zionists. Are you comparing from signing the weapons is considered distasteful? It'd be like you taking pictures around Ground Zero after you said America deserved 9/11. 38 month subscriber. I don't know if you know this, but I have already done that. That's number one. I meme about fucking 9/11 every time I go to what's it called? I like that Zionist is now a blocked term, so you can't even say it. But every time I go to the One World Trade Center, I meme about it. Like, what do you mean? Last time I went was for the Wired magazine interview. And also, you cannot compare an American signing off American artillery shells that are going to go and kill babies to an indigenous population and the weapons that they use to purge their fucking territorial borders from an invading force. The fuck?
Okay, Paul, let's start the marriage.
Is this a whole documentary about the visit of Jane Fonda to Hanoi?
70, bà đã là một tượng đài sừng sững ở Hollywood.
Adams, I hope you're...
Tới cuộc chiến tranh miền Bắc Việt Nam.
This is just a... Yeah, bro, it's an anti-aircraft weapon. I don't know if you know what an anti-aircraft weapon does. It's not used against the civilian population. It's like worse than an artillery shell. You know, it shoots enemy aircraft down. Unless you got some, I mean, maybe you got some baby brain soldiers operating it, but like, come on now. Yeah, but the real reason why they hate Jane Fonda is because she humanized the enemy. Yeah, not because she sat on a fucking anti-aircraft weapon. Get out of here. That's it. Jane Fonda responding to a
I dreamed a
smart-
New Yorker cartoon the other day, which was a wife in one of those maybe Saxon or someone who draws the suburban people, saying to her husband, I won't understand this new war in Vietnam until I know which side Jane Fonda is on. Now that sounds like it could be a New Yorker cartoon. That isn't bad, is it? Well,
I don't, what?
I haven't upset you, have I?
No.
No, I just, it's such a curious thing that there's a war going on in Vietnam again, right in the same places where you were and that we were all reading about and talking about, and yet we're not in it. Somebody else is doing it now. Very weird. I don't understand the world anymore. I wish I had lived in the 20s. I think I'd have made a good flapper.
Some big powers are out to try to punish the Vietnamese, and our government, well, those people have been fighting a long time, and
how can they stand it to have it all back again and with different colors on the uniforms or something?
it's been 4,000 years.
Damn, he backed away real quick. He was real smug about it, like, oh, Hollywood liberal, who cares about what you have to say?
For those people who said they're just a pawn in the hands of China, I hope that people will begin to understand that they will fight anyone, including the Soviet Union, communist or capitalist country alike, anyone that tries to take away their independence. That's what it's about. The Vietnamese people are saying, just as we did 200 years ago, we will control our destiny, we will own our own land, we will have our own government, and if it means dying in the process of getting it, we will die.
It's amazing. Say your father corrected something you said. Did you read about that?
He was absolutely right.
Yeah, well,
I'm working, Nixon's not, but he is certainly getting a lot of money from us, even though it's not working to get it.
yeah, you had said I'm getting paid these days, and
Nixon
he isn't. And your father pointed out that he is making quite a good deal of money. And,
right. Right.
That was interesting because your father has had to tread a rather delicate line at times with some of his old buddies over these controversies and so on.
My father has always had very strong and deep beliefs.
Yeah, that's certainly
always.
I certainly wasn't implying the opposite. No, ma'am.
No, people, because he and I had conflicts a couple of years ago, people sort of thought that he was on the opposite side or conservative or something, but he's always been very out there.
Probably because of some of those John Ford movies. They figured he must be just like Ward Bond and all those people. Jane, it's always fun to have you here. It's more than fun. It's significant. I like having you here. Thanks for being here.
Anyway, let's get back to Jane Fonda and what she has to say. She's still a lib at the end of the day.
Sometimes I wonder if we had a utopia, it would be the greatest pain for you because you need to be. I mean, you're there for the cause, absolutely sincerely, but also the cause is there for you, a little.
Boo. Jane Fonda and her husband Tom Hayden arrived today for a week-long visit here and said the Palestine Liberation Organization's terrorist acts and refused to recognize Israel had made the invasion of Lebanon inevitable. Boo. The visit was arranged by the Israeli Association of Welfare of Soldiers, which has invited several American entertainers to Israel to improve morale. Boo, Jane Fonda. I was in 1982.
Am I wrong?
I don't, you're so different than me that it's hard for me sometimes to even understand what you're talking about.
Really? So we must have a lot in common.
I don't think we do.
Really?
No.
Why?
Except the tequila's really good.
Why? What do you think?
I mean, a year ago, she called for a true humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. I guess she's like gone back and forth on her opinions. In 2009, she was involved in a protest called Israel a Rogue State at Toronto Film Festival. Okay, we're back. What is this? When celebrities show up to protest, the media follows, but so does the backlash. Celebrities have long said out loud what a lot of people are thinking. Just listen to Jane Fonda. That's in 1973. Okay, Susan Sarandon is my queen. Like, Susan Sarandon carries the torch. Oh my God, they interviewed Medea Benjamin as well. All my goats are in this article. I love Medea Benjamin. She's the best. Read what Fonda said. Yeah, that was in 1973, chat, about the Vietnam War. Is there a new quote from her? Susan Sarandon is the best. Susan Sarandon's son from her time with Tim Robbins is hilarious. He's on TikTok and makes shorts about being a Nepo baby and how weird it is. Her opinion has likely evolved over the years, but as long as she's been alive, she could have fallen victim to some propaganda at first, but saw that was happening and changed her opinions. She might not love Hamas or what was the PLO, but she can probably still see Palestinian liberation as moral and just. Why are we investigating Jane Fonda so hard? I don't know. It was just it went on a deep dive.
I think it's
for
so
no
different
reason.
about me.
Just your worldview is so totally different than mine. I don't see people the same way. I don't see.
You think I'm a cynic?
I think you're very cynical. I know. Yeah.
But don't you think the world makes you cynical?
I don't know. I'm not cynical. And I've been around longer than you.
Yeah.
A good.
And she's a smoke, dude. That's what happens, dude. You get clear skin when you're on the right side of history, even if you have some flubs along the way.
20 years more. You could be my son. I'd put you over my knees and spank you. Would you like? You'd probably like that.
No, I think I'm very normal. I think I'm very normal, and I love when I grew up. You know, I think it was like a very normal time.
If you were white, yeah.
Yes, if you were white,
Yeah.
absolutely. Glad we said that.
See, he thinks that's like shitty to say. He thinks you're only saying that for woke points. It's just an accurate rendition of history. That's not just like being said for woke points. It's a recognition of the humanity of those who are marginalized historically. It's not like, this is why he's cynical. She proved it, even in that moment. Like, she literally has, without even trying, proved that Bill Maher is a cynical piece of shit. That's a cynical fucking take. Oh, you're just bringing up the, if you're a white guy, to just get some brownie points. And it's like, no, dude, she's doing that because it's historically correct, okay? It is historically inaccurate to say America was simply better in the pre-civil rights era or during the civil rights era.
I mean, you know.
God, I just hate how much of a smug piece of shit Bill Maher is. You're only bringing that up as a gotcha. It's like, why? Why do you feel so bad? If you feel so bad, that there are others out there that are that are from a higher moral authority because they simply look at whatever is happening around them and go, I can recognize right from wrong. Okay. Jane Fonda knows who you are. Yeah, good one, dude. I don't think Jane Fonda knows who I am. Actually, it's not that. It's not. Here, take a week off. It's not that crazy because Susan Sarandon is a HasnAbi head. God, every time I watch Bill Maher, I'm like, I become one of those, like, I understand why people have such a parasocial hatred of me. Like, if I read in the same way as, like, Bill Maher does to my enemies, it makes sense, you know? I mean, even then, because I'm a normal person, I don't fucking investigate every minutia of his life. Wait, for real, like a HasnAbi hit? Susan Sarandon? She is. Imagine brigading Bill Maher, like cyber stalking him.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Just a week after Donald Trump threatened 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada unless they stop the flow of migrants into the country. And we said at the time, we said this is how he negotiates. This is, you know, we'll never see the tariffs, but this is how he gets the people to the table. There are two developments, up north and down south. First up, it was just after the incoming president, Donald Trump, spoke on the phone to the president of Mexico, and they talked about some sort of an agreement on stopping the flow of people into the United States. Well, you know what happened? Mexican authorities that same day broke up 2 migrant caravans heading to the United States. And apparently on that same day, the migrants and caravan, the president of Mexico said that migrants and caravans will be taken care of before they reach the border. That is something new. And that happened after her conversation with.
That's not something new. That is the standing policy since the Trump administration that Mexico gets to do. Mexico gets to do whatever it wants without American intervention as long as they just like hold back on they play border patrol for America since the Trump era. That's it.
Donald Trump. So regarding the South, that apparently is something new, and it was because of the tariffs.
So we were telling y'all about these caravans. What, last week, I guess, we were showing these images coming up to Mexico. They wanted to get here before Joe Biden is out of office. Well, now they're being stopped by the president of Mexico because Donald Trump won. Donald Trump has threatened her. Then she just put on social media, she said migrants and caravans are taken care of before they reach the border.
Wow, that's great news. They did have a difference of opinion on what went on in that conversation on the tone and tenure, but Justin Trudeau made no mistake about it. They had a good conversation, he said, and I have a better idea. Why don't I come down over the weekend and come visit you? And next thing you know, the Canadians are cracking down there. They got $3.1 trillion worth of goods going back and forth. He's going to run for re-election in 2025. He can't have any type.
It's so funny that they're just like, they're trying to do whatever they can to just be like, yeah, Trump is really doing this shit. Trump is really doing this shit. The other today, Trump came out and was like, if those hostages aren't returned, I'm gonna unleash hell by January 20th. He's like, Trump threatens and Barack Ravid comes out. Trump sends a message to Hamas on the hostages. Everybody's talking about the hostages who are being held so violently, inhumanely, and against the will of the entire world in the Middle East. But it's all talk and no action. Please let this truth serve to represent that if the hostages are not released prior to January 20th, 2025, the date I proudly assume office of the President of the United States, there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East and for those in charge who perpetrated these atrocities against humanity. Those responsible will be hit harder than anybody has been hit in the long and storied history of the United States of America. Release the hostages now. What are you going to do, man? Do more of a genocide? I guess, yeah. The answer is yes. He's just going to do more genocide. Like, Israel's doing pro-rape riots about the Palestinians that they apprehend. And this motherfucker's like, we're going to make things so much worse. What are you going to do? Nuke Gaza? He's going to accidentally nuke Israel. Does Claudia Sheinbaum being a white Jewish woman help Mexico at all and being able to do damage control against Trump and MAGA? No, dude, what? Nobody outside of America, and even most Americans, don't care about what anyone's background is. That's why nobody thinks that like Kash Patel being Indian is actually a good sign for Indians in America or whatever, okay? That shit is all marketing. Like, that's it. Nobody gives a fuck. That's not a real thing, okay? The biggest lie, the biggest lie that anyone's ever told is basically just this notion that, like, your background matters. I think only liberals have this, like, false notion. Anyway, of course, Israel, remember, did a ceasefire and then got a sidestep, got a little nice little cutout for themselves where they can continue fucking, firing at Lebanese people. And then it only became news when Hezbollah fired back.
Joining us, Hezbollah has launched rockets from Lebanon for the first time since the ceasefire was declared with Israel. The armed group is accusing Israel of flagrant violations. Israel's defense minister has promised a harsh response. Let's go live to Beirut now and speak to Ali Hashem. So, Ali, what more, firstly, do we know about this rocket attack by Hezbollah?
Well, there's a statement, and Hezbollah claimed responsibility for an attack, what it called initial defensive attack in retaliation to Israeli violation of the ceasefire. And Hezbollah warning that it tried to convey its reservations and complaints to the mediators.
Background absolutely matters, man. Like, liberals fetishize it in a shallow way, but systemic issues don't just disappear because you grind harder. The idea that everyone starts on the same playing field is a lie that props up capitalism. People aren't failing. The system is failing them. What are you saying? I don't disagree with you. I'm simply stating that your background doesn't matter. Your opinions do. The only reason why diversity is supposed to be important is because your lived experience as a black person or as like a Jewish woman in Mexico, a country that's like 90% Catholic, only matters as far as how your lived experiences change your understanding and automatically create a sense of empathy. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. That's the reason why you can have someone like Candace Owens, for example, who's a black woman but doesn't actually champion women's rights or black people's rights. That's what I mean when I say the aesthetic grounds in which like liberals champion representation is actually something that no one really fucking believes. No one believes it. Maybe some liberals do, but most people don't believe it at all.
But there was no response, and that's why it went towards retaliating initially in a defensive way. And of course, the choice of the place, hitting the Sheba farms, is significant here with respect to the Lebanese government's claims towards the Sheba farms as Lebanese territories, and that the mandate given to Hezbollah to resist and to try liberate them. This is something that has been an issue in Lebanon for years. So from this background, Hezbollah attacked the Sheba farms. And of course, now with Israel launching several attacks in Lebanon. Just now, we heard of an attack in the town of Tallusa to the south, where 2 Lebanese were killed and several were wounded. So, but of course, everyone now is asking, and there are concerns whether this ceasefire is going to hold And if Israel is going to retaliate harshly, how Hezbollah is going to retaliate, and are we going towards a new tit for tat between Hezbollah and Israel after only 5 days of truce or ceasefire? Of course, according to the Lebanese side, there are more than 75 Israeli violations of the ceasefire over the past few days, and there have been several fatalities.
Ali, for now, many thanks for that. Ali Hashim with the latest there from Beirut. Let's go to Noor Odeh now, who's the Jordanian capital Amman. To remind you, Al Jazeera has been banned from the occupied West Bank and from Israel. Our team, including Noor, are working from Amman for the time being. So, Noor, Israel's defence minister is promising a, quote, tough response. What does this mean for the ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel?
It really remains to be seen, Neve, as Ali was saying there. How far are the parties going to take this? The Israeli Prime Minister also in the past few minutes has come out and said that this is a grave violation and that Israel would act forcefully in response. Of course, from the Israeli perspective, any movement of Hezbollah, whether it is by firing rockets or just by moving its members and its equipment, is considered a violation. And Israel has given itself the right to strike at Hezbollah in Lebanon and beyond Lebanon in order to impose the ceasefire with fire, as some of its officials have said. Lebanon naturally doesn't see it the same way, and neither do the mediators, for that matter, have also voiced concern in the past few days about this very fragile ceasefire holding.
Noah, we've had this quite interesting line from the Pentagon, a Pentagon spokesperson saying that despite some incidents, clearly referring to what we've just been reporting, the ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel is holding. Is that the view in Israel as well? Why are we hearing these lines, do we think?
I mean, it almost sounds like the American side is willing this ceasefire to hold.
Didn't Israel violate it first? Yes. There has never been a moment where Israel hasn't violated it. Like, Israel literally just increased the intensity of the bombing campaign leading up to the final closing hours of the ceasefire, the quote-unquote fake ceasefire. Israel also carved out a side deal with America that allowed it to continue bombing certain parts of Lebanon, which they did continue doing. They fired on journalists. They fired on people that were going into... they fired on people that they claimed were going into territory that is still inside of Lebanon, mind you, that they hadn't pulled out from. And yeah, Israel has violated the ceasefire 100 times, by the way, since the ceasefire.
Dana, that there have been continuous violations since the ceasefire took effect early Wednesday morning. CNN spoke to a UN peacekeeping source who says that Israel has violated that ceasefire about 100 times. But there are many people on both sides of this border who are desperately hoping that this doesn't escalate further and that the ceasefire prevails.
Like, it's just so cooked.
We've seen since the ceasefire went into effect, is it being successful? Broadly speaking.
Yeah, it's successful because Israel keeps bombing and then no one retaliates. But notice how the moment of retaliation from Hezbollah is immediately like, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, you can't do that. Why is it always this way? Why is it stacked this way? Like, how come? How come we get this like fake ass ceasefire where only one side has to cease their fire and the other side can continue its invasion?
And that's the kind of attitude they're portraying. In Israel, they don't consider that the ceasefire has broken down, but they do consider this Hezbollah rocket incident as a grave violation. So the questions that are now being asked, especially by the detractors of Netanyahu, those in the opposition, those in the right wing.
Israel, by the way, since then killed 3 World Central Kitchen aid workers as well. And then claimed that one of them was Hamas when they knew that people were going to get mad at them, because the last time that they killed World Central Kitchen aid workers, they got, people got very mad at them. This time it didn't even make a blip, partially because none of them were white. they were Palestinians and brown people that they killed. They also killed the Gaza Soup Kitchen's head, the head of the Gaza Soup Kitchen. You know, they're just. They are. I mean, they're gross. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. In the past 2 days, Israeli forces have killed 3 World Central Kitchen Aid workers, killed a Save the Children staffer, killed a Gaza Soup Kitchen chef, killed an ICU director, attacked and killed hundreds of displaced Palestinians, shot a 10-year-old girl. That's from yesterday. Like, I genuinely don't understand. Yeah, there's also a photo of an Israeli soldier that's like masturbating. I don't even want to know if I want to show it. But yeah, there's a photo of an Israeli soldier that's like simulating a masturbation. Yeah. It's not, you can't see anything, but he's just like jerking off on a seat. Looking at the destruction of Gaza. Yeah. Also, things that we knew already that are now getting more broad media coverage, and I'm happy that there's finally like some media coverage over it. Remember how we talked about the quadcopters that snipe Palestinian doctors and children? There's also another use for quadcopters, as you guys know. We've briefly covered this before, but now there's more evidence for it. Quadcopters were emitting baby sounds, playing sounds of screaming women. Palestinians in Gaza say Israel's been using small quadcopter drones equipped with loudspeakers to lure them out of their homes and then shoot them.
جماعة الخير كوادكابتر تطلق صوت أطفال الآن من مخيم.
This is a Palestinian man saying a quadcopter is playing the sound of children
كوادكابتر تطلق صوت أطفال
right now in the Nusayrat camp.
مخيم إنصارات.
Yesterday, a young man was killed. He went to check out the noise, and he was shot.
In mid-April, we were informed that Israeli quadcopters were emitting bizarre sounds, including baby sounds or women screaming. I went personally to Nusayrat, and I interviewed several Palestinians separately, and the testimonies were almost identical. Quadcopters were for 2 consecutive nights on the 14th and the 15th, I guess, of April. They were emitting baby sounds, playing sounds of screaming women.
Didn't they do this shit in Deir Yassin? Yes. Not this specifically, but I believe when they overtook Haifa, I think it was Haifa in 1948, they utilized psyops as well in a similar vein. But this time it was playing sounds from tanks, like British holdover tanks that they had, you know, like equipment left behind that they had put speakers onto where they would play the sounds of like machine gun fire and bombs exploding because they didn't have machine guns and that many machine guns and that many bombs. So what they did was like play the sounds of like bombs exploding and machine guns and people dying so that people would leave. No, Haifa was not the Arab stronghold that Ben Gurion spared. You're thinking of Nazareth. Am I getting it wrong? In 1948, they had like Deir Yassin and a couple of villages were ruthlessly slaughtered. I'm right. It was Haifa. Okay. So a couple of the villages were ruthlessly slaughtered. These villages had negotiations with neighboring Arab villages. The Jewish villages had a partnership with the Arab villages in the surrounding region. The Arab villages did not have any sort of like militia defense whatsoever because they were like, oh yeah, we have negotiations with the Jewish villages around us. Like, we're fine. We trade with one another. We're neighbors. Hasan is racist to Eastern Asians? What? What now? What happened now? Where are you fantasizing about this from? Anyway, why the fuck am I even entertaining this shit here? Eat a week off. Anyway, so in Deir Yassin, they did a lot of the atrocities in Deir Yassin, the village of Deir Yassin, with planned Dalit that Israelis and defenders of Israel actually claimed Hamas did on October 7, including throwing a child in a baker's oven in front of his dad, and then throwing the dad afterwards in that same oven. First, they tried to get the dad to throw the child in the oven, and when he refused to do so, they threw the dad in the oven afterwards. They made him watch, and then they threw him in the oven. You know, people being thrown in wells, just like endless depravity. So that was Deir Yassin. And the only reason why we know that happened is because they left people alive. Now, the reason why they left people alive was so that those Arab villagers would then go to the village next to, Deir Yassin or whatever, and repeat the atrocities that they had experienced, specifically so that it was easier to purge, the surrounding Arab villages without, having to fight. Okay? They also paraded the people that they captured in Jerusalem in trucks and showed it to everybody, and people were like throwing stuff at them and whatnot, and then they executed them. So this is in 1948. Part of the reason, so what they would do afterwards in like larger towns, for example, would be surround the town with Irgun and Haganah and these many Zionist brigades, militias, some of which were openly, they called themselves terrorists. Okay? They would surround these Arab cities, these big cities like Haifa. Okay? That's literally a Nazi talking point. Man, what the fuck you on? What? At least the OG Nazis, the good graces, to shoot themselves after war crimes, many of them. Wait, what? That's fucking stupid, dude. Shut the fuck up. Ridiculous. Anyway. No, that chatter was responding to someone else that was saying like Nazis are better than the original Zionist brigades, which I don't agree with. Anyway. Let me finish. So they went to Haifa, and everyone at this point is aware of the atrocities that the Zionist brigades are engaging in. So what they did basically was surround the town and leave one opening for every single person in the town to leave from, right? They would always surround the town and then leave one exit. Okay? So that people could leave in an orderly manner. So that the Arabs that are fleeing these towns could leave in an orderly fashion. And what they would do in that process is they would play speakers from the sounds. They would obviously shoot people. They would obviously like explode bombs and stuff as well. Or even there was one documented instance, I believe, of like one plane dropping flyers, which is ironic because they still do that. But in order to not, kill too many Palestinians, like waste too many bullets, they basically would do psyops. And the psyops were using using older British equipment that was left behind, equipped with speakers to play the sounds of bombs and play the sounds of machine gun fire and play the sounds of people dying. Okay? In an effort to terrify and terrorize the Arab populations living in cities like Haifa, with the express purpose of ethnically cleansing and doing a population transfer and moving all the Palestinians, moving all the Arabs that live there to a different area, only to never allow them to return to their ancestral homes ever again. That's it. They did that. They did psyops. Now the psyops have become even more cruel, where they broadcast intimidating sounds to lure, kill, and forcibly displace civilians in the Nusayrat camp, specifically babies crying. And you know, women crying, the sounds of women crying, so that if someone seeks out the children thinking that there is like a child in distress, they shoot and kill them. Gaza is a laboratory of violence. I remember listening to Mark Milley and the former Google guy who want to make inroads into the tech violence space, basically. Like a lot of these Palmer Luckey style guys are now actually making inroads with the Defense Department, and they want to change the way that America engages in procurement of new weapons. And I remember listening to them at the time talk in great detail about how Ukraine and how Gaza were basically experimental grounds for so much new technology, and they were worried that America was falling behind. That's another purpose for Israel, which is that Gaza is a laboratory for new ways to be cruel to civilians, new ways of subjugating large numbers of people, and new ways of testing out, new ways of doing research and development on a live population. Yeah. And as we know, something that I've talked about quite frequently, Iraq used to be a testing ground for American weapons. If you recall, somewhere around like after 2003, the American government started testing what was known as an LRAD. An LRAD is a long-range acoustic device. These are very powerful speakers that are used to stop, any sort of like civilian uprising, right? It's like a sound cannon. And when this experimentation was being conducted on the Iraqi population, Americans were oblivious to it. Now, most police departments all around the country have LRADs that they use on the American population. This is known as the Imperial Boomerang. Okay? The weapons that our government tests out on people that they have less care and consideration for, they inevitably use upon the domestic population. They test it in the field, and if they find it to be effective, then they move it to the home front. Yes, there is a great book called The Palestine Laboratory, How Israel Exports Technology and Occupation Around the World by Anthony Lowenstein. Another example of this, another immediate example of this is Israel itself. Israel not only in collaboration with American local police departments, trains in the post-9/11 universe, trains almost every local department on methods of apprehension and strategies that our domestic police utilizes. But also Israel itself used to use, and still does to this day, use skunk spray, a chemical weapon on the Palestinian homes in the West Bank. As an occupying force, the Israeli occupying force utilizes this horrible smelling chemical spray that they spray on Palestinian homes. Okay? No, it's not sewer water. No, that's a different thing that they do. Because Israeli settlements are always uphill from Palestinian encampments and Palestinian homes, they also dump their sewage directly on top of Palestinian villages. But that's besides the point. That's another thing. What I'm talking about is a specific chemical spray that they use that you cannot wash off. The only way that you can wash it off is if you buy the other the other antidote, I guess, from the same manufacturer. It's the skunk weapon. Here it is. Yeah. Skunk is a malodorant, non-lethal weapon used for crowd control by the Israeli Defense Forces and marketed to militaries and law enforcement around the world. It was manufactured by Odor Tech. The liquid's strong odor is marketed as an improvement over crowd control weapons, such as rubber bullets and tear gas, used by the IDF against Palestinian protesters. And they've deployed it against homes, Palestinian homes and whatnot. It's an organic, non-toxic blend of baking powder, yeast, and other ingredients. Now, the interesting thing that I was trying to explain to you is that the weapons have historically been used against the Palestinians. But in the 2018 protests that were launched against the Israeli government by Israeli citizens who were, some of them are pro-apartheid, some of them might not be, but it doesn't matter. Israeli citizens launched a protest against their own government for undermining the Supreme Court's authority and independent status. Those mass protests were squashed with these weapons. So the very same, or not 2018, sorry, 2022. So the very same weapons that were once used and still are used against the Palestinian population were then deployed against the Israeli population. What goes around comes around. This is the imperial boomerang. Weapons that are tested out on people that you are trained to hate will inevitably be used on you. There will always be something that you disagree with your government on. And when you push and demand accountability and demand transparency and they don't offer it, inevitably you will protest. And if those protests become too disruptive, the government will use those weapons that you once knew as weapons that would defend your free speech or whatever against your enemies on you. That's it. Skunk was first reported to be used for crowd control in August 2008 in the Palestinian village of Nilin, where daily protests have been taking place in response to the construction of a security barrier. In Hebron, it was used on the 26th of February 2012 to disperse a crowd of estimated 1,000 people, which clashed with Israeli soldiers. During a protest described as commemorating the anniversary of the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, or as pressing for the reopening of the zone of Shuhada Street. The funeral procession waiting for the riots to be dispersed were also doused with the liquid. In 2017, Israeli forces began using skunk against ultra-Orthodox Jewish protesters. I believe they also used it in 2022 against Israeli protesters that were protesting their own government. So this is something that you need to, remember. I don't agree with you on this. Wait, what? You don't. I just gave you two very famous examples. Two very famous examples of these kinds of weapons that were used for crowd dispersal against quote unquote enemies of the state being used against the domestic population. You can disagree with, many things. You can disagree with my approach that you can disagree when I say doner is better than a gyro or something, but I don't think you can disagree with facts. Unless you have, unless you have proof, evidence of some sort that goes against what I am saying. Yeah, they use I think they use sewage water here. This might just be regular water against the Israeli protesters that were protesting to release the hostages.
The quadcopters apparently played these sounds only to lure citizens out of their homes and to find someone to shoot. And this was confirmed by actually the reports that we followed up on at hospitals. There were cases of people getting injured by these quadcopters after going out to figure out what was the sound to try to help.
Help, with the baby asking for help. The voice was coming from outside the house door. There was a quadcopter with 4 propellers. Then it headed towards the tents, broadcasted the same crying. We called my cousin in the tents. He said, don't fall for it. It's just the sound system. Abu Anas al-Shurur. From this area, they shot him in the head. A recording that my brother took of the quadcopter broadcasting a voice of a child screaming for help or calling for his mother. I wonder if it's recordings of the detained children or paid actors. If it's the first, God forbid, that would be even more horrific. It's a child saying, I want my mother. They sourced it to a small Israeli drone with a loudspeaker over Khan Yunis. Another recording from the occupied West Bank shows an Israeli drone warning Palestinians they may be killed if they resist. Israeli arms manufacturer Elbit Systems produces a weapon system that can be fitted to various drones, which says it can operate day or night and provides highly accurate lethality. Yeah, they also have these drone copters that are retrofitted with snipers and AR-15s, and they are the ones who are sniping kids and shit. Israel did not provide answers to any of the questions. Yeah. Bait Alpha Technologies, the owner of Odor Tech for skunk. Bait Alpha Technologies has exhaustive sales of the US and India. I don't know why this person who said I don't agree with you on this has stopped. Do you think all future wars will have these drones involved now? Yes. If you're wondering where the video is, I quote retweeted it and said Israel invents a new fresh hell every day in Gaza. It's the laboratory of evil. So you can find it on my profile. What? Tel Aviv nightclubs? I'm gay, white, and racist. It's funny. Like, it's funny because like all this stuff is readily available for those with, you know, with even a little bit of intellectual curiosity. And it's kind of crazy because, like, people still, in the face of all of these atrocities, weirdly maintain this, like, subtle position that they think is defensive. Where they say, like, no, you don't understand. Like, if you criticize this shit, or if you don't criticize it within the boundaries that I think is appropriate, you're anti-Jewish. This has nothing to do with Judaism. And the only people that think this has anything to do with Judaism are fucking Nazis. So why the fuck are you turning around and aligning with Nazis on this in this regard? I've been tracking this stuff fairly closely. for a very long time, as you guys know. And even I have been shocked time and time again about some of the new inventions that I have seen Israel utilize, some of the new things that I have found out that Israel has done. Like the cum squad, the goon platoon. If someone were to tell me before October 7 that like Israel has cum divers, people that go in and track fallen Israeli occupying force soldiers and retrieve their fucking semen in a timely manner so that they can impregnate their wives at home in an effort to continue the bloodline, I would be like, nobody cares about, demographic concerns like this. This is like a made up thing. You're being anti-Semitic. Like this seems like a little far-fetched, I feel like you just made up some anti-Semitic conspiracy theory and you're just saying like, oh, this is what the Israeli army is doing. And then you find out that it is a real thing that Israel is doing. It's just crazy. Yeah, there's also some new weapon that people are using apparently, but after speaking with first responders and doctors in North Gaza, many are reporting that Israeli forces are using new weapons that cause bodies to evaporate on the scene. They describe it as something they've never seen before. There was one video of something that I saw that was like, I don't even know what this is, but I saw one video of like a person whose upper body was just like straight up on fire. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Wing who didn't want a ceasefire with Hezbollah. They're saying, how big is this response?
Also, the video of the dude being impaled with a smoke bomb. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The smoke grenade or the smoke bomb that I saw. I don't know how the fuck this like... Smoke was seen bursting from the head of a Palestinian victim of an Israeli attack in Beit Laiha in northern Gaza today. Witnesses likened it to the release of steam from a pressured engine. It is like they're dumping... I can't show you the video, obviously. But I believe it's experimental technology, or at least that's what doctors are saying. Like Dr. Munir al-Bursh, Director General of the Ministry of Health in Gaza, which gave reports to Al Jazeera. Israel's testing new weapons on us that we do not recognize. They drop bombs with terrifying sounds, and when a person gets within 200, 300 meters of them, they vaporize. The massacres happening in North Gaza are unknown to us until later. Nobody calls to inform us. The Israeli army bombs entire residential blocks, wiping out all their inhabitants, and we only find out about them a day or two later. And one of the videos that has come out of that is like it looks like, it basically looks like a smoke grenade that decapitated a Palestinian Palestinian person, but it literally just, they try to neutralize it. They try to like dump buckets of dirt on it. Okay? And it literally doesn't stop. It gets like crazier and crazier. It's just like the smoke gets wilder and wilder. And I have no idea what the fuck it is. I've never seen anything like it. International and local doctors operating in North Gaza hospitals have found cube-like structures which are made of tungsten and built into weapons designed to explode and cause maximum damage to the victims. I'm not like a weapons expert. I have no idea what any of this shit is. I just resort to people on the ground that say this is new. And of course, during the horrors that they are experiencing, they do have the capacity to get things wrong. And we might not know until later down the line, but here's Element Technologies expanding into tungsten fragmentation production capabilities all the way back in 2022. For those of you who don't know, tungsten is incredibly dense. Dr. Mohammed Al-Mughair, the head of the Department of Supplies of the Gaza Civil Defense, said Israel is using weapons that vaporize bodies and erase any trace of their existence. To understand these weapons used by the Israeli occupation, when they shell a house, there are instances of one bodies between 2 to 5 bodies. Those are bodies we can't reach. Those bodies vaporize and are directly consumed by the airstrike or explosion. The thermobaric weapon, I don't know if this is the right one.
It forms an aerosol known as vacuum bombs. They work in 2 steps. A charge contained in a warhead explodes. Made of gas, liquid, or finely pulverized explosives, it forms an aerosol cloud. A second explosive charge ignites that cloud, which creates a fireball reaching a temperature of 3,000 degrees. The impact also creates a huge shockwave. Oxygen in the surrounding air is sucked in, generating a vacuum and a huge overpressure 1.5 to 2 times.
Yeah. This is this. Israel uses missiles in Gaza designed to explode and spread metal cubes that pierce blood vessels and nerves, causing death or paralysis. It's not impossible for this to be a part of shrapnel. This is designed like this, so it can cut through and destroy. Doctors operating in Gaza said they found this metal cube inside of a Palestinian patient. Dr. Mohammed Tahir is a UK doctor volunteering to save Palestinians in Gaza.
The last case we just did was a young man who was the subject of an explosive injury. He had penetrating trauma to his chest and he had a paralyzed right arm. I suspected that he had a brachial plexus injury, but actually I was quite shocked when I found that a single cube-like structure had...
No, thermobarics rip bodies out of the house. They're designed to suck the air out of buildings. These are tungsten shrapnel shells, basically a super expensive next-gen pineapple grenade.
Penetrated the skin, cut through what we call the upper trunk, and then also the lower trunk, and then lodged itself in the skin of his back. And this has left him with paralysis in his right arm, which probably will be permanent because of the nature of the condition, despite our best efforts. So these cubes that are used are perfectly formed cubes. They're made of tungsten, and they are built into weapons that actually are designed to explode and cause maximum damage indiscriminately. And so something so very small can in fact kill you, because in his case it was millimeters from his main artery. And if he was in Jabalia, if he was in the street in the middle of the night, if he was at home and no access to an ambulance, he would have died. And we know that this is the case for many people, and many reports of the use of these weapons, and that they are still used today, is a war crime in my opinion.
The cubes are just millimeters in size, but can spread out over 20 meters, shredding metal and human flesh. This is what I mean when I say it's a laboratory for like all of the newest weapons technology. Like Unit 731 shit against the captive audience. Where they're just like, you know how like Unit 731 was testing, you know, the limits of frostbite, or what happens when you sew 2 twins together or some shit. This is, once you make this technology, you got to fucking live test it. I don't know, man. I'm like anti-Israel, but this is some sci-fi shit. What does that even mean? Is this the anti-Semitism I've been promised? Yes. Yeah, they leave minimal entry wounds, but they cause massive organ damage. Doctors say fragmentation weapons pierce blood vessels, nerves, and are a major cause of amputations. Which amputations that have to be done without anesthetics, by the way, because Israel refuses to let in anesthetics, crutches, dates inside Israel's ghost list of items arbitrarily denied entry into Gaza. Israel bans the importation into Gaza of anesthetics. Hence, the scores of children who are amputated daily following Israel's bombings are put to the knife without anesthesia, if they are lucky to be taken to a functioning medical facility and not be bombed when in it. The weapons are apparently called dimes, dense inert metal explosives. Anyway. I do not go crazy from seeing this stuff every day. How do I not go crazy from seeing this stuff every day? The UN says Israel's war on Gaza has left over 2,500 Palestinians with life-changing injuries. I don't go crazy looking at this stuff every day because in my heart I know that there is a fresh hell every new day that Israel unleashes upon the population of Palestinians that it is a belligerent occupier of. I know that every day we get closer to some semblance of justice, especially in comparison to where we were before. And speaking of which, I mean, there are more and more people that come out and openly say what Israel is doing is a genocide, is ethnic cleansing. One of those people is a former Israeli defense minister. Here it is. Does anyone have the video? Former Israeli defense minister says his country is ethnic cleansing in Gaza.
The former Israeli defense minister says that Israel is carrying ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza. Moshe Ayalon, a very, stalwart Likudnik, and so on. So why is that offensive?
Moshe Ayalon is he's the former chief of staff of the IDF. He served as Israel's defense minister. And under Benjamin Netanyahu, like he was Benjamin Netanyahu's defense minister, chat. Here's the video. Like, this is not, this is a guy who is directly, this is a guy, do we have subtitles? Here he says, Israel is carrying out ethnic cleansing in North Gaza. There is no Beit Laiha, no Beit Hanun. There are currently operating in Jabalia and clearing the area of Arabs. Going the way that we are currently being dragged into, to occupy, to annex, to ethnically cleanse. Look at the north of the Gaza Strip. Call it what you want, a displacement of residents, to establish Jewish settlements. Ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip, asks the person that he's talking to. Is that where you think we're heading? Why heading there, he says. He replies with, why heading there? What's going on there now? What's going on there now? There is no Beit Laiha. There is no Beit Hanun. And now we're working on Jabalia. What's happening practically is a cleansing of the land of Arabs. He's saying we're not heading there. We are there. Is he saying this is a positive? No, dude. No. There is an appetite for death and destruction that I think even former defense ministers are like, is too much. And it's especially, what you guys don't understand is like, this guy isn't a fucking woke warrior, okay? He was Benjamin Netanyahu's defense minister, chat. Like, this is the fucking, Nikki Haley of Israel. Worse than Nikki Haley. There are people who are like, dude, what the fuck? Okay, we've, maybe we've gone a little too far. He wasn't just any defense minister. He was Benjamin Netanyahu's defense minister. He's a Likudnik. He is a part of his party. Here, or we will follow the path of this government. To be a messianic dictatorship, racist, fascist, homophobic, misogynistic, backwards, corrupt, and most importantly, a pariah. Okay? This is one choice. This is not a 27K chat, Muddy. Yeah, it's because I'm botting it, dude. Chatters, type 1 if you're just listening. Type 1 now if you're just listening and you haven't chatted yet. It bricked the system. Is that good? Sometimes adults just take it all in. Not everything deserves a reaction, chatter. Not everything deserves a reaction. Sometimes it's okay to just fucking sit there and not chirp back and just listen. Maybe you'll learn a few things. Chuck Dies, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Anyway. So, where was I? As I was saying, this is not like a woke person, but this is a person who recognizes that Israel being left to Israel being governed by a coalition of rabid, misogynistic, homophobic fascists like the Itamar Ben-Gvirs and the Bezalel Smotriches of the world, which is precisely the path it's heading down, is going to cause it to become a pariah. And part of that is also because Israel's current actions with that governing coalition, at the behest of that governing coalition, partnered with like Benjamin Netanyahu's personal interest in continuing to you're close to your limit of custom messages, just FYI. What does that mean? What? It's a joke about bot spamming one when you ask. Oh. Yeah, good one. Dude, I'm too much of a boomer to even understand that. Modern Monkey Theory, thank you for the 5 get the subs. That Israel's ethnic cleansing is causing the world to reinterpret and reanalyze its relationship with Israel and even Israelis. Okay? That's what the fuck is going on here. Little Beirut, thank you for the 5 get the subs. It's one junction. The second option has to do with the relations with the Palestinians, who is in favor of separation, and it has nothing to do with right or left. In favor of separation and not in favor of a binational and an apartheid state, or to follow the path that we are currently dragged. To occupy, to annex, to cleanse, ethnic cleansing. Look at the northern Gaza Strip and settle a Jewish settlement. That's the point. There is no Beit Layah, no Beit Hanun. They are currently operating in Jabalia. In fact, they are clearing the area from Arabs. What is the concept? I want people to understand. What is the concept of Smotrich and Ben Gvir that the state of Israel is currently implementing? Not that Netanyahu believed in. We will leave it at the moment. I was with him until 2016. This is a different Netanyahu. For his own personal survival, he gives them the stage. Who are Smotrich and Ben Gvir? Their rabbi is Rabbi Dov Lior. Rabbi Dov Lior was the rabbi of the Jewish underground that intended, in addition to blowing up buses and mayors and so on, to blow up the Dome of the Rock, to provoke a war of Gog and Magog. If we blow up the Dome of the Rock, the Muslims will attack us. So this is our opportunity to conquer the entire Promised Land, from the Euphrates to the Nile, to cleanse it from non-Jews. To cleanse it from non-Jews is the concept. Well, the story of the Dome of the Rock failed because of Shin Bet. So someone tried to stir it up in the cave of the patriarchs. Baruch Goldstein, may his name perish, another student of Rabbi Dov Lior. He's singling out Kahanis and saying that the messianic, the messianic cultish Jews that are that comprise a big chunk of the settler movement in this country are moving the entire nation in the direction of ethnic cleansing of all non-Jews from the region, from the Nile to the Euphrates, in this foolhardy and very bloody affair to trigger what Christians consider to be the rapture, whose picture was displayed in Ben Gvir's living room. He's talking about Baruch Goldstein. The massacre of the Cave of Patriarchs. Ben Gvir proposes marriage to his wife at the grave of Baruch Goldstein and circumcision. Do you understand who this is about? So these are the people who right now, like a tail wagging the dog of the state of Israel, are ruling the state of Israel in the finance ministry, the ministry in charge of the police. And Smotrich also deals with the issues of citizens in Judea and Samaria. Are we surprised that we are? Judea and Samaria is the occupied West Bank, by the way. Are we surprised that we are in The Hague? Excuse me? Here I can justify Smotrich's statement to wipe out Hawara. And then there is a Jewish pogrom. 40 houses are burned. 8 houses are burned in Madama or Akraba. It is the us, the ones who said never again. I say it is the son of a Holocaust survivor. Or when he says, I don't have a moral problem starving Palestinians to death. 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. Is that my people? Can I support such a government? Then they will be in The Hague, rightly so. Why The Hague? We need to judge them and kick them out of the public sector. Former defense minister of Israel. Okay, former Israeli defense minister under Benjamin Netanyahu. Former Israeli defense minister under Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu. How old is this video? This is a day old. He is from Benjamin Netanyahu's party. Is this all indicative of a sentiment in Israel? There is no widespread momentum for this kind of sentiment in Israel. Okay? There is not. There are a shit ton of people who have directly held the gun over the Palestinians' heads that have come out with statements like this. Former heads of Shin Bet, other prominent figures in Israeli government. Okay? Many of them, even if they have this opinion, cannot change the broader perspective of Israeli society. In some ways, is similar to like never Trump Republicans. You know what I mean? Former Bush era people being like, yo, chill. This Trump guy is like fucking up. John Bolton, you know, crying about some person in office now. It's a little bit different though, because it's not like Dick Cheney is saying like the Iraq war was a fucking violent endeavor and we have to stop it. So I guess it's a little bit different. I think many former Israeli officials look at the situation in an honest and pragmatic lens and recognize that Israel's actions are deeply frustrating to the rest of the world, and they see it for what it is. Yeah. Here's what normal Israeli society is doing. Israelis bring school field trips to Sderot to watch the genocide live. In front of the binoculars, there's a trash can, so the small children can stand on it and take a closer look.
Behind me in the distance is Gaza. This is an Israeli lookout platform.
This kid's awesome, by the way. He's so fucking brave. Holy shit. This dude is amazing. He'll just like go and duke it out with the fucking Rastafarian settlers when they're trying to fucking pull water pipes from the ground so that Palestinian villages can't get fucking running water. And he'll just go there and he'll sit on top of the pipes and be like, no. That's a motherfucker who's literally putting his life on the line, okay? He probably got spitted on numerous times. You know what I mean? He probably got spitted on so much. That's like the number one weapon of a settler is to spit on you.
The distance is Gaza. This is an Israeli lookout platform that was set up so that Israelis can come here and watch the genocide that their state is unfolding. They bring school field trips here. There are binoculars that you can use for 5 shekels. This is a popular tourist destination. People come here.
I like that they've streamlined Sderot Cinema. Okay, where this was a famous, very violent thing that Israeli society had done back in the day, where they called it Sderot Night Cinema, where they would just like sit on top of hilltops, put couches up there, and watch Gaza get fucking bombed into oblivion. Now they got binoculars. That's sick.
From all over the country. From here, every falling rocket is just a quiet thud and a plume of smoke. And from there, it's a bunch of dead children.
Is Andre X, yeah. I think he came from Russia when that war started, so he's been super active as soon as he was smacked in the face of the reality of Israeli society. He's done a few good interviews. Yeah. This has been going on for some time, yeah. You can cry all day, every day, and say it's anti-Semitic to call out these things, but it ain't gonna fucking change right from wrong, brother. All you're doing is masking your own personal conscience, where you know deep down inside that this shit is fucked up and unsustainable. And instead of, recognizing the realities that are unfolding and letting go of your previous associations, letting go of your prior allegiances due to maybe decades of social conditioning, which is tough. It is tough. I know that. Instead of doing that, you just lean in to this cognitive dissonance and find yourselves in the throes of the comfort of reactionary sentiment. No, it's my enemies that are fucking deeply evil and wrong. No. All these people that look at the fucking death and destruction and say that it is untenable, it is unconscionable, it cannot go on. All those people, they must have some cynical reason for doing this. Why are they singling out Israel? But it's not like I fucking single out Israel. I fucking call out my own state. I call out America. I call out my other state, Turkey. You know? Still real quiet about Qatar though. I mean, I've shit on Qatar and his slavery practices before. Especially during the World Cup. So have you talked about the Turkish-backed Al-Qaeda invasion of Syria? Yes, I have.
Up to you. Why can't you say what Israel is doing is basically ethnic cleansing?
So we have engaged with the government of Israel about its actions in northern Gaza. I think those statements refer broadly to the so-called general's plan. I can tell you two things. Number one, they have said to us that's not their policy. And number two, we have made clear to them that that we would fundamentally reject any such policy. I can't speak to the assessments made by a former Israeli military official. I can tell you that when it comes to potential violations of international humanitarian law, something else he raised in his statement, we have our ongoing assessments, and they have not concluded.
But, most observers see what's going on, and they term it as such. They I know you.
Oh, damn, bro. They said so. Never mind. My bad. Shit. Yo, if they said so, if the genocide there says so, then my bad, I guess.
You disapprove the word genocide and so on, but, a lot of people think what's going on is genocide, especially that the threshold has crossed 45,000 people. So I'm saying that at one point, the U.S. has to recognize what's going on for what it is, right? For what it is. Say, that, when you move about 2 million people, that is some sort of ethnic cleansing. Do you disagree?
So we have been very clear what we want to see happen in Gaza, and that's everyone who has been forced from their homes, we want to see have the opportunity to go back to their neighborhoods and have the ability to rebuild and have support from the international community to rebuild. And we continue to engage, not just with the government of Israel, but with other countries in the region to work to get both a ceasefire and the release of hostages and a plan for the day after that would ultimately allow those Palestinians who have been displaced to do that.
But there seems to be no plan for the day after as far as Israel is concerned. We have not seen it. We have not seen it in statement or in deeds and so on. In fact, yesterday, or the day before, I don't remember, they killed three other workers from the World Central Kitchen, so that Israel shows its intent to deprive Gaza of any kind of aid that goes, under the pretext that they are attacking a militant. I mean, they've killed the people that committed October 7th. There were maybe 1,400. They have killed already 45,000 people, and they keep doing this under the guise or the pretext or the claim that there was a militant among those people.
So, with respect to that strike, I can't speak to it. I know that they have made the public claim that one of the people killed in that strike was affiliated with the attacks on October 7th, or had been involved in the attacks of October 7th. If that's true, it would, of course, be extremely troubling. But that said, there were other civilians who died in that strikes, which is why we continue to push for a ceasefire. I can tell you that the Secretary is meeting with Israel's Minister for Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, later today here at the State Department, where he is going to continue to express the position of the United States that we need to get a ceasefire, we need to see the hostages released, we need to implement plans for the day after that would allow or would establish governance, security, and reconstruction inside Gaza, and that ought to be an urgent priority, not just for the United States, not just for other countries in the region, but for Israel as well.
Would you demand to look at the evidence that Israel claims to have used in killing the kitchen, central kitchen, the World Central Kitchen? It's a Washington-based organization.
Look, we think that barring any unique intelligence sensitivities, that's evidence that they ought to make public for the world to see.
Yeah, also, while we're having this conversation, the same settler operations, this is what I was going to talk about. So Drop Site News came out with this report. Scoop from Yunus Tarawi. I'm glad that his account has been restored by Twitter after he got fucking weirdly banned. An extremist settler org specialized in building illegal West Bank outposts is now operating in North Gaza, paying civilians $165 daily to join. Libby Group claims to be demolishing homes in Beit Laiha through their website, though their website don't show that they provide such services. Looking for bulldozer operators for demolition work in Gaza. The job is also relevant for those who have not served in the army. Good pay. That was the ad. Libby Group Construction and Infrastructure Limited. They work in settlements at the forefront of construction and development for Jewish settlements in the West Bank. We take the raw, undeveloped land and transform it into a fully developed neighborhood connected to the infrastructure and flourishing. It's all on us. All that is left to populate the homes. The company is owned by two brothers, Harel and Eliav Libi. Harel Libi's farm ethnically cleansed Palestinian community Ein Zara in the Jordan Valley in West Bank. In 2012, the Israeli military issued a removal order from the West Bank against Harel Libi. Harel has long had a record of attacking Palestinians in the West Bank and establishing outposts deep in the Palestinian villages, documented by Palestinians and Israeli monitoring NGOs. Residents on the ground say that the U.S.-sanctioned settler Moshe Sharvit works very close with Harel Libi in attacking Palestinian locals. This is where our investigation starts. Are you able to think about moving into a new spot? Harel Libi is asked in 2022. If only. It's a privilege, he says. Do you have an idea? I'm not going to tell you all the secrets. Beit Laiha, 30th of November, 2024. This is the Libby Construction Company. Working. This is them working in the West Bank, by the way. They are creating permanent settlements in the West Bank. This is something that we've been saying. Or not West Bank, sorry, fucking Gaza, North Gaza. I apologize. This is North Gaza. They are building permanent settlements in North Gaza. A work opportunity for demolitions in Gaza. The job is also relevant for those who have not served in the army. Good pay. A Facebook ad on a reservist group announced. Yeah, this is the part. West Bank soon. It already happens in West Bank. It already has happened in the West Bank. They've done this in the West Bank. They've done this by sicking, like, the way the modus operandi is simple. You send rabid settlers in the Palestinian villages. They fucking spray tag houses with the Star of David. That is a sign that they're going to fucking firebomb your house. They come in and they firebomb your house. They move the families out of the ancestral farms that they used to live on Palestinian territory. If the families fight back, the IDF comes in and kills the family. Okay? If the family fights back in the West Bank, I'm explaining what they do in the West Bank. If the family fights back, the IDF comes in and arrests members of the family or directly kills them. Okay? They burn down the olive trees. They kill the fucking the animals. It is illegal for them to fight back. Then they come back in. They demolish the homes. And they build settlements on top of the homes. The settlements are like little castles. Okay? Now, originally, because of its illegality, these operations were still funded by the Israeli government, but quietly funded by the Israeli government. And there were periods of time when they said, oh, we're not going to do it. Or, oopsie, they did it. But once the settlement is established and there are people living inside of the settlement, then it's over. It doesn't matter. There's people living inside the settlement. Now they are, full-fledged Israeli citizens living inside that settlement. The IOF has to defend them. They aren't allowed the equipment to recover the injured in the rubble or recover their dead. They have to use their bare hands, but now there's excavating equipment to start settlements. Yeah. Troops smuggled a settler leader into this crazy lady, the Nahala Settlement Movement Organization, Daniela Weiss, who is a famous psycho. Troops smuggled her in to Gaza to survey the settlement options. IDF probing reported illegal entry of the strip of Daniela Weiss in the same week as civilian researcher Zeev Erlich was killed by Hezbollah after entering Lebanon war zone against protocol. So that's how they do it in the West Bank. They build the settlements and then they build roads to the settlements. And the settlements are deliberately crafted in a way to partition the entirety of the Palestinian land so that all of these Palestinian villages are separated from one another. Then they put up barriers, protective security barriers around the roads, around the settlements themselves. And then they tell the Palestinians they can't even use those roads. They built separate roads for the Palestinians. They have 2 different license plates for Palestinians in the West Bank in their own fucking soil. They refuse the Palestinians their legal rights to get water. They refuse the Palestinians any sort of building contracts and building licenses to build water wells. They destroy water wells that the Palestinian homes build. Okay? They destroy them deliberately. Access to food and water is very limited. Access to free travel is very limited for the Palestinians in the West Bank, which is occupied Palestinian territory. Okay? This is something that has been ongoing for years, especially escalated in the last 40 years, especially gotten worse and accelerated during the so-called peace process. That is what the lie of the two-state created for the Palestinians. That right there. This is why I laugh whenever people try to do like debate points and say, oh, you don't understand. The Palestinians were no partner in peace. Get the fuck out of here. How do you negotiate with someone when they have a knife to your neck? Okay? How do you negotiate with them as honest, even partners in negotiation? When they're holding you down, when they're shackling you and put a knife to your fucking throat. You can't. That's what Hassan Ghanafini said famously. Negotiating with Israel is like the negotiation between the knife and a neck. You can't. That's not a real negotiation. And in that process of the so-called peace process, The settlement expansions happened, and they created these Bantustans in the West Bank, and you can see it on the map. Pull up any map of the settlement operations in the West Bank, and you will see over time, slowly but surely, they start growing and partitioning Palestinian territory. First, they say we have security concerns. Okay? There's always a security concern. That's always the modus operandi of the Israeli government. Sorry, we have a security concern. We have to maintain this land. We have to use it for military use. Then the settlers come in and they build a settlement, and then they have to defend the settlers because those are Israeli citizens. And that's how Israel has developed this apartheid and have made it worse and worse year over year. They tried that shit in southern Lebanon too. Jerusalem Post articles came out immediately after Israel decided to swing its crosshairs onto southern Lebanese territory, saying, well, Jews do have an ancestral claim to southern Lebanon too. There's always an article. What happens is you have security concerns, so you wipe out villages in the 1 mile boundary, 1 kilometer boundary, just like they did in the Gaza Strip near the Gaza partition wall. They did that. They try to do that in southern Lebanon too. Oops, we got to wipe these villages out. Oops, some settlers ran into southern Lebanon and started building homes. Oops, we got to defend these guys. You know? We just got to defend our settlers. We have security concerns against our settlers. There are very real, violent Hezbollah militants in the region. It's like, bitch, it's their neighborhood. Fuck you mean? Why are you building a home on top of their fucking village? Yeah, of course. Of course they're going to fucking fight back. And it always masquerades under the guise of Israel's right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself, people say. Well, no, the fuck they don't, as a matter of fact. Israel, as a belligerent occupier, does not have a right to defend itself by bombing the occupied territory that it enforces sovereignty over, like Gaza or like West Bank. They do not have a right to defend themselves that way. They don't. It's a lie. Israel has no right to defend himself, just like Nazi Germany didn't have a right to Lebensraum, claiming that they have they're simply liberating ethnic Germans. They're simply making more space for ethnic Germans. That's not defense. Of course, Israel is not going to say, we're doing ethnic cleansing. We love doing genocide. They're not going to say that. Just like it's ridiculous for Russia to claim that it has to enforce territorial control over parts of Ukraine. Sorry, we have a right to defend ourselves. Nobody believes when Russia says they have a right to defend themselves. Russia has a closer historical argument to make to dominating Ukraine than Israel does over fucking Palestine. You know? And we understandably look at that and we go, get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. No, of course you don't have a right to fucking permanently annex Ukrainian territory. It's ridiculous. But for some weird reason, there's this double standard in the international community. And it's not necessarily a double standard enforced through the international community. It's more so a double standard that our governments claim exists. That's it. Can you explain how Russia has a greater claim to Ukraine than Israel does to Palestine? No, I'm not saying that Russia has a greater claim to Ukraine. I'm saying that Russia can point to the USSR and be like, this was our territory not that long ago. as opposed to Israel has never had any sort of territorial claim. It's like 3,000 years ago. Get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. This does not make the Russian argument correct. This does not make the Russian argument better. I'm saying that we have the capacity to understand that while neither country has a claim over another's territory, okay, we only recognize that when Russia says it, but the very same people don't recognize it when Israel says it. That's my point. It's the same dumbass argument. And I'm sure there are plenty of dumbasses in this chat. Not that guy. Maybe he misunderstood. But there's plenty of dumbasses in this chat that wait for me to say some shit like that so they can clip it. And then turn around and say, excuse me, he said it. He thinks that what Russia is doing is wonderful and awesome. It's ridiculous. Anyway. But yeah, guess what, dude? You know, Israel said that they're not doing anything wrong, so I guess we should shut the fuck up about it. You know? What is this? Why should America not support Israel? What's a valid argument to have against those who believe America needs Israel? Maybe you can argue one of more of his frame. Key arguments for me still. If I have the might, why should I consider those who don't and their opinions? What benefits, let's say, America to allow Palestine to exist? I had no response to this. So your fucking friend was making a might is right argument? Your classmate was saying like might is right? That's insane. How would they feel if the century of Chinese dominance unfolds and China treats the rest of the world like America has treated every other fucking global South nation? I'm certain that they would be singing a very different tune. Ask him how he feels about Nazi Germany. Was might right then? You know? Yeah, it's like everybody always, this is at the heart of Western chauvinism, where people feel as though like American dominance is endless and that our enemies or people who we have declared our enemies will never be able to do the things that we do to them. Okay? People always assume that the principle of humanitarian aid is for the weak, and that ultimately Western domination is the permanent state of the planet. History doesn't work that way. You know? Things change. You're just comfortable in that position because right now you sit in it and you just assume that things might never change. But even in a private affair, even in a interpersonal relationship that you might have, might is right is only an argument that works as long as you feel mighty, as long as you think you have that might. If someone were to come up to you, a force that is domineering, a force that is powerful, more powerful than you, and came up to you and beat you and your family and stole your home, and you had no legal recourse whatsoever, I think you would understand that might is right is no longer an appropriate vector, an appropriate venue, an appropriate attitude to have. That's it. I don't understand this. I genuinely don't get it. And I think it's a genuinely weak person's position to have. I said that in my essay in uni, and motherfuckers gave me a low mark specifically for this exact point about American hegemony. We are told to not even believe that American dominance could fail. Yes. The reality of the matter is we cannot foresee an end to capitalism, and imperialism is the final state of capitalism. So American imperialism is seen as a naturally occurring order of business in the same way that capitalism is seen as a naturally occurring business. That's it. This enterprise will never fall. But on that note, I must leave you because I gotta go. I will be in London tomorrow, and you will see me from Londonistan. I gotta write a speech on the plane. Hopefully, I'll be able to concoct 5 minutes of fucking material. I do chirp for 8 hours every day, so I think I think I'm comfortable freestyling on the issue of Israel-Palestine, but who knows? Good to have some bullet points in order. Love you, and see you tomorrow. Free Palestine.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DEC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in. was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.